I changed my ticket on a whim halfway through the meeting because the idea of surprising him was a small, ridiculous joy I had been carrying with me like contraband. I imagined the look on Alex's face when I stepped in, something unguarded, slightly incredulous, the private little astonishment he kept from me when no one else was watching. I pictured his hair mussed from leaning over papers, his laptop still open on the coffee table, the smell of weak coffee and cologne that meant he had stayed at the office too late. I practiced the doorway smile in the taxi window all the way downtown, not smug, not accusatory, not needy. Just home. The cab drops me 2 blocks away and the city seems rewound, smaller, the way it does when I'm carrying the anticipatory weight of a secret. My suitcase wheels make the usual scratch against the sidewalk and then silence as I push through the lobby. The building smells faintly of cleaning solution and the lemon air freshener someone, probably Mitchell on 3B, keeps refilling into the stairwell. I can feel the surprise like a physical thing behind my ribs, a tense, obedient animal that wants to leap when I open the door. I put my hand on the metal bank of keys. Cold against my palm. I have the entry key, the spare key taped in the drawer of my carry-on like a ritualist. For a second I stand there, halfway between public and private, and I imagine the ordinary domesticities. Alex hunched over mail he's half sorted, the blue mug he uses for instant coffee sitting on the counter, my pair of shoes kicking out from under the bench. I tell myself I am being dramatic, he probably has a friend over, or a neighbor borrowed his charger, or he's hosting a last-minute client. That is what I tell myself because the alternative moves too quickly into a geography I do not recognize. When I reach the stair, there's a faint scent trailing in the air that stops me. Coffee, yes, stale but warm, a roast I don't keep at home, and something else I can't place. It's floral but not in the way my mother uses floral, it's sweeter, a little cloudy, clinging to the air like someone had just walked through a greenhouse. The smell settles under the building's normal smells like a note that doesn't belong to the chord and it makes the prickle at my neck deepen. I pull my phone out to text him a teasing, "Guess who?" and my thumb hesitates over the screen because already logic is revving. He could be meeting a client. He could be with Liam downstairs catching up after that knee injury. I think of all the times I've imagined this moment and how tidy and self-contained those imaginings were, me stepping through the threshold and everything smoothing itself in the presence of my smile. My thumb slides away from the phone. I don't like surprises from others. I like to be the orchestrator. The key turns in the lock and the hallway opens to the apartment's soft light. For half a beat it's exactly what I rehearsed, my shoes neatly in the entry, the runner rug I insisted on, the framed photo of us from the coast where we let the sky be too big and the ocean smaller in comparison. Then the smell hits me in full as if someone has opened a jar in the living room. Coffee, yes, and jasmine? Or is it, no, that's wrong. It's not perfume exactly. There is a wetness to it, like someone has rinsed a floral-scented cloth and left it to dry in the room. The air has texture. It makes the back of my throat go dry. I step inside with the bag thudding against my thigh. The apartment is, irrationally, too quiet. There is the low hum of the refrigerator and the faint mechanical heart of the HVAC, but otherwise a silence as taut as a held note. The city outside is muffled, the apartment, which usually feels like a flattening of the world into home, feels like a stage set where something hasn't been put back. My suitcase catches on the runner, I drop the handle and it rolls away with a smaller sound than my heartbeat. I close the door behind me and the latch clicks with an ordinary finality that someone else might find comforting. I stand there, keys in hand, and for a ridiculous second I allow myself the private ridiculousness, the scene where he fakes surprise and acts as if I have ruined his plan to order dinner from that terrible place on 7th he keeps returning to because tonight he felt brave. It's a small, flirtatious fantasy, me, him, a tiny mock annoyance, then laughing and kissing each other in the doorway. I feel the corners of my mouth begin to pull up. Then the living room moves in my peripheral vision. The doorway frames them with a kind of clinical geometry. Alex, slouched against the arm of the couch in a sweater I recognize, the one he wore the month we moved in, faded at the elbow, and a woman I have seen maybe 3 times at parties, always smiling a little too quickly, hair pulled back in a messy knot, a cardigan that looks soft and thrice worn. She is sitting with her knees tucked under her on the couch, an almost apologetic posture, and Alex's hand is in a place that makes the whole world constrict like a fist, resting at the small of her back, fingertips flattened against the curve where cardigan meets jeans. My keys clatter, the sound is obscene in the sudden quiet. I know my face is doing something, narrowing, pulling taut around the eyes, but I can't tell in what way because there is no mirror. There is only the tableau. They are mid-conversation, the kind that looks private even in a lighted room. The woman's mouth is open, the edges of her voice like a thread you can almost hear, laughter, or the tale of something that had been said and then forgiven. Alex's head is tilted toward her, not in the distracted, half-focused attention he gives me when I'm explaining my itinerary, and he nods the way he has been taught to nod in meetings. This is different. His eyes are soft. There is ease in the way his shoulder leans into the couch and the small, dangerous way he is holding himself as if this one person is the point of the room. There is a mug on the coffee table between them, steam still faintly rising. The mug has a paint fleck on the rim. My hand, one afternoon, flicking in the kitchen while talking about taxes, and seeing it make something clatter in my chest. Little ownerships, private markers. They mean nothing, and they mean everything. For a moment I think I must have misread it. The brain scrambles for explanations. Maybe they are showing a video and reacting. His hand is on the back of her sweater the way you put your hand on a friend's shoulder. Maybe I came home at the exact second he was consoling someone. Maybe it is as small as a sick day and a favor. Maybe he is tired and being human and I am a melodramatic idiot for picturing anything else. I have spent years training myself to find the smallest, most rational explanation and let it be what it is. Then she looks up and sees me. Her eyes go wide and I see the apology in it before anything else, a quick, guilty flicker as if someone had said a bad word at the church greeting. Alex's face, however, does not crumple into shock. He doesn't move to his feet, doesn't stumble through a perturbed Claire, he never bothers with. He looks at me the way a careful reader schemes a page they've seen before and finds a sentence they didn't expect. His mouth forms the barest curve, not a smile, not a grimace, but the kind of small, private thing that doesn't belong in the doorway when you are the one who walked in. There is a photograph of us on the mantel, the ocean behind our shoulders, the sky arguing with itself. The soft lamp light catches Alex's cheekbone and makes it cut a thin shadow. The woman beside him has one hand in her lap and the other hand near his. Her fingers are tracing a line along the seam of his jeans like she's reading a map. The movement is so domestic, so private, that my brain lurches toward cataloging, the knuckle, the way the cardigan bunches where her leg is tucked, the small chipped coaster under the mug. My keys are still in my hand. Metal, cold, heavy. I notice the new scuff on the handle of the door where Liam's boot snagged last winter. I notice the dust in the corner of the windowsill that I promised myself I'd clean next weekend. I notice all the tiny, ordinary details because my hands need something non-moral to focus on. Alex speaks. The sound of his voice in that room is the same timbre I have loved and argued with for half a decade, but the words tumble out polished and small, like the rehearsed lines of a man who has practiced plausible deniability. Claire, he says, as if my name were the beginning of a sentence he had been waiting to finish. The way he says it is careful, not urgent, as if we are resuming a conversation we had paused for coffee instead of one that will rearrange the furniture of our life. I stand in the doorway with the suitcase at my feet and the city shaking off the day somewhere beyond the windows and the world narrowing to the space between Alex's hand and that woman's back. A laugh, small, a reflex, escapes her. It lands on the air like a coin. Everything is ordinary and nothing is. My practiced doorway smile dies at the lip. What strikes me hardest is not the body but the softness in his face, the way he is looking at her like she is the answer to a private question he has been holding out of the light. It is a look I have seen in old photographs of him as a kid, open, hopeful, scripted by the small mercies he sought from strangers. Only now it is aimed at someone else. I am suddenly aware of how the apartment smells of a life I thought I knew, coffee and something floral and the faint salt of my own shampoo in the washing machine. It is an ordinary domesticity asked to contain an extraordinary betrayal. I have the urge to slam the door, to fling my bag across the room and make the light electric in here so that nothing can hide. I have the instinct to laugh, to ask how long, to catalog receipts and dates and the ways a life can be rewritten. Instead, my hand hangs on the keys. My mouth is dry. I register, clinically, that once I move fully over the threshold, however I do it, the shape of the evening will be decided. The parts that belong to me will be touched by other people's hands. The tiny markers of my life will be rearranged. Alex's eyes lift again and there is, for a second, a look that is not surprise but assessment, as if he is weighing whether to extinguish the light, put everything back in place, and continue as if the apartment had been always meant to hold three. The woman beside him closes her fingers lightly over his wrist, and when she does it is not apologetic. It is a small, intimate action that pretends, in the most dangerous way, that she belongs there. I remember, absurdly, how the sun had cut across the runway that morning, how the plane had banked and for a second the entire flight looked like a polished coin. I remember the tiny thrill of having planned to surprise someone who loved me. I remember the practiced smile still warm in my head. I do not move. The apartment waits with me, holding its breath, as if it too knows that the threshold is now a border between two different maps. Then Alex says my name again, not a word of greeting but a placeholder, the breath before a sentence. He does not reach for me. The woman laughs softly and tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear with fingers that smell faintly of soap and something green. I should cross the room. I should demand an explanation, make the space between us hostile and bright. I should strike. I always have the urge to strike first, to protect myself with action. But there is another urge too, a quieter one that has been trained over years of negotiation and habit, to preserve the scene long enough to see every angle. So I stand in the doorway and let them exist there, Alex and the woman and their small, ordinary appurtenances, while the suitcase at my feet becomes the only thing that resembles the life I had planned to step back into. He looks at me again, and this time the look is not the accidental flash of a man caught in private company. It is deliberate, careful, and calm, and it doesn't change the way the apartment smells. The key catches the lock and the sound is obscene in the quiet stairwell, a small, ordinary clatter that somehow announces me like a stage cue. I stop with my hands still on the brass, because the hallway beyond the door is not the one I left that morning. There is a light on in the living room that shouldn't be, there is laughter, bright and too easy, slicing the air in the way that laughter does when it's not for you. I tell myself for half a breath that I must be making a mistake. Maybe the landlord has let someone in to do work. Maybe there's a neighbor borrowing sugar. Maybe I've mixed up the floor. I am practiced at contingencies, at cataloging possibilities, and in that first small, calm part of my brain I construct alternatives like a defense contractor building scaffolding. My hand releases the key. The brass is warm from the day. The hall narrows as I edge forward, the light from the living room spilling out in a stripe across the runner. It cuts the hallway in two. I stand in the shadow and watch. The scene on the couch is absurdly domestic, as if designed to hurt. Alex is slouched the way he slouches when he thinks no one is looking, one knee tucked under him, an elbow propped on the back of the couch, the practiced nonchalance of a man who knows how to look like nothing is wrong. On his lap is a woman I've never seen in our apartment but whose body fits into the couch like it belongs there. Her head is thrown back against his shoulder, a laugh, high and unexpectedly bright, spills out of her and it lands on me like a thrown thing. The ceiling light catches on a loose strand of her hair in a way that makes it burn like a small halo. Dust motes float through the beam and, for a terrible second, the whole room looks staged, like a photograph someone forgot to take down. I focus on the slice of sunlight left on the coffee table and feel the world tilt. The ticking in my ears doubles. The familiar map of the apartment rearranges itself, the armchair that used to house my winter sweater, the dent left where Alex always sits, the cushion I'd been meaning to plump, all of it turns into evidence, all of it implicated. They aren't subtle. His hand is at the small of her back, fingers splayed in a way that says claim, not comfort. Her knee is hiked up, pressed against his thigh. The energy between them is easy, familiar, the way they lean into each other is not the awkward angle of two strangers folded together for warmth but the curve of bodies that have liked finding each other like a habit. There's a wine glass on the side table with lipstick on the rim. The lipstick is the exact wrong shade for me, a fruity red I wouldn't wear to work. There's a stain on his shirt I don't recognize. The apartment smells like him, like his cologne and the faint citrus of laundry detergent, but there is another undercurrent, floral, nervous sweet, and my stomach drops at the way its edges fold into the air I used to call mine. She looks up as if a camera has clicked. Her face is the exact mirror of mine. She is small and young and immediate, her cheeks still flushed from laughter, her eyes wide and horrified in the same pulse as mine. For a sliver of time I see her instead of him, not a vessel of betrayal but a person with eyebrows raised, a mouth parted with a question that has no easy answer. She looks apologetic, and in that expression there is also a quick, defiant defense. It is a look I recognize from scenes I've watched on other people's bad days, the look of someone who is both sorry and not ready to admit how much they are readying to defend themselves. Alex's gaze moves to the doorway and then to me, and in that movement I see two things at once, reflex and calculation. His face rearranges into the version he uses in public, the easy half-smile that explains nothing, but it lands wrong, off-center. His eyes are sharper, not with panic but with the immediacy of someone rearranging a story. The laugh dies on his tongue. He says my name as if testing its elasticity, Claire. And the syllable bounces between us, small and fragile, like a glass. There are sounds I never anticipated I would catalog in a moment like this. The creak of the couch springs as someone shifts to cover, the soft clink of the wine glass when it's set down too carefully on the coaster, the distant hum of a dishwasher somewhere in another building. I can hear my own pulse in my temples, like a second set of footsteps adding a rhythm to the scene. I noticed the details with the forensic calm I didn't know I still had, the nick at Alex's thumb where he's always torn the skin when he's anxious, the faint coffee stain on the cushion where I sit with my laptop, the small hair dye smudge on the corner of the throw pillow I bought last winter and thought about returning. My mouth forms a question without my consent. It rises hot and absurd, what are you doing? It feels like a child's demand. My brain scrambles to choose the phrasing that will keep things controlled, because control has always been the tool I reach for in any rupture, inventory, assess, resolve. But the word hangs uselessly between the two of them. In the space it occupies, laughter, the other woman's, still brittle, stitches the air. He is performing. He is also exposed. The two things are not mutually exclusive, they are two sides of a coin I am suddenly very practiced at recognizing. He straightens a fraction, smooths his shirt as if preparing for a photograph, and offers me a version of the half-truth he always falls back on. His voice is steady because he has said this line before, or a version of it. I can hear the practice in it, the places the vowels have been softened to minimize pain. Hey, he says, like that might reset the world. I try to file away the facts. The smell from the wine. The warmth of his hand where it rests at the juncture of someone else's waist. The way her foot taps the rhythm of a song I can't hear. My chest is tight, breath is a cued function. I am someone who has trained herself to move through discomfort with plans and spreadsheets. My internal monologue, the one that calculates flights and meetings and project timelines, kicks in like a muscle memory. If this is a mistake, it is a mistake with variables. If this is casual, it is casual with a trajectory. If this is a pattern, then the pattern implies more, nights when I'm away, messages that can vanish, favors that look like choices. The catalog begins, precise and cold, and for a moment it feels almost professional, date, location, emotional impact. But the mind is not a ledger in the quiet of a hallway. It is a small, riotous animal that wants to answer with sound. My hands begin to tremble, the familiar gasket of rationalization leaks. I move, almost without meaning to, a half step into the doorway. The air presses on my face like humidity. I am visible now, undeniable in my shadow. The room reorganizes itself again, their bodies become more compact, like a co-conspiracy doing its best at appearing innocent. Maya's expression collapses under my gaze. There is apology there, quick and bright, and then an anger that is small and sharp and sudden. She stands as if to make space, as if to show that she can be respectful of the rules I never asked for but had come to expect. Her voice when it comes is small. Claire, she says, and my name is a different animal now, uttered by someone whose hands tremble in her own way. Alex's smile is practiced, his eyes are not. They dart to a framed photo on the mantle where we all look younger and happier in an instant stolen last summer, the kind of photo people place to reassure themselves. He moves to bridge the distance between confession and concealment, to close the gap with a sentence that might reclassify everything into manageable categories: work friend, mistake, single night. Those phrases are interchangeable in his mouth, like items on a menu you select without tasting. I have heard them in other contexts, in other people's mouths. They are syllables designed to reduce, to make small what is large. The living room is too bright. The sunlight, the small rim of it across the coffee table, becomes obscene. It illuminates the edges of things that would otherwise have remained in shade. The light reveals lipstick on a wineglass rim and flakes of nail polish on a coaster and a hair pulled from a sweater lodged like evidence. It sets every detail in a hard, clinical focus that demands interpretation. I take it in and I do not speak because there is no single sentence that would adequately contain the violation. My mind, traitor that it is, begins to make a list of what I will need to do next. Call Liam. Not now. Wait, back away. Sleep, impossible. Blow up their phone? Be careful. Lawyers? No. The list is mechanical and contemptuous and blunts into silence when I remember what I am good at, saying the right thing at the right time. I reach, instinctively, for the truth that will minimize the damage in the immediate hour. I have always been adept at small deceptions that lubricate conversations until they widen into honesty. It has been my survival skill. I step back into the hall as if the extra 2 feet might change the physics of what I've seen. My feet find the stair carpet and I feel ridiculous, like an actor exiting a set. The air out there is cooler, less complicit, and the sound from the room travels out surprising and intimate. It is the sound of their breath, of a laugh cut short, of the small, clumsy rearrangement that follows the exposure of a secret. I fold my shoulders in on myself because the tenderness of my limbs feels betraying. Then, because I know how to buy time, because I know how to preserve what composure I have left for strategic thinking, I say the easiest, smallest lie I can manage. The words come out like a rehearsed line from a bad play and taste of copper in my mouth. I'm back early. It is a statement that puts me in control of a narrative for half a heartbeat. It is the sort of line meant to soft-pedal consequences, to frame my presence as an accident rather than a discovery. It permits them to reshape the moment into something less devastating. It lets me retreat. They both look at me the way people look at a contained animal, with immediate calculation, measuring my next move. The woman on his lap blinks, searching for a strategy to explain herself. Alex's face is the thing I will not be able to forget, the way his charm curdles into something small and panicked. He opens his mouth to answer, perhaps to offer the customary "we were just." That men like him use as if the ephemeral tense can erase years of implication. I close the door behind me not to hide anything but to allow a thin barrier where thinking can happen. The apartment goes dim in one slow motion. I stand in the shadow of the hallway with my hands still cooling on the brass. My lungs remember how to fill. My head is a riot of facts and accusations and the mundane inventory of someone who, until this minute, kept an immaculate life together. I have to move, and I have to move smart. But for a moment, only a moment, I let myself listen to the echo of that laugh, the way it felt like a blade, and know with a bone-deep clarity that nothing in my life will be the same after this doorway. My hands go cold before I even speak. It's a small, sudden betrayal, fingertip to knuckle, like someone turning down the thermostat, and for a second the world contracts to the grit under my nails and the glass of the hallway light. I force my voice to something casual, an everyday key in a lock kind of tone, because confrontation has a way of making everything else crumble. Hey, I say. My words come out too light, like a greeting to a neighbor. Alex looks up. Maya's hand is where my hip knows it should be, the couch cushions still indented with the shape of them. Alex's expression is the practice blank he wears when he's caught at office parties, the one that says this is inconvenient but manageable. Maya looks like a person who rehearses apologies she never quite delivers. She smiles in the half-finished way of someone trying to protect herself. I'm home early, I add, because leaving it at, hey, is ridiculous. The lie is bright and obvious in my throat. There's no reason to have been home early, but home early covers a lot of thin, manageable sins. It gives him the opening to call me back into the apartment as if nothing has happened. It lets me step sideways without needing to step across the threshold of the thing I just saw. Maya's eyes flick to me like a soft apology, like she might gather herself and say something that would keep this contained. I have trained myself to read micro-movements the way some people read body language in interviews. There is a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She is waiting for my line. For my acquiescence. For me to smooth the scene into some plausible narrative. Alex stands before I can decide whether to stay. He reaches for me with the reflex of someone who thinks charm is a bandage. Claire, he says, like a name he's practiced to sound genuine. I didn't think, you said you'd be gone. He pauses, and there is a calculation in the pause. Did something change with your trip? I say the first thing that feels breathable. I got in early. It sounds like I'm announcing a benign schedule change, not the most ordinary lie I could pull from a pocket. My throat is dry. My jacket bites against my shoulders, wet with a trace of rain from the street. The building smells of old heating and someone's cooking garlic on the third floor. From somewhere inside the apartment there is the low hum of the refrigerator, a domestic white noise that used to mean home. I let the door close between us. It clicks. The sound is small and ordinary, but the click has the weight of a closing argument. The hallway feels unfamiliar the moment I'm out in it. The fluorescent light shows every smudge on the wallpaper, every old gum stain near the baseboard. The carpet underfoot makes no sound. My footsteps are a soft, precise percussion. I tell myself I need air because I need a reason to stand here where it is safe to breathe. I linger in the stairwell, fingers curled around the metal rail that is cold and damp, and count the floors by the abrasion on the paint where people have gripped it before. Counting keeps me anchored. I run through choices like inventories, slam the door and demand an explanation, stay and force Alex to meet my gaze, walk up to the apartment above and, what? Be the person who bursts in with accusations? My brain goes tidy with possible scripts, but none of them feels possible. Confrontation is a messy tool that requires a clear plan and evidence. I have neither. I have an image in my head that keeps resetting itself like a loop. The image is small and stupidly ordinary, Alex's hand in Maya's hair, the way her shoulder leaned against his chest, the domestic closeness of it. It sits in my chest like ice. I had imagined confronting him about finances, about whether the lease should be renewed, about the color of curtains or the shape of the table. I never, ever, imagined practicing the words of a breakup in the mirror with the steady person who would be sitting on our couch next to someone else. I tell myself so many scripts. Maybe it's a rebound. Maybe they slept together once and feel terrible about it. Maybe I'm misreading. Maybe Maya is pregnant and this is the only time she felt safe. I have excelled, for a long time, at giving people the benefit of explanatory narratives. Part of me rationed possibilities like a scientist. If you label things you can measure them, and if you measure them you can fix them. Denial is just the first metric. The stairwell smells of damp and old paint. A kid 3 floors up is shrieking about a lost toy. A woman passes me carrying a grocery bag and gives me a small, anxious smile. It is ridiculous how much I want someone to ask if I'm okay, to offer a witness for the fact of my being here and not somewhere else. Nobody asks. Nobody knows. I tell myself stories about timing. Alex is late 30s, he's practiced late nights and excuses. We both work and travel, and I've always framed his biographies of late meetings and missed calls as ephemeral ripples. I kept a tidy list of infidelities I would forgive, each entry rationalized and shelved, one for career stress, one for loneliness when I was away. I told myself I was the kind of person who could absorb and redirect, who could keep peace because I valued stability. The list was my armor. Suddenly the armor feels like costume jewelry. It doesn't protect. There is a sliver of rage that moves slowly from my sternum outward. It is not theatrical. It does not roar. It curls like steam through a kettle, quiet and precise. Why would he do this in our living room? Why would he choose to be seen? Or did he not think we'd return early? Had he minimized the risk until it was convenient? The tiny possibilities spin into the same point. He allowed it. He allowed me, in small edits over time, to be something expendable. I walk without a plan. The city's noise blooms around me, a bus braking at the stop, someone laughing too hard, the metallic groan of a delivery truck, and each suburban sound stitches into a soundtrack of disbelief. My phone is in my hand, too heavy. I scroll without intention, calendar, old messages, receipts. Each swipe is a small attempt to make sense of chronology. My thumb pauses on a message thread with Alex from 2 nights ago, home late. Working on pitch. Sorry, salad. A tiny line nestled in an even tinier apology. I had forwarded him a thread about the lease that afternoon with a note, we should decide before the landlord asks. He had said yes. I think about how meticulously he curated his image for me, the partner who made coffee in the mornings, who took out the trash, who could talk for hours about the stock options we never bought. Charisma had been his tool, not his shield. It had been a currency in which he traded small mercies for loyalty. Now that currency feels filthy in my mouth. People will say things. Friends will pair off. Mutual acquaintances will take sides. I picture the polite, careful expressions of people who have to decide whether to be in my living room next week. I have always counted on a certain practical steadiness from my friendship circles. Liam will probably be somewhere in the moral center, either walking me through it or telling me to do something unloving and certain. The thought of calling him is both a plan and an admission that I cannot handle this alone, which is a humiliating thing to realize about oneself. I have always wanted to be the kind of person who resolves crises with spreadsheets and logic. But what spreadsheet will help me now? The hallway feels like a different country because it is. Inside the apartment, a private language exists between 2 people who have eaten breakfast and shared beds. Outside, the rules bend. In the hallway everything is public again, muted TVs behind closed doors, shoes lined by doorways like obedient soldiers, the smell of someone else's curry leaking beneath another threshold. The wallpaper pattern here, small, repeating oak leaves, feels cartoonishly cheerful. It is a grotesque backdrop for the thing I am carrying. I start to laugh, a quick single sound that feels like a hiccup. It surprises me, then turns sharp. I think of things I will not say open, at least not yet. Who else? How long? Was it only her? Questions stack like dishes and I cannot hand wash them at the moment. I think of the way my life has been threaded into the quotidian, the place where the kitchen drawer held my emergency baking soda, the drawer where Alex kept his old cufflinks beside my passport photos. A life is a constellation of small items. When you remove one star the pattern still exists but you cannot look at it the same way. I could go back in. I imagine the scene if I did, a calm voice, precise facts, the tightening of a premeditated confrontation that would make a good story for those who like the neat arcs of confession and resolution. I could produce receipts, the little evidentiary details that would anchor me, timestamps, messages, hotel pings. But my head is a room without good lighting and I won't make a clean case out of a trembling chest and a cold hand. So I walk. I count the steps, 32 to left, 24 to right. My shoes whisper on the concrete. Memory flares in the small domestic details I notice on autopilot, the dent in the stair rail where someone leaned too hard, the sticker on a mailbox with a faded cartoon duck, the chipped corner of the neighbor's doormat with "Welcome" in polite capitals. Each detail is an accidental witness to the silent history I shared with Alex, and each one feels, absurdly, like evidence. There is a traffic light 2 blocks away and I head that way because city movement is easier to stand in than parking lot stasis. Cars wash by and the smell of exhaust stings the back of my throat. A woman with a stroller passes and gives me a sideways glance, the kind that seeks to assess whether one needs to be helped or avoided. I want to tell someone, I want a person to call me out from the stream of strangers and say, "You look like you've lost something." I don't have the words that would make it true. The rational part of me computes a timeline, lease renewal in 3 months, PI report in 2 weeks if I ask, friends choosing sides in the interim. The part of me that wants to preserve things thinks about how we built stability, deposits, keys, shared accounts, a brand new coffee table that belonged to no one but us. The part of me that is small and scared wants to go home, to curl around the cat bed and pretend that the couch is just a couch. I tell myself I will choose later. Later is a territory I have always found hospitable. It gives me time to inventory and prepare. For now there is only the image that keeps returning, the way Alex's hand had found the back of her neck as if he'd been mapping out a route he's taken before. The image is patient and precise. It does not demand a theatrical response. It only exists. The city park 2 blocks over is loud with children and a dog that barks at everything. I sit on a bench and let the noise blur into something like therapy. There is a gull circling, annoyed at some uncovered sandwich. My phone vibrates in my pocket like a small, anxious insect. I do not look at it. My hands stop shaking when I distract them with a practical task. I close my fingers around the phone and make a list in my head of what I'll need if I am to keep my composure. Paperwork, passport, lease, bank card. Clothes, sensible things that make me feel like the person who knows how to negotiate. Evidence, the receipts, the timestamps, the messages I have half remembered. Support, Liam. That last one is the anchor. In my list making I give myself the permission to call someone, to outsource this first blizzard of feelings to someone steady. I stand up because sitting prolongs the liminal state too long. The bench is cold and beleaguered with a smear of something dried in the grain. I smooth my jacket down the way you smooth a map before folding it. I tell myself once more that I am not yet ready to ask for an explanation, that explanations are fragile things and I am not the sort of person who wants a rushed, rehearsed one. For now I need a witness who will take the scene I just left and not make it into a kinder, less detailed story. I need someone whose anger I can borrow until my own arrives. My fingers find the phone and type Liam's name half-blind. My thumb hovers over the green call icon and I imagine his voice, low, immediate, with the kind of bluntness that steadies. I am careful with my next thought, like someone holding a cup you don't want to spill. Saying I need him aloud would be closer to an admission than I've allowed myself in years. I press the icon, but before it begins to ring I stop and put the phone back into my pocket. The hallway and the bench and the city seem to be conspiring to keep me from a straight line of action. I am still practicing outward calm. The air feels both thin and sharp in my lungs. When I finally pull the phone out again, the decision is less a plan than a small surrender to the fact that I am not equipped to do this by myself. I start to dial, my thumb steady now, each number a small, deliberate step away from denial and toward whatever comes after. I do what I never do, I call Liam from the stairwell landing, phone pressed against the damp concrete, the city's late afternoon stink of garbage and exhaust washing up the steps. My fingers shake so badly I almost hang up before I even hit his number. The hallway light behind me leaks a sickly wash through the stairwell window. Inside the apartment the smell of wine and something musky that I can't name sits in my nose like a bruise. I want to put that smell into words but my mouth won't cooperate. It rings 3 times. I try to shape a sentence and it comes out like a small cracked thing. Liam, I say finally, and my voice splits on the L. The sound like someone stepping on a dry twig. I stop because the first image insists itself, Alex on our couch, the way his hand was at the small of Maya's back, the way she didn't look like a stranger. I can't make on our couch rearrange into casual. He answers, clear and immediate and the way he always does when the alarm has its claws in him. Claire. His voice is measured. It's the voice that fixed my bike tire at 22 and argued down a landlord. It has a geography of steadiness I can climb when my knees refuse to work. I'm outside the building, I say. It's practical, the fragment of myself that still files things and keeps time-stamped records. I came home. The door was open. My throat tightens. I try again. I saw Alex. There's a woman. On the couch. I hear him take in a breath. The kind that kicks a motor. Are you safe? Yes. I don't know if I am. There is a fight or flight pressure just under my skin that feels like altitude, my chest tightening not because I'm 5 flights up but because the ground I thought was mine is suddenly porous. My pulse is a metronome. I can feel each beat between my ribs like a loose coin. Stay put, Liam tells me. He doesn't say please, he doesn't have to. Don't go back inside. Do not let him see you. I'm coming. The certainty of that sentence, the soft iron of him saying he is coming, does something odd to me. There is relief like rain on parched ground. For months I have been administering myself in increments, work, packing for trips, returning to a home that answered me with Alex's laugh, with small concessions and careful scheduling. I have been alone a lot. To have someone say plainly, I will be there, stitches a seam across the panic. It is a comfort I didn't know I could need so desperately. I don't want to make a scene, I tell him, because between the rational part of my brain and the raw animal part there is always a mediating voice that wants to make things orderly. I don't know what he'll say. We talked. He tried to make it sound like. Don't try to handle him alone, Liam interrupts. His voice is sharp now, the clinical part of him delegating tasks he hasn't said out loud in ages. Stay where you are. I'm 5 minutes, maybe 7 if the light is against me. Do you have your keys? Apartment door lock? Can you lock the stairwell door? My hand instinctively checks for the weight of my keys in my coat pocket. They are there, small and cold, a piece of ordinary metal that suddenly feels like a relic. Yes, I say. My words are more stable, a kernel of the old meticulousness returns. I locked it when I came back to the hall. I lied at the door. I said I had to pick something up. He didn't know. I backed out and I breathe in, out, counting like defusing a bomb. I went to the stairwell. You did the right thing, he says. There's no hesitation in it. Good. Don't move. Don't call anyone else. If he texts you, leave your phone on silent. If he comes out of the apartment, don't engage. I'll be there and then we'll deal with him together. The sentence collapses. There is a heat that rises, immediate and stupid and small. It's not anger yet, it's the raw disbelief that wants to sharp edge into something manageable. He looked at me like I had walked into the wrong house. Like a man caught, Liam says quietly. Not a joke. Not an accusation. Just a placement that fits. Okay. Breathe, Claire. Deep but slow. Think about 5 things you can see. The prompt is ridiculous and it is perfect. I follow it like someone reciting the steps in a fire drill. Stairwell window, smudged with who knows what. A flyer for a yoga class, April special, taped to the bulletin board. The landlord's name, Gorman, on a sticker. A wet leaf on the 3rd step. The taste of copper in my mouth. He chuckles very softly, the laugh that folds tension into an elastic band. Good. Keep doing that. Let me know when you hear the elevator. I'll text you when I'm outside. Don't come barging in if he's aggressive, I say, a stupid adult thought I can't help but have. I don't want a scene. I don't. I know exactly the kind of scene you mean, he says. I'll be careful. The conversation is practical because that is what Liam does, he assigns the practical operations of rescue, and then he executes. Talking occupies the part of my brain that would otherwise replay the image on loop. I tell him the tiny factual things I can see in the sliver of hallway, our doormat, once a color and now a smudge, Alex's mail sticking out from under the shoe rack, a smear of something dark near the couch threshold that could be wine or could be something else, a coffee cup on the table with lipstick transferred to the rim in a precise crescent. Each detail makes it become more true, and in becoming truer it becomes more terrible. Stay put, Liam repeats. If anyone approaches you, say you're waiting for me. If he opens the stairwell door, go to the landing above and lock it. Do not go down to the lobby. It isn't about property, I say suddenly, the brittle understatement snapping. It's not about who owns what. The rest of the sentence is a jagged shard, the erasure of trust, the inventory of a shared life dissolving into receipts and calendars and denial. I don't finish it. There's a private part of me that wants to inventory the months, flights, dinners alone, the way his hand always found mine in crowds, and lay them out like evidence. But this is not for Liam, this is for me to file, later, when the adrenaline has faded and the facts can be arranged without feeling like shards. He is quiet for a beat. "I'm here," he says, and the 3 words are a bridge. I try to control my breathing and fail. Tears sting behind my eyes, hot and embarrassing. I don't know if I am crying for the sight of them, for the small betrayal that is as old as the first time someone chose someone else, or for the 1,000 smaller betrayals that preceded this and that I excused in neat, logical ways. I have spent years rationalizing silences, booking work in the gaps, explaining away absences with plausible itineraries. The same principled, tidy mind that organizes spreadsheets now wants to diagram the moral geometry of what has happened. "You should probably sit down," Liam says, because he knows me. He knows I'll stand like a guard until something breaks. "Sit on the stairs. Don't look at your phone." I might be 5 minutes. It could be 7 if the light gets red. I hang up with the phone still warm from my palm, the screen leaving an oily imprint of my thumb. The silence that follows is immense. The city continues to move, the predictable, thoughtless flow of people who have not had their floors taken out from beneath them. A man in a suit hustles past, coffee steaming, his tie like a tiny banner. A dog tugs its owner in one direction, delighted by something only dogs notice. Far below, a barista slams a tin and laughs with a friend. The smallness of those ordinary noises makes my own interior a furnace of ironic mismatch. I sit down on the cold concrete step and let the back of my coat scrape the rough surface. The cold draws the breath shallow and sharp through my ribs. My palms are damp, I rub them on the knees of my coat until the fabric hushes them. The city smells mingle into a single background hum, bitter coffee, the wet tang of a city that has been breathing in the same exhausted way it always has. My phone vibrates once with his name, but I don't answer. The screen is a black rectangle that could be anything. Sitting here, the facts line up like shell casings. Alex's charm, which used to be a warm lamp I could lean against, now reads like a technique. The times he stayed late at work. The texts I shrugged off as flirting with validation rather than feeling. The small gifts that arrived after discomforting nights away. All the rationalizations I wrote for myself with the neatness of a clerk, I catalogued reasons like alibis until the alibis became explanations. I can feel the ledger flipping shut, and it is terrifying and also, in a raw, precarious way, clarifying. A boy passes with a skateboard and a cigarette, his backpack slung like an animal. He laughs into his phone and the sound is sharp as glass. I focus on the sound, on the shape of his laugh, and when it folds I count the inhale and exhale again. The ache in my chest is not only from the suddenness of what I saw. It is from the knowledge that the rules I had trusted, honesty, the small administrative decencies of living with someone, were not shared. Whatever else happens, that fracture is now a physical thing. It sits under my sternum like a fist I cannot relax. I think of the lease renewal that's due next month, the boxes I haven't packed because packing feels like an admission of defeat. I think of moving day logistics and the landlord's insistence on 2 months' notice and how mundane bureaucracy presses itself even against emotional upheaval. It makes me laugh, a dry sound I don't mean to make. We can catalog betrayals and still be beholden to municipal code. It's absurd and horribly human. After a time, my phone buzzes again. A text from Liam, on my way. 4 minutes. I hold my breath more to make the time crawl. 4 minutes is both an eternity and a geometry of arrival. I tuck the phone back into my pocket because I know looking at it won't make it arrive faster. My hands find the old ritual of anxiety, turning the key on its ring until the metal is a blur, fingernails tracing the grooves. It steadies me the way small mechanical tasks always have. The stairwell is a little less populated now. Somewhere within the building, a child begins to practice the piano and the familiarity of the sound is almost obscene. It's too domestic for the moment. My mind pinpricks at that, how ordinary music and ordinary life continue while my own private ecosystem has been detonated. I want to be incandescent, to be loud and righteous, to throw things with perfect aim and timing. Mostly I feel small and practical, like someone making a list in a smoky kitchen. There is a noise then, soft at first, rubbed metal on cable, and it trips a whole set of images into being. The elevator hums. My heart hammers against the ribs like a bird against glass. I press my back against the wall, hoping to make myself a blot of noncommittal shadow. The elevator door opens downstairs with a polite ding, and the flow of footsteps grows. I listen for 2 sets of steps, one measured and familiar and knowing, the other uncertain and full of the wrong kinds of apologies. I hear them now, approaching, too regular to be the random passers-by. There is a shape to the cadence I know. Liam's stride is decisive, slightly long. Someone else's would be lighter, softer. My mouth forms words I don't articulate, don't go, don't see, but the sound that reaches the landing is the centipede rhythm of feet that are not his. Liam's knock is not a knock so much as a measured thud. It sounds like reassurance. My chest is a drum. I can feel the pulse at the base of my throat, a bright, too hot thing. I stand on the stair landing with my hand on the metal rail because otherwise I might fold. The hallway smells like old detergent and the ghost of the lemon-scented cleaner Alex insists makes the place homey. The smell makes my stomach twist. Liam is a meter behind me, the shape of him calm, broad shoulders, practical shoes, the kind of hands that have opened things and fixed things and, when necessary, closed them for people like me. He doesn't ask questions. He simply watches my face and times his steps to mine. The half hour between my phone call and his arrival stretches and snaps and stretches. I count my breaths in even numbers so I don't start hyperventilating. I tell myself, rationally, that this could be a misread, maybe a friend overslept, maybe a dentist emergency, maybe every thin possibility like a crumb I try to make a meal from. I have lied to myself before to keep peace. I have a skill for explaining things into acceptability. Tonight, I can't. Liam's hand closes on my arm, not in a possessive way but as an anchor. Ready, he murmurs. I nod. Ready and not ready are the same thing right now. The key fits into the lock with a graceless clack, too loud in the close stairwell. The door opens before I can make the ritual apology in my head. The living room spills toward us, warm light and the low hum of a television. The couch is where I left it, that stupidly familiar couch that takes my weight like a memory. Alex is there, he's propped at an angle like someone settling into the first act of a staged scene. He lifts his head, sees us, and his smile arrives in full. It's a practiced smile, the one he uses in presentations, the one that says, in measured teeth, everything is fine. There is a person beside him, on the coffee table, a glass with red lipstick ringed at the rim, a scarf draped across the arm of the chair that tastes of someone else's perfume. The person looks down when the door opens, hair falling like a curtain. When she registers my face, her head moves up, slow, apologetic, and then, almost automatically, it drops away. She avoids my eyes. My mouth is suddenly dry. The world narrows to the small, obscene details, the way Alex's hand rests on his knee with the casualness of a man who does not expect his life to be dismantled in the next heartbeat, the quick, guilty flush rising at the other woman's neck, the dust motes in the air catching the lamplight like tiny, indifferent stars. Claire, Alex says, as if his tone can manufacture calm. You're back early. His voice, amazingly, infuriatingly, tastes like normalcy. It has the same cadence he uses when he's deflecting a conversation about flights or deadlines, charm sprinkled over the truth. He stands as if to meet me, as if concern is an easy prop to lift. I want, instinctively, to back away. To follow my first lie, the one I told in the hallway when panic crystallized into a sentence, I have an early meeting, I shouldn't bother you, and keep walking until the city swallows me. But Liam is there and the presence of him turns the impulse into something else. He steps forward, close, the kind of minimal, practical proximity that says I'll stay with you. He doesn't meet Alex, his eyes flick to the other woman and then to me, quietly asking if I want him to take over. My voice, when it comes, is a flat instrument. Who is she? I say. No preface, no accusation, no satire. The syllables fall exact and small into the room. They feel like something carved out of bone. Alex's smile falters, just a fraction. For a breath, the practiced mask slips and I see the raw edge beneath, the man who is used to being forgiven because he can explain himself into a better version. He starts, then visually recalibrates. He smooths his expression as if one can iron out a wrinkle in skin. Claire, it's not what you think. Not what I think. The language of men who are good at stories, the soft, universal lie that presumes I will accept the narrative if he frames it as plausible. He gestures, a small, unfocused wave toward the woman. He is searching for a role. A friend. From work. We were just talking. The woman looks up then, and our eyes finally meet. There's a tremor in her face, a sudden, childlike apology I don't know how to process. Ashamed, yes, but also defensive, like someone who has been taught to minimize her own presence because men like Alex have taught her she must. I catalog her with the same cold care I used to use on travel itineraries. Late 20s, small hands with chipped polish, a sweater that fits like it was bought in a rush. There is something about the tilt of her head that tells me she has practiced not looking at me, practiced making herself small so that men can be larger, so that their choices look inevitable. You could have called, I say, because I need the words to be different from my thoughts, need some sound to anchor me. You could have. Alex's hand raises in that careful deflection. I texted you, Claire. You missed it. It was late. The explanation comes out in neat clauses. He is the living affordance of every excuse he's ever used, logistics piled like neat boxes, flight delays, client dinners, late messages. He is very good at turning chronology into alibi. Liam is quiet but present. He doesn't speak for me, which is priceless. He just stands like a counterweight. His jaw is set. The muscles in his forearm are hard through his sleeve. He doesn't look at Alex with anger. He looks at me with a steadier, deeper patience. Do you want me to go? He offers finally, in that low, practical voice. The offer is not to fight, not to be the hero. It's simply, tell me what you need. What do I need? I want to ask him to leave, to take this outside and do something loud and physical so that the admission, when it comes, will be accompanied by less silence. I want him to stay and hold my hand so I can see there is still someone who knows me as I am. I want to yank credibility from Alex by proving he's been deceitful. I want to be rational. I want to be incandescent. My body can't pick one and so it does both. My limbs are cool but my voice tilts toward fury. Stay, I tell Liam. Just, stay. He nods, and it's the kind of nod that contains everything that's necessary. I'm here. He removes one of his gloves, turns it in his hands, and the small domestic motion grounds me in a ridiculous way. This is the theater of my private life, and Liam is in the wings, ready to cue me through. The other woman finally opens her mouth. Claire, she bites the name like it's a raw thing. I didn't, she stops, as if guilt is a dam that can't be breached with words. Her apology is small. I'm sorry, she manages. The syllables are dislocated, as if she's been rehearsing them but never for this audience. Alex's smile returns, but now it's a brittle thing, teeth like laundry out in winter. He is leaning forward slightly, the posture of a man trying to appear contrite. I swear, it was nothing, he says. It meant nothing. Mouths that say meant nothing have always been the most expensive. They carry the currency of convenience, meaning reshaped to suit the teller. I have been an architect of my own calm for the better part of our life together, erecting rationalizations and justifications like walls. Tonight, those walls feel thin as tissue. I reach for steadiness the way some people reach for a handrail on a subway. How long? My voice is quieter than before, but there is a new weight to it. The question is not only my need for a name. I want the ledger. I want start dates and timestamps and receipts. I want evidence to counter the consumptive blur of charm. I want the world filed, labeled, tidy. Alex's eyes flick to mine, then to the woman, then away as if the facts are something he has to assemble. He inhales. It was a mistake, Claire. A stupid mistake. He uses the word mistake as a shield. Mistake is an accident. The net of accountability is smaller around mistakes. I should have had a ready retort, an indictment about my long flights, about the convenience of my absence, but the sound that comes out of me is softer and more personal than I expected. Who is she? I ask again, forcing the question into the room as if repetition will make the truth less slippery. The question is absurdly literal and also everything I can't bear. I am asking for a label that will turn an event into a person, an identity instead of a flicker. The woman flinches, and for a second the room tilts. Alex's hand fidgets, one finger tapping the arm of the couch. He looks like a man reappraising the architecture of his own lies, seeing the supports and deciding which to remove. He opens his mouth and closes it, practicing a line behind his teeth. Liam snorts, no laughter, just a short sound that is half grief, half disgust. Say her name, he says to Alex, the way one instructs a reluctant patient to cough. The world compresses to the space between Alex's teeth and the air. He speaks slow, like a man who thinks if he chooses his cadence right, he can keep the shards aligned. Maya, he says. The syllable hits the room with the small, merciless clarity of an object dropped on tile. At the name, somewhere under my ribs, something collapses in a new way. Not because of the name itself, names are only letters, but because the name lands with the surety of being a thing that exists beyond my explanations. Maya. The letters settle in me and make a new architecture of betrayal. The woman, Maya, finally looks at me without flinching, and there is a complex, guilty intelligence in her eyes, the memory of conversations and promises and perhaps the echo of things that were more than a single night. Alex's voice goes quieter, as if he's decided we won't need volume to make the thing stick. She's in my team, he offers, as if work schedule details will soften the edge. He waits for the sympathy that never arrives. We met a few months ago. Months, I repeat to myself, like I'm tasting a word to check if it's real. Months is a geometry of absence. It fits into the creases of my life, the business trips that kept me sleeping on other beds, the evenings Alex told me he was at the office. Months make a map. The woman, Maya, shifts, and there's a small, guarded flair to her expression that suggests there is more to tell, that her silence has been earned or brokered. Liam moves his hand down my back the barest fraction of an inch, a signal and a comfort, and then he is alert, the practical friend who can see the threads we've missed. Why didn't you tell me? I ask him, and the question is both accusation and bewilderment, a study in how detail becomes betrayal. The answer is as small as a breath and as huge as an entire life. Alex's hand clamps around the arm of the couch. I want to hear his reasons, I want to disintegrate him with every one of them. But there's a paradox, an ugly, human one, that the longer I listen for his justifications, the more I feel like I am setting an academic exam for someone who has already failed. He looks at me then, not with the practiced charm but with something rawer, a brief, terrible fragility. There's a flash of the man who is afraid of being unliked, who needs to be adored enough to erase the guilt of his actions. I didn't want to hurt you, he says, and the words are ridiculous in their inadequacy. The room fills with them anyway, like someone trying to plug a leak with their hands. Maya's mouth trembles. Claire, she starts, and then stops, as if the grammar of apology has failed her. Liam stiffens. I feel him there like a barometer registering every pressure change. He has an expression I know well, the look of someone who recognizes that the rest of the evening will be logistical and ugly, paperwork for the life you thought you had. He makes no move to take sides, instead he watches me, thoughtful, waiting for what I will do. My head is clear now in a way that is almost clinical. There is an inventory to be done, the lie, the person in my home, the months hidden in plain sight. I am meticulously, pitilessly aware of the clock on the wall, of the way the radiator clicks, of the faint smear of lipstick on the glass. The intimacy of the space has been violated and yet remains, stubbornly domestic. Who is she? The question hangs in the air like a live wire. It is precise and terrible. It refracts back at me in the shape of the woman, Maya, whose evasive glance finally meets mine with a look that suggests the story is not the simplicity Alex hopes to present. The television murmurs in the background about weather and traffic, oblivious to the tidal shift happening in my living room. Outside, someone laughs 2 floors down. Inside, the edges of the night expand and contract. I am ready now, ready for a version of the truth, even if it will hurt worse than any tidy lie. I want the ledger, the receipts, the dates. I want to trim this into facts I can manage. Who is she? I ask again, and this time my voice is not merely a question. It is the hinge on which the rest of this house will turn. He clears his throat like someone about to read from a script. The sound ricochets off the walls, too loud in a room that used to hold only the quiet of us, and for a second I can't place where the sound is coming from, whether it's in his mouth or in my head. Alex sits with his knees apart, hands folded, the posture of a man who wants to seem open and reasonable. Maya is smaller beside him, shoulders hunched, fingers knitting and unknotting at her wrist. Liam is by the doorway, shoulders broad, the steady silhouette I've always leaned on. I stand in the hallway, the apartment light smearing across my shoes, and everything about the moment feels like a photograph tilted and out of focus. It's not what you think, Alex says. He smiles, an automatic lift of the left corner of his mouth that used to be a private joke between us. It yawns into the room now like someone opening a door in winter and letting the cold in. She's a work friend. We had a drink and, look, it was one drink. It was a mistake. The words fall into my chest with the weight of something someone drops into a bucket, obvious, deliberate, and designed to dampen sound. Work friend, he repeats, as though the phrase itself will stitch something back together. He uses mistake as if it were a paper band you wrap around the truth and hand back. Denial is a pressure, it presses in my ears like someone holding a pillow to my face. I can feel the air change, the small hairs along my forearms pricking. He speaks again, smoothly, with the confidence of someone who has practiced this cadence in the mirror. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I shouldn't have let it. I'm sorry. Let's sit and talk, okay? We can. The "we can" is a rehearsed pivot. It's a bridge built of the most convenient words I know: apology, suggestion of process, invitation to discuss. It has always been how he neutralizes everything. In business meetings it got him raises. In social dinners it reduced arguments with a laugh and a plan. Now, in my living room, it feels like a prop on a stage. I watch him for evidence. Not for performance, the theater is simply a familiar place for him, but for truth. His palms are dry, there is a faint sheen of sweat at the base of his throat. The skin at the temples has a heat to it. He keeps looking at me as if measuring whether I'm buying it. He keeps avoiding looking at Maya. One drink, Maya says softly, which is both confession and defense. Her voice is thin, like someone trying to speak from the bottom of a well. She keeps her eyes down and speaks with the precise cadence of someone who has rehearsed apologies but not explanations. We shouldn't have, I'm sorry, Claire. Liam's hand makes a small, almost imperceptible fist. I can feel him behind me like a hinge. He doesn't interpose himself yet, he's a tripod of restraint and readiness. I hear his breath, slow and steady, the only sound that isn't trying to perform a role. He watches Alex the way a mechanic watches a machine he knows how to take apart. One drink, I repeat, tasting the words like copper. When was this? Last night? I expect the scatter of details to follow, the time, the scent of a jacket, the lie that will crumble. Alex blinks. For a beat, less than a beat, his face unmasks into something softer, something raw. I see the tiny, animal look of someone who knows they've been caught in a trap of their own design. Then he smooths it back. Last night, he says. She came by after a work thing. We had a drink. It got a bit out of hand. I didn't mean for you to see it. He tilts his head, palms up, like a man who's handing over a regrettable but forgivable solace. It's the charity of the favored son. He reaches for me, a slow, practiced motion toward the space where my hand would be. He thinks the reach will mean something. I don't move. Out of hand, Liam says, the single phrase a different kind of measurement. He is not looking for a performance. He wants specifics. The steady, grinding insistence of someone who believes in directness. I like him because he offers the blunt instruments when my hands are full of curated answers. Alex shifts, names undulating into smaller, less certain words. I didn't, Claire, it was a mistake. I went home with her. I didn't sleep with her, his voice drops, as if the next clause is a secret he might be punished for saying aloud. I mean, not like that. We kissed. She cried. It was messy. It was stupid. Maya's shoulders shake at the word cried. She starts and starts again. The apology fragments into something defensive. I was drunk. I didn't want to hurt you, Claire. I didn't know. I stare at her and see a young woman reduced to animal apologies, words funneling out without steady explanation. There's apology in every shaky syllable, but also a hard, certain tilt to her jaw now and then. Defensive, not only because she's ashamed, but because she keeps an inner line I can't yet see. That sliver of stubbornness doesn't match the one-night story. You kissed, I say. The sentence is small, precise, a scalpel. It already feels insufficient, but it stops Alex's practice turns. His face darkens a hair. For a second there's a flash of something I recognize, not regret exactly, but disappointment in relation to the consequences. Like someone annoyed at a mess they have to sweep up. Yeah, he says finally. We kissed. It happened. It shouldn't have. I'm sorry. He pins me with a look that's meant to be pleading, a look I've seen before when we've had to pick through the wreckage of something he did that made more sense in his head than in practice. He is asking me to be reasonable, to fold the incident into the large complicating architecture of our life. I feel the anger rise in me like heat from an iron. It starts as a small flare, annoyance at the casualness of his voice, and grows, bright and wide, until my skin is tight across it. There's a geological, inevitable quality to the emotion, pressure built for years, then instant release. Denial is a pressure, his is now in my ears, declared and firm, and I am suddenly certain of its shape by virtue of how often I've felt it before. I was in the kitchen when I came back, I say. My voice is cooler than I feel. I'm cataloging, as I always do. The arc of my sentences is a careful, practiced thing. The hallway light was on. Your shoes were by the door. There was lipstick on the glass you left on the coffee table. There were 2 sets of keys on the counter. I heard you both, when I walked in. His smile collapses. He takes in the room, the small forensic list, and his face is no longer performing. For the first time he looks small enough to fit into the space between his words and mine. Claire, he whispers, which is what he calls me when he wants something unguarded. I can explain. Explain what? That you couldn't keep your boundaries? That you came home with someone you thought you could forget by making amends? My speech sharpens, and the brittleness in it is deliberate. I realize I'm trying to make the surface so precise that the lie will slide off it. He had always used that same method on me, a charming corrective when the structure of US needs mending, an already planned solution. It's not like that, he says. He says it the way someone says, it's not a big deal, about a house fire. You know how work was. You know the pressure I've been under. Maya, she's been around the project. He reaches for a word and shrugs. How convenient to leave out the rhythm and timing of it all. Maya's hand twists in her lap. I shouldn't have been here, she says. Her voice is small. I shouldn't have let him, then she stops herself. The let pins responsibility around him, a cord she is not ready to pull taut. There is a look between them, an exchange of glances that is too private to include me in. The knowledge on their faces feels like a theft. Liam clears his throat. So it was only a kiss, he repeats, not asking but verifying. He uses a voice that carries the expectancy of someone who knows how to let people hang on the rope of their own words. And it wasn't more? Alex swallows. Not more, no. But there is a smallness in the sound, an evasive softness. His eyes flick to the coffee table and then to the hallway, making a map of routes and reasons. He is making a story of not more, and in the way he speaks I can feel the seams of it. It is the same mechanism he has used to navigate career missteps, a narrowing to the least damaging fact, and then a request for grace. Do you expect me to believe that? I ask, and I don't bother to make the question gentle. It smacks across the room and knocks his composure. The look he throws at me is wounded comic, practiced again, then unraveling. For the first time I think of all the times we've had similar conversations in half-lit cabs and behind closed bedroom doors, the times his version of events always made a convenient arc toward reconciliation. It's not that his lies are intricate, they're economical. They save him the trouble of explanation. He offers a plan because that is what he always offers. We can go to therapy, he says. We can. No. The single word unmoors him. It is less a rejection of therapy than a refusal of his offered salve. I am not deciding in this moment what to do about us, I am deciding whether I will be the audience to his performance any longer. We can sit and talk, he repeats, pressing, as if the repetition will steady him. We are a family, Claire. We can. He reaches again, and the movement is a reflex designed to touch the raw edges and make them healable. I think for a second about touching him back, about fixing the small things, the coffee rings, the forgotten mail, the easy mechanics of living. That is the old me, the peacemaker, the rationalizer, the woman who catalogs everything because quantities are cleaner than feelings. She would gather the broken pieces and see if they fit again. But the new heat in my body is not reparable by process or by language. The betrayal twists into a bright, incandescent anger. I can feel it as a physical thing, hot blood behind my eyelids, a car engine idling, ready. My mouth tastes like metal. Sit and talk. I echo. The words are light and cold and precise. You want us all to sit and talk after you came home with someone and turned our living room into, what? An opportunity? An accident? Maya flinches. Her apology comes again, smaller, as if she can shrink enough to become less invasive. Claire, Don't, I say, and the room compresses. Liam's gaze is a cliff face, his steady presence hums at my shoulder. Alex's face is a play of shadows now. The practiced warmth is gone, replaced by an exposed person who is suddenly very small and, for the first time, fully in front of me. Enough with that a mistake, I tell him. The words taste like detonation. If it was a mistake, you wouldn't have had the receipts or the text threads or the familiarity in the way you talked to her. You wouldn't have left her shoes by the door. A mistake stumbles. This was planned. This had the shape of something repeated. He opens his mouth to say something. He looks like a man about to confess a minor misdemeanor, and I can almost see the truth leaving his face in tiny surrendering pieces. He doesn't say it, though. Instead, he offers softness, pity, maybe. It wasn't repeated, he insists. This is the first time. The word first lands like a challenge. I want to believe him because belief is convenient, a warm blanket in a cold room, a rationalization I can wrap around my shoulders and pretend is enough. But the sentence trips in him. He cannot look me in the eye when he says, first. That is the tell. I take the step forward then, not on a whim but because my feet have learned how to move in the direction of truth. The rug under my soles is rough, it brings me back to the physical, to the present. I stand closer than he expects. Up close, he smells like aftershave and the faint trace of someone else's perfume, a ghost of citrus and indigo that doesn't belong to me. How long? I ask simply. There is nothing theatrical about the question, it is a scalpel. It is the question that turns his theater into a confessional, if he answers. If he cannot, the silence will tell me everything I need to know. He looks at me, then at Maya, then at Liam. The pressure in his ears, in my ears, in the room, that denial, is a physical thing. For a moment he is trapped between his need to explain and the way his explanations will widen the fissure. His mouth opens. He starts to say something. And then, across the apartment, a dryer buzzer goes off in the building downstairs with the commonplace punctuality of the world continuing. The sound makes all of us flinch. The ordinary clatter of other people's lives continues as if nothing catastrophic has cracked mine open in the center of it. Alex's hand finally moves. He clasps it together and leans forward, eyes trying to find purchase. He begins, and the room holds its breath with me. I can feel the temperature rising in my chest, the anger, the need to know, the old rational me hovering like a shadow behind the new heat. I need to know whether this is salvageable. I need to know whether what he calls a mistake is a single point or a line. He closes his mouth, and for a second everything is still. Then he says, in the thin, rehearsed cadence that has been his safety net for years, "We can talk. Let's sit. All of us. Now." The takeout boxes sit open on the coffee table like evidence bags. The rice has hardened where it hit the air, the sesame chicken looks like a sad, glossy fossil. Liam has already poured wine into 3 glasses and 1 tumbler of water. The wine is lukewarm and tastes of compromise. The living room is the same one we picked out because it gets light in the morning, pale gray rug, low couch, a framed print of a map we swore we'd travel. Tonight it tastes of oven heat and something metallic in my mouth. Alex is on his side of the couch, casual as a man who still owns a whole life. Maya sits where Alex's knee would normally bump mine. She is smaller than the photographs he showed me when he wanted me to meet, just a friend, smaller, and yet the way she angles her legs toward him makes the space she occupies feel like a possession. She has her hands folded in her lap like a child trying to hide them. Her sentences come in quick, apologetic bursts, as if she is afraid of the silence more than of me. "I'm sorry, Claire," she says. "It is the 3rd time tonight." The syllables fall like coins into a bowl that will never buy anything back. "I wanted to tell you, I didn't mean for it to be like this." You can watch someone unravel and still be clinical about it. I catalog. Her eyelashes are long, there's a faint smudge of mascara under her left eye. Her sweater has a small pull on the sleeve, the thread is frayed where someone's ring must have snagged it. Alex's wristwatch is smudged with a dark mark that looks like lipstick, not from where he kissed my cheek goodnight, because I would have known that stain. Liam glances at me once, the small tilt of his head saying I see it. He never says anything otherwise, he doesn't need to. Alex picks at the corner of his napkin, all charm offset by the tremor at the base of his thumb. He says, "It was a mistake," like a man who has prepared this phrase in a mirror. He looks at me when he says it, for a buoying second, and then his eyes fall to the silhouette of Maya's hand and linger there. His face says apology on the surface, an apology that has been practiced to avoid the raw edges. Maya's, "I didn't mean," morphs into something sharper. "It wasn't," she swallows, and the apology reconfigures into a defense, quick and brittle. "He said he was single," she blurts. "He invited me to a show and I thought," her voice climbs on the last word as if she can make it mean less by making it small. Liam's spoon pauses halfway to his mouth, a ripple moves through his jaw. He is the one who cut through my initial hysteria with a phone call and 2 sentences, "I'm coming." Now he is steady, his posture is a dam. He keeps it together for me. He watches Alex like a man measuring temperature. I watch for gestures as if they are fingerprints. Alex's right hand brushes across Maya's thigh to adjust her blanket, such a casual movement, and yet the way his fingers curl around the fabric is intimate. He does not always touch me like that, his hands are more likely to find me in bed, exploring, or on the small of my back at restaurants. Tonight, the reach is deliberate, tender in a way that wants to convince. Maya doesn't recoil. Her hand lifts, hovers, then lies against his wrist with the kind of certainty that reads like ownership. When she tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, his thumb follows, smoothing the stray as if his touch could press all this into place. "Please," Maya says finally, and the word is a thin, exhausted thing. I feel awful. I don't want to, I never wanted to. But she does not say what she wanted. She cannot. Alex's mouth tightens. He says, we were both irresponsible. I can picture him rehearsing irresponsible, because it is unsigned and sterile. It doesn't account for the way their hands fit together now, the way his knee rests against hers beneath the coffee table, a casual contact with all the gravity of a confession. My appetite has evaporated. The sesame chicken is glue in my hand, the rice like sand. I keep picking at a grain with a chopstick, as if with microscopic attention I could unweave an entire affair. Details populate themselves in my head, the curve where Alex's head fits in the crook of Maya's shoulder in the photograph on my phone that I can no longer look at, a receipt already discounted in my mind, coffee, 2 lattes, 9:42 a.m., messages that now read like a timeline. I haven't found the messages yet, I remind myself. That's for later. Tonight I let my eyes be the investigator. Maya's jaw is set. She speaks quickly, in fragments. He texted me that he'd be alone. He said you'd be working. He said he was, I didn't think. The sentence stops because it can't reconcile being both an apology and a refusal to be fully culpable. She looks at Alex and then at me, as if measuring whether I will move in to take her side or push her out. There's a stubbornness in her posture. She expects, maybe even hopes, that someone will make it simpler than it is. Alex's left hand is warm when he places it over hers. He squeezes, a small pressure that reads like reassurance or calculation. He says, softer, I never meant to hurt you, Claire. It's a line that fits him, shapeable, like a story he can slide into any opening. He keeps his voice even. Even. That's the word I want to stick to his forehead, a smooth, practiced veneer. Liam asks a question, finally, plain and blunt. How long? Maya's laugh is short, a tiny defensive sound. I can't remember, she says. It's not like, she blinks at him, at Alex, at me, as if someone might give her memory back like a misplaced earring. There were weekends. There were dinners. Sometimes it was nothing. Sometimes he texted me in the middle of the night. He said things. He said he liked me. I thought it was. She looks to Alex for confirmation. He doesn't give it in words. He gives it in small betrayed movements, the way his chin lifts when she says, I thought it was, the brief closing of his eyes, the catch in his breath. There is a private conversation taking place under the nap of the room where their hands talk and their knees declare intimate calibrations. They keep it quiet, not because they are ashamed in the full way, but because some part of them knows being explicit would demand more consequences. Liam's face is open, weathered with the kind of neutrality he keeps for emergencies. When did you tell me you were single? He asks. There is the word again, when. People think culprits live in the present moment of infidelity, but most perfidy is slow, spread through time like a leak. This is my method, time the leak. Find the first drip. I don't say anything. I watch the cut of Alex's mouth as he answers, the way he avoids the real promoter of the affair, my absences, the trips I took to airports and sterile hotels and meetings that lasted late into the night and left me susceptible to a polite deceit. He says things that could be true in a certain narrative and false in an entire other life. We didn't talk about titles, he says. It wasn't what it. It was something else, and the silence amplifies it into an ellipse. Maya folds her hands tighter. He told me his marriage was complicated, she says, and the word lands like a shovel. I thought he and his partner were separated. I didn't know he was, I didn't. Her face is a map of contradictions, contrition, fear that nobody will listen enough to the complexity, and a defiant insistence on her side of the story. She knows, viscerally, that without Alex's confirmation, she is a small woman making noisy admissions. I catalog how often their bodies find one another. When Alex reaches to refill her wine, his fingers brush her knuckles inside and he lingers as if apologizing with flesh rather than words. When Maya answers Liam, her voice falters and then steadies, as if she has rehearsed the lines she can give that will keep her from being the villain in a story where she knows too well the nuances. Did you ever, Liam begins, but doesn't finish. He doesn't need to. The rest is obvious. Consent is messy. Agency is messier. I see the beat where someone says, he forced himself, and I see the beat where someone says, no, nothing happened, and I am tired enough to know that both can be true in pieces. This is not an easy field to pick through, it is a field with barbed wire in it. Alex's eyes catch mine then, and for a second there is a look that refuses to be staged. It is the same look he gave me 3 weeks ago when he said, I'll be home, and didn't come. It is a look that recognizes the shape of the damage he has done, and immediately thinks about how to avoid cleaning it up. We were stupid, he says. This was a lapse. It won't happen again. His promise has the currency of a used car salesman's handshake. How many times? Liam asks, blunt as ever. The room is small enough to make even bluntness unbearable. Maya's fingers fan on her knee, like a bird trying to steady itself. She says numbers in soft fragments, a handful, a few times, more than I thought, and each phrase is a new fracture in the story Alex is trying to hold together for me. When she says, more than I thought, her eyes go to him. You were around, she says to him. You were around a lot. And in the way Alex's foot brushes hers under the table, in the quiet little pressure of his thumb on the inside of her wrist when he finally reaches for her hand again, there is an answer more eloquent than either of them wants to voice. Each gesture is a scandal, the tiny indent on the couch where Maya sits that suggests routine, the way a napkin crumples at the corner and falls toward the rug because a hand has been used to wipe tears or laughter or both. They are domestic traces, little domesticities that mean nothing alone and everything in aggregate. He brings her tea without asking, she warms a blanket by no one's request. These are the cliff notes of intimacy. At one point, the hum of the street slips into the room, and for a half-second the normalcy of our city life tries to assert itself. A dog barks in the building opposite, someone below slams a door, the world continues. Inside, my heart oscillates between a brittle steadiness and a bright, incandescent anger that builds in me like heat. It is a heat that makes my hands tremble, faintly. I press the side of my palm into my thigh to anchor myself. Are you going to stay? I hear myself ask. The question is banal in grammar but loaded like a Molotov. It is less a query than a mechanical test. Will the world roll forward with this shape of people in it? Alex answers with practiced softness, I want to work on this. I love you. The phrase arrives dampened by the certainty that it has been used as a solvent before. It is an attempt to dissolve the night into everydayness. Maya says nothing. She looks at me as if she can measure whether my shoulders will fold, whether I'll let this become a story of forgiveness or of fracture. Her lips part, a small animal caught between instincts. I didn't know what to do, she says. I didn't want to make anyone. You didn't know what to do. I say. My voice is thinner than I intend. It slices the air. You slept with my partner and you didn't know what to do. She flinches, embarrassed and patient all at once. I know how that sounds, she says, defensive now. I'm not trying to, she struggles for a shape to her remorse that will make sense to me. I wanted out. I didn't, I thought it would end. I thought. She keeps saying thought, the verb of people trying to occupy the gray spaces with excuses. My angry part is loud and incandescent, my practice part is cold. There is a bureaucratic part of me that draws up potential paths like spreadsheets. She apologizes, he apologizes, we go to therapy, time passes. There is also a part of me that wants the simplicity of rupture, shout now, take the locks, change the number, burn the thing into ash. Liam reaches for my hand under the table. It is the smallest, most affirming pressure, his steadiness where my outrage wants to be a battering ram. Whatever you do, he says without looking at me, do it with proof. Don't trust words tonight. His voice is low and practical, it steadies me not by sentiment but by a directive. Proof. Of course. Proof is what I want. Proof is what I will have. But proof will not soothe the spot on my chest that aches when Alex laughs at an old joke or the way he calls my name when the television is on and I am not sure he is calling for me or for habit. Maya's apology folds in on itself like a cheap paper fan. If I could take it back, she whispers, and the sentence is impossible. No one can take back hours, no one can recall breath. At the edge of the living room, the framed map of the places we planned to go sits slightly crooked because Alex bumped it last week loading luggage into the hallway. Tiny domesticities feel like monuments tonight, markers of a life that could disassemble in a morning. I have always been the person to smooth creases, to iron out apologies, to rationalize absence as sacrifice for a larger goal. But in the way the creases sit on Alex's sleeve, in the way Maya's necklace catches on the low coffee table, I see small maps of a fidelity that has been folded away. Maya finishes talking, and the room settles into a different kind of quiet, not the prelude to reconciliation, but an expectant hush. I realize, with a compression in my chest, that she isn't pleading for forgiveness so much as trying to purchase a place for herself in the story where she is not the villain. She wants permission to exist in the margins. She wants to be allowed to be messy and human in a way that absolves the man who made it possible. Thank you for saying that, Alex says to her, and the gratitude is a bargaining chip. He is good at making people into allies even when they are the ones who pointed out his faults. He smiles like a man trained to reposition blame. I put my chopsticks down carefully on the empty carton and push it to the side, deliberate as an archivist sealing a file. Eating would be pretending. Pretending is complicity. The room watches me, Liam's face softens, Maya's eyes flicker like a stunted flame, Alex's set of his jaw reveals that he is uncomfortable to be human in the presence of the consequences. When the plates are cleared, Liam makes the motion toward the kitchen. Because someone must perform the ritual of clearing and someone must abstain, Maya stands to help. Her movements are quick and nervous, she wants to be useful instead of monstrous. Her hand brushes Alex's on the way to the sink, the same hand that has left marks on the cuff of his shirt. They both smile, a coordination of faces that chills me. Do you want me to go? Maya asks, suddenly small, a question that is really meant for Alex. He says, no. Stay. It is a claim that could read as protection or as possession. I feel my vision narrow to the point of the tell, the ring of condensation on the wine glass, the place where Maya's thumb has left an almost invisible oil on the back of Alex's hand, the way his eyes keep searching for approval in hers. These are not the pieces of a one-night mistake. They are the grammar of repetition. Liam says, plainly, we're not leaving anything unsaid tonight. His voice is a sledgehammer in silk. If anything happened repeatedly, if the boundaries were crossed, we need to know. Whatever you tell Claire now, tell it all. We will not let anyone soften this. Maya looks at me, and for the first time, her defiance slips. She seems overwhelmed by the idea of telling all, as if naming it would be to commit herself to a truth that will make it impossible to step back. Her apology looks smaller now, inadequate in the glow of accountability. I don't know how to condense it, she whispers. Start where you can, I say. My voice is steadier than I feel. There is a coldness in me that tastes like a ledger. I am tired of emotional theatrics. I want facts now, and then I will choose consequences. I want the closure of an understanding, even if it slices both ways. She breathes in, and the little intake is a bell. There were meals at his place that felt like a home, she says. There were nights I'd go because he said he was lonely. There were times he said he'd ended things, and then we'd meet again. I thought it was private. I thought it was ours. How long? Liam asks again. She says, months. The word falls heavy and definite, the mound of dirt on a grave. Months. My skin feels tight at the edges, like a too small dress. Outside, somewhere in the building a floor creaks. Inside, the world that used to be ours slides sideways into an arrangement I don't belong to anymore. I watch Alex half smile at Maya when she says, months, like pride or relief, something tender and monstrous. I catalog that smile. I file it under behaviors to be addressed. The room is full of small things, the ding of a kettle in the heap of memory, the faint cologne smell that is not mine, the slow sweep of a hand across the back of a neck. I collect them, because I am someone who counts and weighs and stores. Proof is only one kind of comfort. The other is knowledge. I can live with knowledge. Maya's voice drops. I know this looks terrible, she says. I wish I could make it. I didn't come here to hurt you. You came here to probably make it less worse for him, I say. The words land and make a hole in the air. No one says anything for a moment, the silence like a borrowed house. And then my phone buzzes on the arm of the couch, a single vibration that makes me flinch. I feel, in the way the light of the screen blooms over our small faces, that this night is not a resolution but the first page of a long file. I let it stay dark, because the first ring is not for me. Liam folds his hands, looks at both of them, and says, quietly, we need full honesty. No half-truths. No mistakes that stretch like elastic. Decide now whether you will give Claire the truth. He looks at Alex. He looks at Maya. Or this ends now. Alex's jaw works. For a breath, he looks like he might tell the whole thing. Instead, he opts for the safe lane, therapy, he says. We can go to therapy. We can fix this. Therapy is a road sign with a million exits. It can mean repair or it can mean delay. It can mean turning a wound into a long bruise. I feel the heat rise in me again, and it is not all anger. It is grief for a future I had already charted somewhere in the margins of our life, lease renewal forms, travel itineraries, small domestic rituals. Those forms are here tonight, in the way Alex says, we, without understanding who is included. Maya bites her lip. If I'm honest, then there will be things that hurt, she says. I know. I know that. You will hurt, I say, softer than before, which is a different kind of cruelty. And you will also have to leave. The sentence is both decision and law. No one argues. Maya looks like she wants to make a case. She does not. She stands, and when she does, her movement brushes Alex's hip and he doesn't step away. He reaches his hand out, uncertain now, as if testing whether her presence is still something to be claimed. Maya's hand rests in his palm for a beat, then drops away. She smiles at me with something complicated, remorse edged with a survival instinct, and says, I'm sorry for taking up your time tonight. I know this is. Don't apologize for being complicated, I say, and it sounds like a mercy and a condemnation wrapped together. She looks startled by my tone, like she didn't expect me to be generous and sharp at the same time. Be honest, I add. That's what I want. Liam opens the door for her. The hallway light spills across her boots as she steps into it, and for a second she pauses, looking back as if to check whether the world will close its eyes and let her keep whatever she has taken. Alex stands. He does not follow her out. He watches the door close like someone who is trying to memorize the outline of something he's letting go. When the door clicks shut, the room feels too bright. The map on the wall glares back at me, the cities we planned like small, unreachable promises. Liam takes my hand in both of his and squeezes. You don't have to decide anything tonight, he says. But get proof. And when you're ready, let me help. I nod without letting my face say what my chest is doing, contracting, blank, bristling. There are things to do now, calls to make, evidence to secure, a lease clause to look up. There will be a PI, I think with a strange calm, and a therapist with a gentle but interrogative tone, and the slow unpeeling of an ordinary life into its component parts. Alex sits back down and looks at me with a kind of pathetic insistence. Please, he says, the single word small and soaked in all kinds of convenience. Please talk to me. I want to tell him 100 things, that words rearrange themselves into tools, that apologies have deadlines, that some doors once opened cannot be closed. Instead I say, tomorrow, because time is a lever and tomorrow gives me options. He takes it gratefully like a man receiving a reprieve. Outside, the building settles into its night rhythm. Inside, the living room holds the shape of our lives and all the small gestures that made them. I sit very still for a long moment, and then my phone buzzes again, another message, this one anonymous, the first of the kind of small rats that inhabit a cracked world. I let it vibrate against the fabric of the cushion and do not look. There are calls to make. There are things to know. The night is not over. The next move has already been decided for me by the way the couch remembers another body. I breathe, catalog, and reach for a page in the ledger of my life. What I will keep, what I will burn. The first entry is simple, truth, whatever that costs. The second is the plan, which nothing in this room can erase. The third is a question that will not leave me until it is answered. Who, exactly, gets to define what mistake means? The door clicks behind me like a punctuation mark I didn't authorize. For a second the sound is absurdly loud, so small, so domestic, and then the building swallows it and I'm out on the stairwell with a coat I never buttoned properly, a scarf that smells faintly of Alex's soap, and a fistful of unresolved sentences pinwheeling in my chest. I don't go back. I don't go to the roof or into the taxi lane where people herd themselves like flocks of errands. I just walk, because walking uses the body in a way that thinking never does. It forces your feet to say one thing while your head tries to unspool the rest. I walk through the neighborhood we chose together because the train lines were convenient and because the bakery had a woman who knew my coffee order by heart. At some point the familiar corners blur and the city begins to feel indifferent, which is a kind of mercy and a kind of insult all at once. It is evening. The lamps have that hesitant, sepia light that makes everything look smaller and older than it is. Cars hiss through puddles, the air tastes of hot exhaust and something sweet, roasted nuts, maybe, from a vendor parked under a sodium streetlight. My scarf is damp in the part where I touched my face, my hands are cold. My pulse is steady enough that I tell myself I'm okay. The rational part of me notes these things: coat, scarf, steady pulse. I measure myself out like inventory because accounting is what I do when the floor drops out. I keep replaying the hallway. Not the full motion memory that has already been rehearsed a dozen ways since this afternoon, the slow, impossible clarity when I opened the door and everything aligned into a single portrait, but small, precise frames. The throw on the couch must in a way it shouldn't be, Alex's shoes off, his socks still wrinkled at the ankle like he had just sat down, the way Maya's hand held his arm, the way someone holds a rope on a boat. The light from the living room skewed across them, soft and intimate, the kind of domesticity I thought belonged to me by default. There was a minute, maybe two, that felt suspended. I said nothing. None of us said nothing in that dramatic way you see in the movies. I said nothing because my vocabulary for that particular thing hadn't been invented yet. Alex looked up at me with an almost practiced surprise. Maya's face was raw and young and apologetic in the way of people who are still learning how the world pushes and pulls them. Her voice had cracked the first time she tried to explain. I recited my practiced rationalizations like a litany in the head I only use when I need to survive. It's one night. It doesn't mean anything. He can be weak sometimes. I'm reading too much into an awkward situation. They were thin comforts. I left. Walking is how I undo the smoothing of my voice. I let my head hammer through the questions I didn't have the nerve to ask in the living room. When did it start? Was it just a night? How many nights? Who else knew? How did we let us, get to this point? I catalog signs I've archived like receipts: lipstick on a wine glass I didn't make a note of, a receipt for a coffee shop on a day he said he'd been in meetings, his phone screen lighting up like it was a beacon whenever he left the room. I had rationalized choices before: the late nights, the unreturned texts, the "hey I'm out with a client" messages, because the narrative of our life contained a form of logic that allowed for small absences. Distance is a permit you give. I thought I'd given him distance to be charming, not predatory. There are strangers who pass me who look like other people's friends, couples on scooters, a man in a suit talking to his dog on the phone, a woman in a sequin dress laughing at nothing. No one notices that the person walking among them is unmoored. The city does not care about the particular way you have been severed. It does not care that our sofa that knew our weight and our exact way of throwing yourself back into it, held another body tonight. The indifference of the place that has offered you everything and taken back nothing is cruel. It makes me angrier than I want to be. Anger is practical, it has edges I can focus on. It gives me something to do besides fall apart. Sometimes the mind tries to fuse explanations, that Alex's charm is a surface, a practice mask built to navigate other people's needs and feed a larger appetite for validation. He always needed to be liked, to be admired, and he learned how to harvest that without anyone wanting to notice the method. I am angry because I loved a man who could manufacture attention as if it were a commodity and sell it back to himself. I am angrier because I rationalized his absences and told myself they were the price of his job, and in doing so I abandoned a scale by which to judge what was tolerable. I am angry because choices have consequences you can see in the small quotidian things, and I was too busy holding the map to notice the new roads he was paving. And then there is Maya. I think of her face in the light, apologetic, defensive, young in the way of someone whose moral map is still being inked. I want to hate her loud and dramatic and complete. But the reality is more complicated and messier. She seemed like someone who had been folded into Alex's orbit the way a satellite gets caught, and I did not know whether she clung or was pushed. Her apology felt rehearsed, her discomfort was raw. When she touched Alex, it was tender in a way that made me feel condemned to the truth that tenderness and betrayal are not mutually exclusive. Questions spin like moths. Did she know he was in a long-term relationship? Had she been told otherwise? Did the affair overlap with moments when I had returned from trips, tired and grateful to sink into our bed? Where does culpability end and narrative manipulation begin? Do I want to know every layer? Knowledge might be ammunition, but it is also a terrain, and I am not sure I have the heart for a battlefield no matter how much I think I want to win. Liam will show up soon, he said on the phone. His voice was steady then, steady as his default setting. He promised to come. He is the person who has kept me tethered in the small ways we choose when we are younger and stubborn, the friend who knows how I take my coffee, who once drove across the city at 2 a.m. to help me move a bookcase because I wouldn't trust anyone else messing with my books. I think of him now as an island I might cling to. Gratitude like that is a relic I keep in a drawer for emergency use. I text him, I'm walking. He replies with a single blue dot that means he's on his way. The blue dot does not make me feel safer, it is merely a fact. I walk until the buildings open, until the hum of storefronts gives way to the deeper, slower sounds of the river. The skyline refracts into a smear on the water's face, lights flutter like a smear of old photographs left in a rainstorm. I sit on the edge of the promenade, on the cold concrete that bites through my jeans, and I pull my knees to my chest. The wind comes off the river and smells of mud and iron. It smells nothing like our apartment. That alone is enough to make my eyes sting. Sitting here, the city behind me, the river in front, I feel unmade in ways that are oddly specific. There are rituals that built the architecture of us, Sunday pancakes, the way we divide chores with a quiet, almost ritualistic precision, the playlist we made for rainy afternoons, the way Alex always takes the second slice of cake because you like the first one, the very particular dent in his side of the couch where his knee lodges when he's reading. Those things were scaffolding, they were not the foundation. What I am left to consider is not whether our rituals are broken, they are, but whether the foundation ever existed beyond the careful bookkeeping I had done to keep the structure standing. I think about ownership in a new, literal way. We signed the lease together. Half the furniture is mine, half is his. We have a shared bank account for ridiculous reasons like saving for a new kettle. There are documents, registrations, names on mail, a roommate status at the gym. Those are concrete, tangible items that can be divvied, argued over, negotiated. There is another ownership that matters more and is not governed by any clause in a lease, mutual trust, the expectation that bodies in the same room belong to lines of contract not spelled out on a page but understood in the small, daily agreements. That I do not know how to divide. The night air is thin enough that each breath seems to hang. The river makes a steady, patient sound against the embankment, like someone clearing their throat before saying something unwanted. I try to imagine the future with as much clinical attention as I would apply to a project at work, timeline, actions, contingency plans. Lease renewal is 3 months away. If I want stability, I can start to make plans now, find an alternative, list what I will take, file for change of locks, consult a lawyer. Those things are doable. They feel dull and boring and necessary. The problem is that there is another series of decisions that are not logistical but existential: forgiveness, staying, leaving, what to tell friends, what to tell myself. Those are not checkboxes. They are weather. I realize, with an odd clarity, that the first nights after a rupture are not about closure. They are about endurance. You are building a tolerance for not knowing. You are learning to sit with a question that will not be answered tonight no matter how many threads you pull. My magnetism toward answers is as instinctive as my need to count receipts, but there is also a dangerous compassion for ambiguity. Part of me, the part that keeps ledgers and schedules, wants to gather facts so I can move heatless and efficient. Another part, smaller and fiercer, wants scenes of confrontation, cinematic unspooling, a televised apology. Both parts are only partly useful. I think about the sound of our apartment at night, the small creaks that used to mean presence. There will be an empty kitchen sink now, but there will also be plates that still carry the oil ghosts of dinners we cooked together. I think of the toothbrushes, the duvets, the half-read novels in the living room. Objects are stubborn, they do not erase themselves easily. They will be evidence, memory, garbage, and sometimes unexpected comforts. I am unevenly sentimental about our things. I would not, in general, ascribe mystical value to a chipped mug. But in this hour, the chipped mug is a talisman of a life I thought I had a right to occupy. Sleep is a thin thing. I imagine going home, closing the front door, turning the key, and hearing the apartment protest in ways both loud and small. I imagine Alex sitting on the couch, looking like a man who has attempted to apologize and failed. I imagine Maya gone. I imagine an empty apartment with 2 toothbrushes propped in a cup like a small monument to the way we used to share mornings. Those images are a litany of what was and might no longer be. I don't know which one angers me more, the fact of infidelity or the fact that our ordinary life will now be catalogued as before and after. My rational mind tries, with the practiced discipline of someone who makes decisions for a living, to plot the next 3 days. Call Liam in the morning, hire a PI if the story points to a longer affair, send an email to HR if the timeline gets messy and careers might intersect, think about what to tell our friends and in what order. But the present sticks like a burr. The city is bright and unhelpful and the river is cold and honest. None of the procedural plans soothes the rawness of being seen in a scene you never auditioned for. There are, I know, moves I will make that feel trite and pestilentially ordinary, changing locks, cataloging what is mine, writing a list of questions, but practical actions are a language I speak when my chest is breaking. I will speak in details because details are salvageable. They can be itemized, they can be litigated, they can be bartered over. Emotions cannot be listed. They scatter like coins dropped in deep water. Night deepens. The lights of the skyline smear further into the blackness of the river until they are nothing more than a constellation you could mistake for an answer. I breathe and the air stings. I want to scream. I want to say his name until it loses meaning. I wonder if screaming would make it real in the way, perversely, I crave. A reality acknowledged is a piece of the world you can step around. The city remains indifferent. The river keeps its patient conversation with the embankment. My phone buzzes. The stairwell smells like rain and someone else's laundry. It's a small thing, almost microscopic, but I notice it the way I notice the slope of a curve when I'm measuring something, an edge that's slightly off and everything else shifts around it. Morning light has found its way through the curtains and paints the hallway a cowardly gold. The door is unlocked. Alex must have left it that way or sat waiting like a man who expects grace. He is on the couch when I step in, sleeves rolled up, hair still mussed from sleep. He looks, for a moment, like the Alex from the old photographs, the one who could make you forget the rest of the world for a while with a grin and a well-timed joke. Then his face remembers itself into contrition, and the lines rearrange. He stands because he thinks he should stand. His hands find each other and he folds them like a child's. Claire. The word has that careful, rehearsed softness. I had hoped I'd be blunter, more surgical, but the sound of him still does a thing in the back of my throat and I resist it with a focus that is half instinct and half exhaustion. Sleep can strip you down to what you actually have left to use, and last night burned whatever flammable illusions were left. I'm just getting my things, I say. The sentence is both a declaration and an instruction. I don't want the conversation to widen. I don't want to be talked into a labyrinth of apologies that ends with me making coffee for him and putting his hand over mine while the TV drones on. Alex swallows. There's a tremor at the corner of his mouth that used to be cute. He leans into what he thinks will fix things: clarity, action, a plan. I know. Take whatever you want. I'll give you space. We can get help, Claire. We can go to therapy. We can work through this. I'll do whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. The phrase has become brittle, the syllables crack when he says them. I feel a small, furious laugh clawing up my chest because of how theatrical it sounds, like a line from a script he's read a dozen times in his head. He always did love structure, plans, lists, polished presentations. Now he's offering me the ultimate project plan, the one that reorders intimacy into an agenda. He has set out a small island of normalcy on the coffee table, a ceramic mug with 2 rings of brown on the rim, a pair of reading glasses folded precisely, the remote placed at right angles to the armchair. The apartment hums with domesticated sounds, the fridge's low complaint, the radiator muttering, a plant tilting toward the meager sun. All our lives are in small squares: the mug with the chip on the rim I promised myself I'd mend, the throw blanket that smells faintly of his skin, the shelf of dust-moted books I once believed would make us interesting people. I move like the person who knows what needs doing. There is a list in my head, unprinted but rigid: laptop, passport, all my chargers, the suit I had for presentations, my running shoes, photos, the toothbrush. The items are practical and also ascribed weighty meanings. The suit is my work armor, the toothbrush is intimacy's absurd, humbling proof. I find myself cataloging not just objects but what they let me keep of myself. Alex watches me fill a canvas bag. He says, we can go together. We can find someone who specializes in this, the aftermath, the breach. He's using technical language to neutralize what happened, and even his vocabulary is aiming for safety. I lift a shirt from the chair. There's a faint smear near the hem I've never found a proper explanation for: coffee, I had thought, spill-stained excuses. My fingers find the place, and the thought of how often I smoothed his shirts before he left for work scours heat up my spine. I put the shirt into the bag because it's mine and because possession is its own argument. The thing about therapy, I say, pinning the words like a note, isn't the plan. It's what you bring to the room. I look at him square on. I am trying to strip words of their polish. You can prepare an itinerary and show up on Monday with a list of remediations and a willingness to be visible. But you also have to tell the truth you've been managing to hide. That's not something a chart can fix. He folds his hands again. He says, softly, I will. I can do that. I'll be honest. There is a very specific kind of sound that confession makes in some people, a thin, pleading quality, as if the speaker believes honesty is a currency they can spend to buy absolution. I have seen that sound before in Alex, the half-sincere admissions, the carefully timed shame intended to prompt rescue. I have mothered that sound when I tried to keep us balanced. Tonight, stripped of romantic investment, it is something else entirely, a calculation louder than the words. He is negotiating for a future I no longer know whether I want. There are small betrayals that flatten habit into evidence. The toothbrush in the cup is a gray spiral of use. The bristles splay outward like a small protest. For a moment I hesitate. The toothbrush is ridiculous and perfect as an anchor to how married in we were, 2 bristles in a plastic cup, the morning ritual shared without thinking. Taking it feels petty, leaving it feels like a surrender. I pick it up with a scientific calm and pack it. It occurs to me, absurdly, that whoever gets to keep the toothbrush gets the best of the banal past. I choose to keep the mundane. He talks about we as if I should taste the word and remember the arrangement that used to be comforting. We can set rules, he says. No contact with Maya. Full transparency. I'll delete anything that's mine. I'll go alone at first, if you need me to. I don't expect you to. You expect me to what? I ask. To be grateful for your willingness to build structure after fabric was cut out from under me? To be thankful that you were caught? I don't mean to be cruel, but the voice that comes out is tempered steel. He flinches as if I slapped him with analysis, and the sight of it sends a hot animal anger through me. It's not only about the fling, it's about the years he learned to soft-pedal his needs until they were wrapped in the language of being busy, of being important, until the gaps in our life looked like work commitments instead of the absence of look-me-in-the-eye honesty. He reaches for a middle ground, palm open, a gesture that used to make me lean forward and forgive. He says, quietly, I never wanted to hurt you. I'm so sorry. Some part of me wants to console him because I am older now than when I would have done that reflexively, because I still know his birthdays and the way he prefers his socks folded. This paradox is a physical thing, tenderness as a memory-dense muscle that still responds to the right kind of pressure. But tenderness is not permission to be used. It is not a currency to be spent on my reluctance. I fold a sweater, the one he always complains makes him sweat but that I like because the collar smells faintly of him. The scent rises, green and lemony, and for a beat I am a woman in love, in some other life where seams didn't unravel every time he left for a conference. The memory is a sharp, clean pain, the kind that shows you what was true and what was made up in half-lights. You can leave, I say. It's both a directive and an appeal to practicality. You should leave. If you want to go to therapy, go. Don't make it an ask. Do it. He nods, slow and hopeful. I will, he says. Please don't go. Not like this. Not yet. Not yet. The words land like an instruction manual for procrastination. I think of all the small not yets we have hoarded like a hoard of tiny debts that never became a ledger until they compounded into a cliff. I'm not the person who wants drama for drama's sake. My anger tends to be quiet and surgical when I choose to use it. But this, what transpired in that hallway, is not an argument about a missed dinner. It's an architecture of deception. It is structural. I take the photograph frames off the mantel. I wrap pictures in shirts like I'm doing something ceremonial, a slow, domestic exorcism. The photo of us in Greece, sun and bodies and teeth-bared smiles, goes into the bag last, because some things are small confirmations of a shared past. I don't take the big canvas he liked to stare at when he was thinking. The fact that I can choose is a small, vital victory. Choices accumulate. They become an alternate life if you keep choosing them. Do you want me to call Liam? I ask. Practicality is always a weapon I can use. Liam is steady in a way Alex used to admire and in ways I have relied on for years. I'm not asking for protection, I'm asking for a witness. Some choices need an audience. No, Alex says. You don't have to make a decision right now. I'm not asking you to. You said you'd be honest. My voice is softer now, the edges are filaments rather than steel. But the softness is not compromise. I need to know what honesty he will bring to therapy. When? When did this start? Maya didn't just show up in the hallway. He takes a breath I don't trust. It was, after you left for Barcelona. One night. It didn't mean anything. I'm sorry. Words coagulate. I can feel the sense of untruth like a tidal pull, inexorable and cold. I pick up his jacket to see if there is any tell tucked into the pocket, ticket stubs, a receipt, anything. I am deliberate, careful of the optics, the very present possibility that this is theater on both sides. The jacket comes to me with a small scrap of paper in the inner seam, a receipt from a bar 2 months ago. My hands go cold. It is not proof of the depth of the thing, but it is not nothing. Alex watches my face register it. He does not move to intercept. Maybe he assumes it's evidence for his defense, maybe he thinks any paper, anything, might be a step toward the structured remediation he's selling. I fold the receipt, tuck it into my wallet instead of throwing it away. Evidence is not only about catching, it is about not letting something be erased. My bag is heavier than I expect. Weight is everything. I should be lighter leaving, but people are complicated sacks of memories. I take from the bathroom only my things, the toothbrush, the razor, a jar of face cream I refuse to leave behind because it is a last small ritual of self. I do not take the plush new towel he bought last Christmas. I do take my running shoes, the soles dusted with last week's pavement, because they remind me that my body belongs to me. Alex is quiet as I move. His apologies have thinned into the pale apologies of someone who's training himself in minimal harm. He sits at the coffee table and watches like a man who's realized the view from the other side of the glass might be permanent. Will you stay in touch? He asks finally, and the question is both a reach and a test. I am aware, with that old, borderline repulsive clarity, that he is attempting to make me part of the project of his self-repair, a witness to his progress, a jury that will eventually lift its thumb. I will not be his performance review. I will tell you if I need something, I say. If I want closure, I'll ask for it. For now, I need distance. He says, I can do that. I'll do that. His voice is a small, man-made apology. There is a fragility in it I used to cradle. Not tonight. I zip the bag shut. The zipper squeals like a small animal. I pick up the keys that have become strange in my palm, the one to the apartment, the spare for the drawer where we kept receipts. I imagine the door swinging behind me and the click of the lock like a gavel. I stand in the doorway and for a second I allow myself to catalog, the hem of the curtain we never sewed, the small strip of paint gone where he flicked his lighter as a nervous habit, the dent in the bookshelf where I once slammed my fist because the dishwasher broke yet again. Everything is banal and mournful. Everything is evidence that the life we made together is, in part, an accumulation of little adjustments and big betrayals. Goodbye, I say. No flourish, it is simply the word I have practiced all night like syllables that mean something when they exit your mouth. He says it back, softer, and then quieter, as if the word could be folded into an apology. I do not look back. The hallway is colder now that I step into it, like the air is reading the documentation of what happened. My phone buzzes in my hand and, without thinking, I flip the screen up. Maya's name appears, a number I saved after the hallway, because the rational person in me wanted to keep contact lines open for facts. The little flag of a new message taunts me with its yellow light. For a moment I stand there, the bag at my feet, toothbrush inside, the receipt folded into my wallet like a small stone. The city breathes around me through the stairwell vents, indifferent and enormous. I could ignore the text. I could walk away and let everything settle into its new geometry. Or I could open the message and step, carefully, into the particular kind of conversation that might make the whole shape of things clearer. I slide my thumb across the screen. The message is brief, the sort of nervous, over-explanatory thing I expected. Can we talk? Please. I'm so sorry. The message is both an invitation and a provocation. The bag at my feet feels suddenly very heavy, and something in me, an old, precise animal thing that catalogs harm, answers the nudge. I tell them both I want to speak with Maya alone. I keep my voice flat, like a professional setting boundaries in an office, and Alex looks like it's the most reasonable thing in the world, apologetic, relieved, like a man leaning into damage control, but Maya's whole body folds inward when I say it. She follows me down the narrow hallway with her hands clenched around a paper cup of tea, the steam fogging up the lenses of my eyes when I bring the cup up to my face. The apartment is quiet in the way a place feels after someone removes an orchestra, only the slow thrum of the radiator, the residual sweetness of someone else's perfume, the faint damp smell of the city that slips in through the window. We sit on the fire escape steps. Outside, the street is a smear of neon and rain, taxis painting gold streaks across the puddled asphalt. The stair metal is cold through my jeans, the city noises are a distant, indifferent chorus. I watch her fingers, small, quick motions, as if she needs to keep busy to avoid collapse. She keeps saying sorry like it's a talisman. I'm holding my phone like a ledger. I am trying, in that moment, to be the kind of person I would want taking inventory of what happened, precise, careful, asking for the chronology. Tell me, Maya, I say. Exactly when did this start? She looks at me as if I'm asking her to unravel a sweater that she doesn't even remember knitting. Her voice comes out small and tremulous. I didn't mean for it to. It wasn't meant to be like this. Not meant to be like this isn't an answer, I say. The words are cleaner than I feel. When did you meet him? When did he start? At the gallery opening, she says. You weren't in town. He came over after. We talked. It wasn't, she squeezes her eyes shut as if the memory is bright and painful. It wasn't a plan at first. We laughed. He said he liked my work. He asked if I wanted to stay for, her voice breaks, she tries to scaffold it back. There were dinners. Drinks. He sent me a link to an article and wrote long messages. I thought he was alone. He told me he was single. The word single tastes like a lie. I know it in my mouth before I realize it's a judgment on his character. I'm older than she is by a few years. I can see how someone could be dazzled. Alex is good at being dazzling. But beyond the sting there is a prickle of something else. The calendar in my head begins to tick. The gallery opening was a month before I came home early. A month is not a one-night mistake. So this was weeks. I ask. I feel my hands go cold. How many times? She swallows. I don't know. Some nights. Some mornings. Sometimes when you were out of town, yes. But he called me when you were home too. He said it was complicated, that you and him were on a break? He said you traveled a lot and it was like you were never really here. He said he didn't know what to do. Did he tell you I was traveling? The question is pointless and savage. Of course he told her. Of course he minimized. That's what charm is for. He mentioned your trips, Maya says. He said you were always gone. He said he felt guilty but, her hand flies up to cover her mouth. He made me feel like I had to keep it a secret. The last words arrive like a confession and a reproach. He said it would be better if it stayed small. Where did you two meet? Beyond the gallery. I try to keep my tone neutral, like I'm cataloging receipts. My mind is already making a list of possible dates, flights, hotel stays, a business conference I thought was nothing. If this stretched back weeks, there are windows I didn't know about. Sometimes here, she says. Sometimes at his place. Once at a hotel. He booked it, said he'd need to get away and asked if I'd come. A hotel. I notice how the word hits my chest like a small stone. He'd told me he was working late. He'd been charming, telling me about a late film or a client call. The neat little lies I let sit in the corners of our life suddenly become evidence of a longer pattern. Did he ever say how it started? Like, who pursued whom? I ask. I don't want to be the woman who immediately imagines the worst, but control is a language I understand, so I speak it. Maya inhales and exhales like someone learning to swim. At first it felt mutual, she says. It felt, I don't know. Like flirting. He said things, he complimented me. Then he started to be more insistent. There were times I said I had to go, and he would stay until I left. There were times I drank more than I should have. He'd make tea, tell me to stay. He'd text me the next day and say he was sorry if I'd had too much. He said he would never make me do anything I didn't want. And you believed him? My voice is flat, not because I am calm but because I am assembling a machine of facts. I did. I wanted to. He was gentle afterwards. He would hold me and say I was brave. He'd tell me I didn't have to tell anyone. Her eyelashes are wet with tears she refuses to let fall. He'd say you were complicated and that you wouldn't understand. He told me I was young, that this was different. Young. The word is loaded, she is younger, but not a child. I think about power, age, status, the godlike safety of being the partner of someone with influence, someone whose name opens a door. Alex's charm is a hand that can shift the angle of a room. Did you ever, I catch myself and force the sentence to remain clinical. Did you ever ask if he was with me? Did he ever say he was in a relationship? He said you were difficult, she says. Not in so many words that you were someone he couldn't leave, but like you and him were complicated. He told me he couldn't end it because of his career. He told me you would make it messy if he tried. She laughs, a small, disbelieving sound. He told me I didn't deserve the mess. My mouth tastes metallic. My first instinct had been to wrap around the idea that this was an equal misstep, two adults with poor judgment. But hearing her speak of his language, of the way he silenced her with guilt, flattery, inevitability, makes it clearer that this was not symmetrical. It reads like recruitment, compliment, minimize, isolate, promise. Did you ever feel pressured? The question feels naive, but I need to hear an answer. She blinks hard. Sometimes. Once, I remember saying no, and he kept going. I froze. I told him afterward I didn't want to be around him, and he would say he was sorry, that he didn't mean to hurt me. He would be so apologetic and then bring flowers or tell me he couldn't stop thinking about me. I wanted to believe him. A car horn sounds down on the street, a sharp punctuation. For a moment I just look at her, at the honest fear on her face. She hasn't said this in a way that assaults Alex, she seems to be offering it as a truth she carries, not as a weapon for me. But its implications crash into me the same. If there are moments she wasn't sure, if he used apologies like a bomb after pressure, then there's shame and damage beyond the neat betrayal of a one night. Did you ever think about whether it was right? I ask. Because he had someone. Maya's lips are a thin line. I thought about it. A lot. I told myself it was his life. I told myself he knew what he was doing. He told me not to make it a moral thing, that love is messy. He said he wasn't looking to hurt anyone. He told you that after. The sentence is a knife I don't mean to make so sharp, but the edge is necessary. After the fact. She nods. I know. I know it looks like I'm making excuses. I'm not. I keep thinking there was a moment I could have said stop and walked away, but then he'd look at me like I was the only one who saw him. He would be vulnerable in a way that made me think I could fix him. I betrayed myself, Claire. I betrayed, her voice collapses. I betrayed you. I am sorry. The apology is small but it doesn't land the way I'd expected. It's like steam against a window, momentarily clouding, then gone. I am not the damaged romantic in this scene. I'm the woman whose life was rearranged without consultation. I feel the old pattern, of staying quiet, of rationalizing, of keeping the peace, rise in me like a reflexive tide. But there's something else now, under the anger, the methodical part of me that will not accept fuzzy answers. You said he would text you when I was home, I say. Did he ever plan things around my schedule? Did he tell you when I had flights? Did he ever brag about knowing my routines? Her face crumples further. He would ask when you were gone. He had a way of knowing. He'd say, she's gone for 3 nights or, she has that client dinner on Wednesday. Once he asked me if I'd come over after you went to the conference in Boston. He told me he didn't want it to be during the day, that it was better when you were away. He told me the apartment felt different then. She lets out a laugh like a breath of air. He didn't stumble into it. He invited me. Invited. The word is small and civilized and carries the logic of premeditation. The hallway scene, Alex on the couch, the two of them not messy or furtive but almost comfortable, begins to make sense in a way that is a kind of cruelty. He wasn't a man who tripped and landed in mistake. He curated secrecy. How did he frame you two to himself? To you? I ask. This is the vantage point I want, the narrative he used. A secret, she says. An excitement. A place he could be himself. Sometimes he said he loved me. Sometimes he said it was only physical. I didn't know what to believe. He sent a voicemail once saying he felt alive with me in a way he couldn't at home. Her fingers find the cuff of her sweater and twist it. He told me to keep it quiet. He would say he'd take care of me. My jaw tightens. Did he ever say anything about leaving me? Maya hesitates. Once. He said he'd wanted to, but that it wasn't that easy. He said you were, she struggles with the phrasing, then says plainly, he said ending things would ruin his reputation. He said you were complicated and that he couldn't risk it. So the line was, complicated and it can't risk it? I ask. I force a little weary, clinical smile. It helps the words land. He used you as an excuse. I'm not excusing him, she says. I'm trying. I don't know what I'm doing. I didn't know how to stop being involved. There is a tremor in that last sentence that could be despair or genuine ignorance. Either way, it adds another layer. She doesn't hate him wholly, she doesn't pity me wholly, she is somewhere in the messy middle of both. I have the sudden, precise desire to know everything, dates, times, hotel names, texts, voicemails, the scaffolding of a lie. It is the practical part of me, the part that will later hire a PI and start interrogating calendars, waking up early to comb through messages on my phone that I had thought private. It's the part that wants a timeline, a map. Do you still have anything? I ask finally. Texts, photos, voicemails. Anything that could tell me when this started. She looks at me like I've asked her to break an oven open. I don't know, she says. I deleted a lot. I thought deleting meant closing the door. She closes her eyes and for a moment I see a girl who used erasure as a way of not having to face consequence. But I didn't delete everything, she says. I have some messages. He sent me a booking confirmation once for a room on September 12th. I still have it in email. He said on the message that he couldn't sleep and wanted company. I thought he meant time, not to share a bed. September. The word lands like a cold bucket of water. I inventory my own flights. I have been on the road in September. I remember late nights in hotels with reports and sterile lighting. My stomach rolls. The arithmetic of months begins to assemble itself into an unpleasant picture. Show me, I say. She hesitates, then digs into her bag with clumsy fingers and hands me her phone. The screen lights up and for a moment I'm less interested in the glow than in the way my pulse steadies when I have something concrete, a thing I can look at, catalog, cross-reference. The messages are folded like daisy chains, languid compliments, plans punctuated with emoticons, a booking receipt lodged between them with a timestamp that is unmistakable. I didn't bring it to hurt you, Maya murmurs. I brought it because you asked. I can't erase what I did either. I'm sorry. I feel a swell of something fierce and terrible, not purely anger, not purely grief. It's a practical ferocity, these are facts. With facts you can act. With feelings, you flounder. Thank you, I say, because it's the right formal thing. I tuck the phone into my palm as if it's fragile evidence and look at the city below. Inside the apartment, I know Alex is trying to look like a man who is willing to be corrected, to attend therapy, to apologize. Out here, on cold metal steps, I can hear the soggy choreography of his excuses reframed by another voice and it sounds like a plan. Maya watches me, the apology in her face undiminished. I didn't want to hurt you, she says. I thought I was helping him. I thought I could be enough for him to leave. Did he ever say he would leave me for you? I ask, because I need to measure the scale of his promises and the weaponization of hope. Yes, she says, and the single syllable is a kind of indictment. He said he'd tried. He said he couldn't. He said he was trying to figure it out. He told me he loved me sometimes. When I asked him if he'd leave, he said, I don't know. But I'm with you now. With you now. The words echo against the cold stare risers. There is a cruelty to choosing moments to be honest and other moments to be manipulative. I realize I have been looking for a single narrative, an explanation I can hold and then throw away. Instead, I'm holding a glass of shards, partial truths, borrowed guilt, intentional obfuscation. You know this complicates things legally, I say, because I need the sentence to be clean and slightly menacing. It helps center me to speak of ramifications rather than shrieks. You could be subpoenaed, Maya. I need timestamps. Do you understand? She nods. I understand. Her voice is immediate and embarrassingly eager to help. I'll send you everything I have. I can forward the emails. I can show you the hotel receipt. Send it to my email, I say. My finger hovers over the screen before I open an email draft. And please, be truthful. If you lied about anything, tell me now. She looks like she might say yes to the honesty, but then the tremor returns and she shakes her head. I didn't lie about the nights. I just didn't realize what I was signing up for. Her lips part like she's about to speak again. He called last week. He texted to say I shouldn't tell you. He said he didn't want to break things here. The phrase breaks something in me, but in a different way than I'd thought. I had been bracing for denial, for excuses, for his talent at spinning. Instead, I'm collecting tiny confirmations of premeditation. The sting of betrayal sharpens into the cold clarity of, not only a cheating partner, but a trained charmer and someone who planned around the lives of others. Thank you, I say again. I mean it this time for different reasons. What she has given me is not closure, it's material. Material begets work. Work is something I know how to do. As we climb back inside, the apartment feels altered in the way a photograph looks different when you realize the subject was posed. Alex is at the kitchen counter, attempting a face that says contrition. He glances sideways at Maya and then at me. For the first time since I opened the door to the scene on the couch, I feel like I'm holding a ledger I can consult. I have a date and a booking confirmation. I have a whispered admission that what happened was not a single, drunken stumble. Maya catches my eye as we cross the living room. There is something like relief there, but also dread, as if she hears the wheels already turning in my head. She mouths, "I'm sorry," one last time. I don't answer. I don't need to. The city beyond the window is wet and bright, and inside the apartment a man who used his charm as a map is waiting to be asked for a map of his steps. I am suddenly very, very awake to the idea of timelines. I feel the shape of a plan form in the back of my throat, what to look for, whom to call, how to start counting nights. September, I say softly, more to myself than to anyone. September 12th. The number hangs. Maya flinches as if hit. Alex looks away, for a moment too quickly. The radiator ticks. The light above the kitchen sink buzzes faintly. I set Maya's phone on the table between us like a small, quiet bomb. Then I open my own email, fingers steady. The first thing I do is search my calendar for September. The second is something else. I text Liam, 3 words, steady and soon, I need you. The kitchen light was thin and blue, the tiny LED on Alex's laptop winking like a guilty eye. I had the living room almost to myself for the first time since the hallway, Alex gone to work, the door left unlocked in his haste, his mug still warm with the dregs of the coffee he never finished. I told myself I would be clinical. That was how I kept from collapsing the week my father died. Inventory, facts, timestamps. I set the mug down and opened the screen like I was opening a file in my head. Passwords are predictable if you know the habits. His mother's maiden name, the birthday of a dog he loved in college. I felt ridiculous for knowing it and steadier with each character I typed. The desktop wallpaper was an old photo of us on a wind-whipped cliff in Portugal, our hair like seaweed, our mouths surprised and very alive. For a second, the image heard exactly how betrayal should, a bright, absurd cut where my life used to be whole. I minimized the photo and opened messages. He deleted whole threads, or at least hidden them. But deletion leaves a residue like a footprint in wet cement. The search bar is a merciless thing. I typed Maya and waited, watching the letters populate like tiny verdicts. There were strings of messages with dates, starts and stops, casual and then private. The earliest I found wasn't last Thursday. It was March. March. A quiet month for both of us. I thought of my trips, the meetings that had stretched me thin and made my nights too small. March, when I'd come home 2 nights in a row to an empty apartment and assumed he'd been catching up on work. The messages were peppered with inside jokes. You left your terrible playlist on again. Come steal my sweater. He had a way of reducing people to things he could latch onto. A sweater, a joke, a nickname, and suddenly those things were markers on a map I hadn't known existed. At first the tone in the messages was coy, flirtatious. Then, by May, there are heart emojis, the kind he never used with me, the conspicuousness of digital heat. I missed you today, one message read, time-stamped 3 weeks before the hallway. I sat very still, like someone waiting for a vase to tip. I told myself hesitantly that it could be innocent, a text to a friend, an unthinking phrase. But the archive kept stacking up, breakfast pictures, 2 plates on a small table in a cheap cafe, a selfie of their legs on a bed, the clock in the corner showing 2:12 a.m., an address for a restaurant in the receipts folder. Receipts are the kind of proof you can't argue away. I found a shoebox of takeout slips behind a stack of his running magazines, his throwaway habit of stuffing paper into corners because he liked to feel organized in small, tactile ways. There were dinners for 2 at places I had never heard him mention going to but that were close to Maya's neighborhood. There were Uber rides logged to the same area on Thursdays and Sundays, nights he told me were late presentations or conference calls. One receipt from June 11th had a note that read, 2 beers and 1 dessert split, paid on his card and stamped with the tiny restaurant logo I recognized from a photo Maya had sent him. The small, bureaucratic script of these slips made them more damning than anything dramatic could have been. I moved to his calendar. Alex keeps everything boxed and neat there, deadlines, travel, reminders to pay insurance. The color coding used to make me laugh, blue for client, red for travel, green for personal. Under green, there were entries that looked innocuous at first, dinner, coffee, meat. They were logged at times he had told me he was working, or with the inscrutable label, client check-in. When I opened one, the details field had shorthand, 800M. Not meeting, not a name I'd see in a corporate schedule, just M. Another entry 3 weeks earlier had a line, hotel, overnight. Th. E-Place was a business hotel 2 blocks from where Maya worked. My chest tightened as if someone had reached in and compressed my lungs. Of everything, the calendar felt like the worst theft. It was where he had arranged his life to accommodate her without needing to verbalize it. He had given her initials and quiet blocks of time, the same way people clear space on their calendars for vacations or family. There were gaps that matched my absence for client travel, duplicates of work dinners that recurred the same day of the week. The pattern became almost banal in its recurrence, Thursday nights, then Sunday afternoons, then midday Tuesdays when he said he had to work from home. I tried to prove to myself that none of this meant the same thing to him as it did to me. I read a message where they argued, not a screaming argument, but a brittle, tender exchange about needing him to be present if he was in, and apologizing when he said, it's complicated. My throat went raw. The rational part of me took inventory, timestamps, receipts, photos, all externalities. The private part, the one that wakes at 3 a.m. to listen to the house breathe, screamed. There are petty things too. I found a lipstick-smudged receipt in the pocket of his blazer, not the kind of smudge you can explain with a clumsy kiss, but the horizontal arc of lip color on thermal paper. I stared at it, feeling ridiculous and absurd, the way you look at a shaving nick and imagine an entire story. The smell in the fabric closet had changed, subtle, a perfume I didn't own, sweet and cloying, underlying the familiar salt of his cologne. Sensations stacked and then solidified into facts. I copied everything into a folder on a spare drive. Making a folder felt like making a plan. Photos, messages, receipts, timestamps, I labeled them by date and then by the implication, March 12th, messages, May 4th, Uber, June 11th, receipt. My hands trembled when I typed the labels, the cursor blinking like a metronome. I had been careful in our relationship in ways I hadn't been in others, the small consignments of trust, the credit I gave him for doing the right thing simply by being on the same side of the bed. There were moments of sick, involuntary humor. A screenshot of a text where Maya had scolded him for wearing, your hideous sandals, a domestic tone, and he had replied, "Wait until you steal them." They used pet names casually, the kind Alex and I surrendered years ago in the safe space of our bed. They were trinkets I'd always believed were ours. I kept pulling at the string, needing to know where the thread led. I found booking confirmations for weekend trips with room only charged to Alex's card. The hotels were not the kind he took clients to, they were small, neutral places with bland lobbies. In one confirmation, the reservation name was his, the email matched his work address, and the dates matched a business trip he'd called a client visit in an SMS to me. There was a photo of a hotel key on his phone, timestamped 3 months before the hallway. He had told me he was with clients. The photo shows a bed with 2 sets of luggage at the foot. There are micro-moments that ladder up to certainties. One message thread, the kind you think is ephemeral and then becomes historical, had a screenshot of our apartment's building directory with an arrow pointing to my floor. It was from April. The message below it said, in text strokes both private and possessive, "Your stairs are mine to steal you from." I felt nauseous as if he had carved the phrase into me. At some point, my mind catalogued the infractions like items on an estate inventory, what belonged to the marriage and what had been appropriated. Lies of omission, the recycling of shared spaces for secret meetings, the privatization of nights we were supposed to be together, the way my absences were exploited to create a private architecture of treachery. I had always prided myself on understanding patterns, the way a client checked in 2 hours late before missing a payment, the way a vendor always pushed for more credit before a deadline. This was pattern recognition applied to my own life, and it was suddenly clinical and brutal. I reached a message dated 2 months before the hallway scene in which Alex had written, "We should slow down, Claire's on to the schedule change." It was a banal line, the sort you toss off when you want to appear worried, but the implication split me open. He had thought about me, he had considered me a variable in some equation he was solving. He had chosen to maneuver around me rather than confront, and that choice felt more violent than any single act. There were also messages that painted Maya differently than the meeker woman who'd apologized at the dinner table. I found a night when she wrote a small paragraph about needing to stop, about guilt and wanting to be better, and he had replied, "You're not the problem." That reply carried the kind of absolution he had always expected from me. It is one thing to be complicit, it is another to be given a halo by the person who should check you. The complexity of who was wrong and how was a knot I didn't have the patience to untangle. What mattered was the ledger, he had lied, repeatedly, and not only to me but to himself. There was a file named us.jpg, in a folder of images he had backed up automatically. I clicked it and felt a physical twist. It was a photo from January, months before I had seen them in the hallway, of the 2 of them at some kind of after-hours party. The caption in the metadata was, "Best with you." There is a peculiar cruelty in metadata, it retains what people intend to forget. He had at one point labeled their time together as best, and then he had come home to me and said it was a mistake, a single careless night. A single heat of a moment cannot survive the bureaucracy of hotel bookings, Uber logs, and dinner receipts. I paused and opened a new blank note and started to make a list. I needed the list to keep me from dissolving into a scream. It was the same behavior that had saved me before, name the variables, isolate the evidence, present it without emotion. But as I wrote, heat crept back into my limbs. I had trained myself to be an observer. Now I started to feel like an accused woman looking at the face of the person who'd accused her life of being less than it was. 1 March, initial messages, flirtation. 2 April, dinners, receipt with lipstick transfer, first physical overlap. 3 May, hotel booking, overnight. 4 June, recurrent Uber receipts to same area, calendar entries. 5 2 days before hallway, weekend plan, us, in messages. Each line tightened the noose in my chest. Itemizing made it worse and clearer at once. It was as if by writing them down I could build an argument strong enough to hold in court, not just that he had betrayed me in some vague, amorphous way, but that he had done so with planning, with repetition, with a casualness that made my domestic reality negotiable. I had always liked to be the person who fixed systems, who traced a problem to its source and rewired it. It had been my comfort to believe everything could be remedied with logic. The discovery of the depth of this, that the affair predated the hallway by months and structured itself around my absences, was a betrayal of the premise to which I had anchored my life. He hadn't made a mistake, he had designed a parallel life. I felt the first hot, red flare of anger then, not the neat, careful anger that lets you argue points and stay composed, but the incandescent kind that wants to shatter. It arrived not as an intrusion but as a necessary clearing. I stood, laptop under my fingers, and paced the apartment in a loop of kitchen to living room to door, my shoes whispering on the hardwood. The apartment smelled like Alex and coffee and the small disinfectant I used to wipe counters on Sundays. Things we do to maintain illusions. At the door, my hand brushed the banister where the paint had worn from years of use. It occurred to me that this, too, had been co-opted, the entire arc of our daily life, the small rituals and jokes, had been rearranged. I felt less betrayed by the sex than by the lie that made such an arrangement possible. I went back to the laptop and scrolled until the words blurred. There was an email draft dated 3 weeks before the hallway encounter, saved but unsent, addressed to someone named M. It had a subject line that said, "If I'm honest." The preview line showed a single sentence, "I don't know how to reconcile this with what we promised each other." The draft had never been sent. He had rehearsed honesty and then opted to choreograph denial. My phone buzzed on the counter with Liam's name, and I felt a small relief that someone else knew the immediate truth. He had promised to be here tomorrow. But the list I had made was not for him, it was a ledger for me. I closed the laptop gently, as if closing a wound might help it scab. I put the external drive in my bag and zipped it shut. The motion was practical and irrevocable, the way people pack the car when they finally leave, efficient in its tender finality. Before I left the apartment to walk around the block, because walking had been my fallback, a way to move the grief through muscle, I scrolled once more through the messages. The most recent thread ended not with closure but with a plan. A date. 2 weeks from now. A Saturday night. The words were banal and therefore unbearable, "See you then." I closed my eyes and memorized the exact cadence of the sentence. The list was complete, the pattern was unmistakable. The betrayal wasn't a momentary lapse but an architecture that had withstood months. I needed to show him the list. I needed to see whether he would crumble with it or continue to offer rehearsed speeches. But I also needed to think about timing. The lease renewal was 2 months away, our friends were already fracturing, there were practicalities that didn't care about the tenderness of my scalp tightening into anger. I was a cataloger of facts, but the human heart has a timetable that is stubbornly irrational. I left the apartment with the drive discreet in my bag and the city doing its indifferent hum. As I walked, the words in the drafts and receipts and text replayed, a chorus, and below them a quieter terror. What else might be hidden in places I hadn't thought to look? The apartment is quieter than it has any right to be. The kettle clicks itself off in the kitchen and the noise feels obscene, a domestic punctuation in a room where everything else is taut as wire. Light bleeds through the blinds in slats and lays across the coffee table in thin, indifferent bars. I set the folder down like it's an accusation and the paper makes a small, final sound when it hits the wood. Alex is on the couch. He looks smaller than he ever has, which is an odd thing to notice when your whole life has become the geometry of how two people fit in a space. He's wearing the shirt I ironed for him last week, blue, a color that always made him look important, and for a wild second I think about the little lies of everyday care. Then I shove that thought like a splinter and ask the question that has been sharpened by 10,000 private rehearsals in my head. When did it start? He seems to chew on the space between the question and the answer as if that will flavor what comes out. His hands are clasped, knuckles white, and every few seconds he flexes his thumb like he's trying to silence a buzzing in his palm. The room feels small enough to hear that internal buzz. "Claire," he says, and it's the old cadence, calm, practiced, because of course he's been practicing. It wasn't. "Don't Claire me." I don't mean to say it like that but the word comes out flat and hard. "When?" He exhales. The breath is something I used to love, a soft surrender. Tonight it's a confession of weather. It was a 3-week stretch in January, he offers. We met a few times, when you were away. I put my finger on the top paper in the folder and push it forward. Photos of a receipt from a bistro in mid-December. A taxi receipt with a timestamp that matches a calendar entry he told me was an out-of-town client dinner. A screenshot of a message thread with a ring of hearts threaded through mid-December. The header on the messages is her name. December, I say. You told me January. His face loses composure and regains it, like muscles spasming under skin. I don't remember exact dates. You do. My voice goes without me. There is an almost clinical insistence in the way I speak. Years of training myself to collapse chaos into lists, into boxes to check, applies itself now to grief. You lied about the timing. At the hallway, you said it was one night. You said it was this stupid mistake, a lapse. This says otherwise. He looks at the paper as if it's wrong to him, like reality is not a thing he signed up for. His eyes find mine and for the first time there's a flicker of something that isn't strategy. It's small, animal, guilt, shame, or perhaps fear. He presses his lips together and says, it felt like nothing at first. A stupid, mean nothing. You kept going, I tell him. I count on my fingers despite myself. Counting was always how I calmed down. Taxi receipts in December, dinner reservations the weekend you said you were on call, her texts to you that start with, I miss you on nights you were supposed to be home. There's the hotel charge on your card the week before Christmas. He flinches like someone struck him. I told you there was no hotel. You told me a client fed you and let you sleep there because your flight in the morning was early. I finish for him. The old version of us fitting stories around inconvenient facts to make them polite and survivable. The folder is getting heavier by the second, weighted with the grammar of his betrayals. He stares at the city outside the slats of the blinds like it might give him a different answer if he looks long enough. She's younger, Claire. She's vulnerable. I thought I was helping her. That sounds, God, it sounds disgusting when I say it. You thought you were helping her? I echo. The sentence falls between us like something fragile and then shatters. You kept giving her your time. You called her when she said she was cold or scared. You texted her, miss you, and you told me you were working late. That is not help, Alex. He pins me with those old, familiar looks, when charm has been his thin armor. It wasn't like that all the time. You're making it sound like I dragged her somewhere. We both, I repeat, and the phrase tastes like bile. You use, we both, because it spreads the responsibility around like someone else might pick it up. Tell me exactly what she said. Tell me exactly what you said. He begins to offer smaller and smaller things, fragmentary confessions that fit neatly in the cracks of truth. I kissed her, he will admit. I stayed the night. I said things I regret. The words come in half-built sentences. He admits the edges but flinches from the center, the first time, the pattern, what he felt when asked to choose between staying and running back to me. He dodges the admissions that would land like blocks. Did you ever tell her you loved her? Did you meet at my office? Did you show her our wedding photos because she said she liked them? He refuses those. Every time I push, he curls away, deflects with a sentence that reads like a self-defense from the inside. I didn't want to hurt her. I wasn't like that with her. I thought I was protecting her. Protecting. The word is a soft, muffled drumbeat in his mouth. At some point, maybe because I'm one step slower than my anger, I realize who he's protecting. Not himself. Not even his fragile, performative career. He is protecting her. Not just shielding her from punishment but from being seen the way I need to see her, the way I need to know whether she is a witness or a conspirator. He wants to keep her small and sealed and unexamined, and the stubbornness of that choice is more violent than anything he said when he lied. You're protecting her, I say out loud, because naming it weakens it. You don't want me to know what she said, what she wanted, because whatever it is, if I see it, then you can't keep pretending it was temporary. His mouth opens and closes. For a beat he looks like a man being tugged by two currents. Then he says, quietly, she was scared. There were complications in her life. I thought I was the one thing I could control to make her feel better. I didn't. I didn't realize. You thought you were the good guy, I finish. There's something brutal in how the truth hits me. It's like a mirror dropped from a height. The pieces are jagged, and yet they reflect everything. You thought you were helping. You thought covering for her would make you less of a bully, less of a coward. You made her someone you could rescue, and that let you keep rescuing and lying until rescue became necessity. He recoils at the accusation like it's physical. That's not fair. No. I say it flatly. It's not. Then my hands start to shake, a small betrayal. I lay another printout on the table, a message where she asks him if he'd leave me, and his response is not a denouncement or a denial. It's a small thing, not now. It's equivocal. It's cowardice dressed as fidelity. He closes his eyes. I never told her I'd leave you, he whispers. I couldn't. I can't. It doesn't matter, I say, and the room tightens like a fist. You didn't have to say you would to make decisions that were for you. You don't have to declare desertion to practice it. I want to be surgical, to trim the romance out of it and leave only fact. But we are not machines, and facts are not antiseptic. They sting. Why did you wait until I found you in the hallway? I ask. Why not tell me sooner? He swallows. Because I was ashamed, he says. It's such a small, human thing, and suddenly I feel an ache laced with contempt. Shame. I have known shame. It keeps the body tight and the tongue dry. But shame is not a valid currency when measured against another person's life. And when I asked you, you said it was a mistake, I say. You said you loved me. This is the part that kills me. You said you loved me and that it meant nothing, and I believed you. I feel the weight of that belief like a life sentence. You told me enough to keep me. You admitted just enough to keep me buying time. He shifts, and the light catches the thin membrane at his knuckles. He looks frayed at the edges like a person who has been pressed through something too small. I didn't expect you to come home early, he says. I was going to tell you when you were back. I would have told you. You were going to tell me, I repeat. You were going to give me the script. You were going to frame it for me in a neat bow. I was weak, I was foolish, I made an error, and I would have taken comfort in the story because I wanted it to be true. You kept telling me the story because the story let you keep both. He meets my eyes then, and there is a rawness that doesn't need his practiced charm. I didn't want to hurt you, he says. For a second I am tempted, nauseatingly tempted, to believe in the primitive honesty of that phrase. But I have been a student of pattern for a long time. Words are not the same as choices. You hurt me, I whisper. Not because of one thing you did. Because of 1,000 small accommodations you made to keep lying. Because of the calculus that allowed you to believe two things could be true. Because you are so good at telling stories that you could tell one to me and get me to sleep. We both say nothing for a long time. The apartment holds us. There's the faint whir of the building's heater in the walls. Outside, a city that will not pause for confession goes on. When he finally speaks, it's with the kind of softness he used to reserve for Sunday mornings. I can stop, he says. I'll cut off contact. I'll do whatever you want. I look at him, and the fatigue in me has a clarity. This isn't about resets, it's about truth. You cannot negotiate truth into being. You cannot ask for a term, like no contact, and expect the world to reconfigure the sentence of what happened. Stopping is a behavior, I tell him. Telling me everything is a truth. He looks like he might protest, but the sound dies on his tongue. Instead he reaches for the folder as if to shield himself. His fingers stop an inch from the paper as if the documents might be hot to the touch. You're asking me to name her, he says, and there is no bravado in it. Just the small, naked terror of consequence. I can tell you what I did. I can tell you what I remember. But if I tell you everything about where it went and what she said, it will ruin her. The word ruin hangs in the air and tastes of sanctimony. He's not thinking of what he will lose. He's protecting someone who has been a co-conspirator, or a patsy, or both. He is protecting the narrative he built around his own need to be needed. You don't get to choose who gets ruined, I say slowly. You made the choices that started the chain. You can decide whether you will participate in the cleanup. My hands stop trembling because the anger is surgical now and steadies me. Either you give me everything, the entire timeline, the texts, her contact information, the places you saw her, or you get out. You can stay and never speak to her again, but I need the truth. I need to see the whole thing. I need to know how far this went without you shielding it. No protecting, no excuses. He looks as if I have asked him to cut out part of himself. If I tell you everything, he says, whispering, voice small, it will destroy her. She is not the one you have to protect, I say, and there's a hardness in me I hadn't realized lived there. You could have protected me sooner. You chose not to. Now you get to choose whether to be honest. He buries his face in his hands like a man in prayer. The room is a chapel of small, broken things. I lay the ultimatum down like a blade, you tell me everything tonight. You hand me phones, passwords, everything, full access. You tell me the first time and the last time, who else knew, whether you lied to anyone else. You place it all on the table and you let me hold it, or you leave. You have until dawn. He looks up, his eyes soft in a way that used to make me forgive things. Dawn? Yes. My voice is level. It's precise. I am giving you a deadline because I have to measure this grief. It cannot be an endless series of apologies that are all heart and no fact. Either you let me have the truth so I can decide what to do with it, or you make the choice for me by leaving. He swallows and there is a long, animal sound like someone trying to decide whether to breathe. For a second I almost let pity slide in. Pity is a trick, one I used to use as lubrication, but I yank it back like a splinter. This is not about his feelings tonight. Tell me, I say, softer now because softness makes the edges clearer. Do you love me? He opens his mouth and I watch him fold the question like a map he can't read anymore. When he finally gives me an answer, it is not a confession of fidelity. It is a confession of complexity. I love you, he says. Not the way I loved her, I mean, it was something different. I love you in the way I have built my life around you. The sentence is the most honest thing he said. It is also a pleading, gilded with his need to be steady when he has been an earthquake. It doesn't absolve anything, and I know it. I need the truth, I tell him. If you can't give me that, then you are making the choice for me. Don't wait for me to beg you. Don't make me clean up the rest of this in a million small, polite ways. Either the truth is on my table by sunrise or you are out of this apartment tonight. He looks like a man listening to someone else give the verdict, and maybe in part he is. He moves as if to speak and then closes his mouth. The silence that fills the space afterward is not empty, it hums. I can almost hear the things he has not said, the inventory of small betrayals that still live in the dark. He reaches for the folder. His hand hovers and then withdraws, shaking. The light strips the room of color and I feel my own pulse in my throat. Claire, he begins again, and I hold up a hand. You have until dawn, I say. That's the end of it. He nods, but I can see he will negotiate with the night. He is already searching for a way to keep the edges blurred. He wants to protect something or someone, his image, her innocence, his career, whatever story salvages his soft center. He cannot know that protecting them will destroy him all the same. I stand up, because standing is a physical requirement now, a way to keep my feet from falling through the floor. The folder is still on the table between us, like a small, ugly heart. I turn toward the kitchen where the kettle's click is a punctuation mark and I think about packing a bag, about locks and leases and what will happen if tomorrow there is no truth to read. The phone on the coffee table vibrates and I hear it before I see it, an ephemeral electronic chirp that splits the air like a bell. Alex's face goes slack and for one ridiculous, painful flicker I want to reach over and take it, to answer on his behalf and hear whatever lies on the other end. He doesn't move. The phone keeps buzzing. I know what my next question will be before I step back into the room. Who is it? I ask. He swallows and looks at the screen as if the name is a splinter he hasn't yet decided to remove. When he finally speaks, the sound is a small thing, the size of a locked door. It's her, he says. She's calling. The first ping is a string of heart emojis, a gif of someone awkwardly clapping. It arrives at 9 in the morning, crawling across my phone screen while I'm still in bed, the apartment still smelling faintly of last night's coffee and Alex's cologne. I sit up before I've opened it properly, because the sound means people are awake and thinking about something that isn't work, and I know what that almost always means. Hey Claire, saw the note, reads the first message. Call me when you're up. From Mara, my friend since college, Mara who knows my rent dates and my insecurities about not answering emails on time. Her name should feel like gravity. Instead it feels like weather. The thread explodes after that, questions, truncated support, asterisks of caution. There are messages I expect, Liam's single word, implacable, here. Tom's, tell me where, and then, later, his, this sucks. And then there are the others, the ones who bruise at the edges of patronizing sympathy. I don't know what happened, but you two are such a couple. Complicated. Maybe there are two sides here. Do we know this for sure? One friend drops in a photo of Alex at last week's barbecue, laughing with a hand on someone's shoulder, and someone else replies, he looked so hap. PY. I haven't learned to parse this kind of betrayal calmly. I used to tell myself I would be clinical, that I would make a list, that I would hold facts like stones. That works when I'm alone. It doesn't when the people who embroidered the small seams of my life, the ones who once called me at midnight about bad dates or slid into my half-sleep to ask which paint to choose, start treating my narrative like a rumor to be judged. I spend the morning defending myself to people who used to know me without the caveat, emotionally guarded. I answer the questions I've already answered aloud in the apartment, in the hallway, across the table with Alex when the words were hot. The affair didn't begin a single night. The messages are there. The receipts are there. The times he's disappeared while I was on a week-long trip, the lie about a business dinner that matched a check-in at a bar. I paste times and timestamps, a map of when words contradicted his body. Are you sure? Writes Jenna, whose hyperbole I tolerated because it meant she cared enough to overstate. I mean, people make mistakes. People have needs. The ellipsis sits between have and needs like a tiny, cruel wink. I keep my tone stripped of accusation and say, when is 2 months not 2 months? I send a crop of messages from Alex's phone, the ones he forgot to delete because he fell asleep mid-text. I send a photo of our couch with Maya's jacket draped over it, the same jacket I'd seen on the night I came home early. The replies thin. Not because they're convinced of my case, but because other narratives fill the empty spaces I've left. Complexity becomes a weapon. It sounds messy for both of you, someone writes. Nobody's clean. Another says, I can't be the person who ruins a relationship, which translates as, I value your friendship unless keeping it means making a scene. And then, a direct message from Jeremy. He was at a company hangout with Alex last month, the guy who still uses Alex's old jokes and believes in charm as a currency. Claire, he types, I know you're hurt, and I'm sorry. But Alex has always been fragile. Maybe give him a chance to explain. We all do stupid things when we're hurting. Fragile. Fragile is an adjective that slides so easily into exculpation. It means, excuse him because his inner life is complicated and we like him. It means, we'll still bring him food when he works late. It means, I can hear him even when he breaks you. I try to remember the small things about us that justified his charm. His laugh at 3 a.m. when the dishwasher gave up. The way he fixed a wobbly table without being asked. The way he texted me pictures of my suitcases at the airport because I left in a hurry. But none of that negates the pattern, nor does it make me unworthy of a friend who won't measure out empathy so thinly that it becomes air. I meet Mara for coffee because answers feel better in a face. The cafe is humid with the scent of milk and warm bread, and the barista writes her name wrong on the disposable cup and I feel the world tilt toward absurdity. Mara asks for details, and when I tell her the timeline, she doesn't flinch. For 15 minutes, minute by minute, she maps it with me, fingers sliding on the paper, cross-checking days I was in New York with timestamps I recovered from our shared calendar. When I say, I confronted him, she says, quietly, I'm so sorry you had to find him that way. Then why did Tom text me last night to say we should wait? I ask later, hands curled around a napkin so tight the paper creases. They're terrified, Mara says. They don't want to choose. People always choose comfort. Comfort looks different for everyone. For Alex's supporters, comfort is a narrative where relationships are elastic, where declarations can be repaired in private and guilt can be redirected. For some mutual friends, especially those who have known Alex longer or who move in overlapping professional circles, the stakes are networked reputations and social capital. I see it in the way phone calls that used to start with, "How's the work thing?" now begin with, "Are you sure you want to make this public?" The word public feels like an accusation. It means, if you insist on telling the truth, you will rupture the web we've all made. At a small dinner hosted by mutual friends, an evening billed as neutral, the fault lines appear like hairline cracks across the table. There's the hum of a familiar playlist, the clinking of cutlery, candles tucked into the corners. Alex arrives, composed, wearing a sweater I know he reserves for nice, public moments. He sits near the window and laughs too loudly at something someone else says, and I can see the way his supporters soften, how their whole posture leans toward him like plant stems toward light. Maya is there, her hands folded in her lap as if she expects to be asked to hand something over. She offers sparse apologies that are anatomical, "I'm sorry for the hurt," but not narrative. The apologies never explain why the relationship continued, why there were more than one conversation. People look at her with pity that carries judgment disguised as sympathy. She was confused, a friend murmurs, and I feel my face tighten. They ask me about the hallway, and I tell them exactly what the hallway looked like to me, the light through the slats of blinds, the way the couch cushions sat indented where two people had been, the metallic taste that's still there when I remember. I say his words in quotes. I speak with the slow precision I use in client meetings. He said, I begin, and the sentence becomes a scalpel. Have you thought about counseling? Oliver suggests, watching me as if I'm a difficult client instead of a friend. He means well. He means the quiet that avoids ruin. The room splits along the axis of fix it and move on. I notice with a kind of horrified curiosity which friends want to fix my relationship and which want to fix me. It feels naked. Liam arrives late, slipping into the doorway with his rain jacket still trickling. He stands for a moment, takes the scene in, Alex's laugh, the hoods of conversations pulling around him, and then comes to me. He doesn't make a show. He doesn't sketch a position in the air. He taps the seat beside mine and sits, shoulders broad, leaving no space for negotiation. He knows the script without me having to rewrite it. Don't let them make this about your openness, he says, low enough that only I can hear. You didn't owe them a seminar on betrayal. He doesn't stay to parse everyone else's politeness. When the conversation strays toward complexity and context, he interrupts with a small, steady voice. Cheating is not a complexity. It's a choice. Alex chose. It's not eloquent, but it's exact. The table rights itself slightly when he speaks. After the dinner, my phone vibrates against my palm like a second heart. There's a voice message from Tom, the one who phones more thoughtfully than he texts. He says, after a long pause, I don't want to be the person who always defends him. He was my friend, too. Maybe it's messy. It's a no-commitment no. I listen to it 3 times, trying to coax support from the way he says, messy. It refuses to be anything but lukewarm. Then there's a group email, a breathless attempt by someone to arrange a sit-down for everyone, a neutral meeting, to talk about what happened and to be fair, which I read as a call for arbitration. The email places equal weight beside my voice and Alex's, even though one of us has been narrating a pattern and one has been editing his story as he went. It ties our lives together in a public place instead of allowing privacy. It polices who is allowed to feel hurt. I feel my teeth clench. It hurts less, absurdly, irrationally, that Alex slept with someone else, and it hurts more that people I thought would be emissaries of truth instead organize themselves around minimizing pain. Betrayal becomes a communal prism, and everyone angles the light until it flatters someone they like. I call Maya because the alternative is letting her become a cog in Alex's defense machine. The conversation is brittle and human. She apologizes again, but there's defensive noise under the apology, a texture of, "I didn't mean for this to be like this," that refuses to demand responsibility. She says words like, "We were talking," and, "It wasn't planned," and, "I didn't know she would come back." I ask her directly why it went beyond a night. She falters, and her voice goes small. "It felt like..." She starts, and the ellipsis fills the air with all the excuses people make for the ones they love. "Stop," I say. It's quiet but sharp. "Don't make me explain to you're good in the morning." She cries a little, and I listen. I don't offer absolution because listening is not absolving. It is only a ledger, and the ledger must balance against the facts. There are friends who cannot reconcile the person they knew with the actions he took and so choose the story that preserves the person over the truth. There are friends who need to believe someone they liked is fundamentally good, and they therefore remodel events to protect that belief. There are friends who back away entirely because neutrality is easier than grief. The calculus is cold: choose comfort, choose continuity, choose no responsibility. I find myself explaining not just what happened but why it doesn't sink to the bottom line of my character. I'm not vindictive, I say in one message. I won't be chaotic. I will be precise instead. I tell them that the way Alex explained it, as if a relationship should be stretchable like a rubber band and that our history will take the bounce, is a concept I refuse. I explain boundaries, what I will tolerate, and what I will not. Not all of them stay. Not all of them leave politely. One friend, Nora, who used to call me the best organizer of all things sensible, DMs me a paragraph that begins with, "I don't know enough to judge." It ends, however, with, "If you want me there when you need to move, I'll help." It is small. It is enough. I keep the people who hold me in ways that are as practical as they are affectionate. Liam is obvious, Mara is steady, Nora brings boxes. By the end of the week, my social life is a series of selective absences. I decline invitations that would require me to sit in a room with Alex and his supporters. I remove myself from threads that have been turned into tribunals. I stop answering the, "Are you okay?" messages from people who meant it as part concern and part caution. I realize, with a clarity so physical it surprises me, that some friendships were conditional, attached to the status quo that favored Alex's charm and my tolerance. When the equilibrium is disturbed, their complicity becomes clear. People tell me to be private. They scold the oversharing I haven't even done. They implore me not to make a spectacle. As if my dignity is a public performance and not the quiet architecture of my life. When someone tells me, "You should try to keep this in-house," I think of the hallway. I think of the way the door opened on two bodies and the way, for a second, it was an arena where truth was something immediate and dangerous. Keeping this private feels like a demand that I fold my pain and put it away, like hide the burnt skillet when guests arrive. It is easier for them if the hurt can be contained, neatly boxed. Late that night, when the apartment is quiet and the radiator hisses like something old that's refusing to change, I go through my phone and delete numbers. Not the ones I might someday call emergency numbers, the people who ground me, but the ones that took a position I can't live with. It's small, petty, surgical. It is also the exact kind of thing I do when I'm reclaiming a life, remove the threads that tie me to patterns I no longer accept. There's a new ping as I'm locking my phone. A calendar invite slides into my messages, low-key dinner with mutual friends, Saturday at 7. Alex's place. Come to clear the air. The language is honeyed, the intention is to gather public opinion under the guise of mediation. I think of how he wears his nice sweater, how his laugh curls around people until they ignore the rest. I thumb back a reply that I don't send. I could say no, or I'll come and speak, or I'll bring receipts, but all of those are performative in ways I don't want. I taste banality in the idea of a clear the air dinner, all it would clear is the social discomfort of people who want their friendships intact. Liam texts, dry, don't go. Let them breathe their own air. He is right in a way I can feel in my molars. This is no longer partly about who Alex loved and partly about who might stay. It is about who will wiggle out of accountability by wrapping themselves in the blanket of context, and who will sit with the hurt until it's less sharp. It is about choosing a small, fierce set of people who will hold me as I walk away. I stand in the dark kitchen, the light from the street lamp slicing the sink in half, and I think about what it means to choose privacy. I used to think privacy protected you. Now I see it can shield predators as easily as the betrayed. I also see that public sanctimony can be a different kind of cruelty, turning intimate pain into a spectator sport. My thumb hovers over the group chat. I could type a manifesto. I could lay out the whole story and demand witnesses. I could organize them into guilt and repentance. Instead, I delete the invite. I set my phone face down and let the apartment listen to me breathe. Tomorrow someone will take a side loudly and others will drift. The network will reroute itself. People will either stretch their arms to fill the spaces I leave or they will leave those spaces empty. I make a short list of the names I want in my life. It isn't long enough to be satisfying. It is long enough to be honest. I fold the paper and put it in a drawer where I can find it again. At midnight my phone buzzes. A new message, from Tom, reads, simply, he called me. Wants to make things right. We talked. I look at the message like it is a physical object someone has set on my kitchen counter, warm with recent use. Make things right how? I type, before I can stop myself. The reply comes back a minute later, he said therapy, patience, the whole thing. He was upset. Thought you might be open to it. There is a quality to his punctuation, an inevitability to his choice of words that tells me they are assembling a narrative of repair that will require me to step into its choreography. I put the phone down. The room hums. The radiator clicks. I can hear the neighborhood breathing. On the table next to my keys is a postcard from a hotel I stayed at 6 months ago, the one where I opened a window and watched a storm. I pick it up and write nothing on it, because the pen feels heavy. In the dark I make one decision that feels like a small, furious victory. If people want to be part of my life, they will have to choose me without caveats. If they choose him until the fact of his choices is inconvenient, then they have already chosen. And then my phone pings again, a different kind of message, from a number I recognize, but not one I expected, Alex. The text is short, raw in a way he rarely allows. Can we talk? One last time. For clarity. I hold the screen and the words feel like a door opening somewhere I don't know if I want to enter. The radiator hisses like an old throat. I think of the list in the drawer, of Liam in the doorway, of the way friends rearrange their loyalties like furniture. I set the phone to silent and turn back to the window where the city is a smear of light, and for the first time in weeks I let the silence answer. Then I type 3 words into my notes app and leave them there, small and precise, like a promise, choose who remains. The waiting room smells like lemon-scented disinfectant and old magazines. The receptionist offers a smile that is practiced, the kind of smile you give people who are carrying something that changes their geometry. I sit with my hands folded, the fabric of my skirt quiet under my palms. Alex fidgets beside me, an animal pacing a perimeter he thinks will comfort him. He has on the jacket he bought the week before, one expensive gesture that always made him look less dangerous, and his hair is still damp from the shower he took because he thought it would make him look more contrite. We asked for structure. He wanted structure. That was his bargaining chip when he'd come home soft-spoken and insistent. Let me try a framework, let me show you how I can be transparent. I remember how persuasive he was, how he could put the temptation in the form of a timetable, and I felt, briefly, capable. Couples therapy, twice a week for 3 months. A written contract. Daily check-ins. The therapist agreed to moderate. We agreed to agree. The first session is all rules and paper. The therapist is mid-40s, hands quick with a pen, eyes steady but not unkind. She has the calibrated voice of someone who believes in processes. She asks us to tell the story in 10 minutes each, uninterrupted, no crosstalk. Alex goes first. He talks like a man reading the first draft of an apology he'd rehearsed 3 times in the bathroom mirror. He looks at me as if he expects my eyes to soften on command. I was careless, he says. I made space for things I shouldn't have when you were away. It started as just wanting to feel seen. He lists the platitudes, mistake, one night, bad judgment, and slips in, I love you, as if it were currency to cancel debt. He says, structure, 3 times. He vows to be traceable and to provide proof, as if proof could be neat enough to stitch us back together. When it's my turn I speak in the quiet, measured way I once used to negotiate contracts. I describe the day I came home early, the hall light on, the couch as if it were a crime scene. I leave out the verb that still feels like a fist in my throat, betrayed, and keep to facts, times, exchanges, what was said after. I tell the therapist the parts one can say without breaking down, how I waited on the stairs, the way Alex's voice changed when he saw me, the small, immediate lies. I tell her that I am not sure which version of Alex I am supposed to be repairing. The therapist nods, writes, and then asks the question that starts the erosion. Can you tell me about your pattern around secrecy and validation, Alex? When did you first learn that keeping parts of yourself hidden was the way to keep yourself whole? For a beat there's silence. The office circulating air hums. Alex's fingers drum the armrest. He takes a breath and answers with an honesty I hadn't heard from him yet. It is not the tidy confession I'd been promised. It is raw in a way that makes me sit up in my seat. I felt invisible as a kid, he says. If I could get them to laugh or worry or pay attention, then I existed. There were boundaries, but they were soft. Lying became easier than asking. The first lies were small, about who I saw, what I did. I told my friends I was studying when I wasn't. I told girlfriends I was working late when I was out with someone else. It snowballed. I thought I could compartmentalize. I thought it was manageable. That's the moment the therapist leans in on the pattern. Not that the affair was an isolated transgression, she says, but a symptom of an old loop, insecurity seeking proof through attention, secrecy as safety. This predates Claire, she says, gently. That context doesn't absolve, but it reframes. Can you see that? Hearing his history narrated by a neutral voice should have been clarifying. Instead, it feels like flint against bone. I recognize the outline of his childhood there, something I have suspected, something Alex's sister would later confirm, but the neatness of predates angers me. It's a scientist's redefinition of my grief, yes, a cause, but not my consent. Over the next 4 weeks our appointments become part ethnography, part forensic audit. We do homework. There are journals, logs of emotions, a transparency contract that reads like a legal instrument. Alex agrees to share passwords, to notify me of meetings, to install an app where he will check in. The therapist tells us that trust is rebuilt by predictable behavior and asks us both to define predictable. I define it by absence of lies. He defines it by a frequency of updates and small, attuned actions, coffee in the morning, text when late. I realize I am still trying to calibrate what I am owed. The trouble is how the therapy spade keeps turning, exposing roots that smell worse in the light. When the therapist asks Alex about the emotional shape of his other relationships, the ones he keeps in a different drawer, he tells me about a college girlfriend who left without explanation and an early job where he sought approval through sexual conquests. He says he once used an anonymous blog to get compliments. He admits to sexting, to emotional entanglement, to a dozen small behaviors that are not the single mistake he had offered me in the hallway. Each admission widens the territory of loss. It is as if each confession is a new city on a map where I have to redraw my borders. The sessions are supposed to contain us, to make a safe container to examine what happened. Instead, they feel like forensic lights picked up one hidden place after another. One afternoon the therapist suggests we do an exercise called mapping the loop. Alex is to identify triggers and corresponding actions, what he feels, what he does, and what he gets in return. He lists loneliness, boredom, the exhilaration of being noticed. He admits that it feels like power, like relief, like a cheap oxygen. He says the attention feels like proof that he exists in a way that work sometimes does not. When he says, proof, his face goes slack. I see the old need exposed, looking for a mirror in other people's eyes. I listen to these words and I think of all the times I rationalized a missed call, a late dinner, a trip he took for business that he could not fully account for. I had been generous because I wanted to believe in the image he'd constructed, charismatic, overwhelmed, brilliant. Now the generous lies like an accomplice between us. I am meticulous by nature. I could have read the ledger earlier if I had wanted to, but each time I did not. I had reasons, my work, our life together, the fear of being the person who breaks things. Therapy suggests that my patience was a permission he interpreted as a license. The therapist, gently, points out that both of us have roles. Claire, she says once, with no malice, what kept you from asking harder questions sooner? I clasp my hands until my nails blanch. I thought I had an answer, 100, travel, work, being the adult who steadies. Saying it aloud is like admitting complicity without motive. It's easier to maintain peace, I say. My voice is low. I told myself the missing pieces had sober explanations. I wanted to believe the best because the alternative was dismantling everything. The cost of asking, in my mind, was too high. At what point did you stop asking for the things you needed? The therapist presses. That question lands like a stone. I can list the small ways I softened my edges, choosing not to escalate his absences into demands, rearranging plans to be kinder. I had a loyalty to a version of us that kept me from naming the needle pricks. It was peacemaking in action, but in the therapy room it reads as a boundary failure. Between sessions Alex gives me pages, apologies, lists of the steps he will take, apps he will delete. He promises to meet each point like it's a contract he signed in ink. I take in the lists the way I would audit a project plan. Each promise is measurable. Each one is also a small test for me. But then the therapist asks what I need in tangible restitution, and our expectations diverge. She suggests repair behaviors, specific acts of accountability, not just metaphors. Alex offers to check in 4 times a day, to share calendar invites, to leave his phone visible when we are together. I want a full accounting, the timeline of the affair, the names, the messages, the receipts that would allow me to verify. He offers vagueness and a willingness to be observed. It's a disparity of demands. What I need is truth, what he offers is performative visibility. At one session, when the therapist asks Alex to read the list of times he lied, he stalls. He reads a few, then his voice cracks at the section about Maya. He gives accounts that shift by inflection. Sometimes it's a one-time thing, sometimes it's an ongoing friendship that blurred, sometimes it's I wasn't thinking. Each variance is a micro-betrayal. The therapist tries to hold the space, to pull out the pattern behind the deflection, avoidance when confronted, minimization when cornered. Alex's fragility is a mask and a weapon. His charm has always smoothed the corners of his stories. In the clinic's soft light, the weapon gleams. Therapy is supposed to create empathy and responsibility in equal measure. Instead, I find myself alternating between 2 impulses, a cold, strategic appraisal, what actions will make me safe? And a slow, red anger that rises when he says, I can't remember, or when he uses the language of a mistake, as if infinite variations of the same mistake are the same as a single lapse. The therapist keeps using the word pattern. She says patterns can be interrupted, not erased. We are not looking for perfection, she tells me. We're building scaffolding. I dislike scaffolding. It suggests construction in stages, dangling temporary supports until a building can stand. What I want is certainty. I want proof. The therapist says certainty is a rare currency in the aftermath of betrayal. Trust is earned in increments, not decrees. She assigns us weekly tasks, transparency logs, token gestures of repair, and individual therapy for Alex. He consents to everything. He is eager and earnest in the way of someone trying to mend a porcelain bowl with glue. On a late session, the therapist asks me to read their relationship charter back to him and tell him what concretely, would feel like a betrayal again. I read aloud with my voice even, enumerating red lines, secret accounts, undisclosed meetings, repeated minimizations. Alex's responses are small nods. Then the therapist asks him to list his own red lines. What, if he did it again, would signal he couldn't change? He lists the obvious: secrecy, repeating contact with Maya, lying about his whereabouts. He stumbles when asked about emotional unavailability, about seeking solace in others without naming it. He uses the word compulsion, finally, and the therapist leans forward. Compulsion is a useful frame. It suggests there is a mechanism that can be addressed clinically. It is also, to me, a way to pathologize accountability. Over the weeks, what I learn is twofold. First, his need for validation is older than us and habitually triggered. Second, the mechanism that produced the affair is not easily shut down by promises. There is no single moment to remove. There are impulses, and there are years of conditioning. The sessions excavate rather than heal. With every layer of context we peel back, the wound shows more interior architecture. At one point the therapist asks, "Claire, what is your non-negotiable? What would you need to see for this to be worth staying?" I try to answer without cataloging ultimata. I name reliability, consistency, and a willingness to fully disclose. I say I need to see that he can be more honest with himself than with anyone else. He agrees and says he will produce a timeline for everything, an itemized ledger of where he was, when. He says he will cease contact with Maya and provide proof. He promises transparency that reads like an oath. And still, the sessions leave me with a list of open questions therapy cannot answer for me. Can I trust what remains, his looks, his voice, the parts of him that were once home? Can trust be rebuilt without evidence beyond performative acts? At what cost will I agree to trust him? How much of my own life am I willing to put on hold to watch for his consistent behavior? Will small kindnesses be enough to heal the structural harm? The therapist's answers are procedural. Trust is gradual. Rebuild by predictable acts, systemized transparency. Her words are necessary but not sufficient. They do not close the gap between what happened and what I need. One night, after a session where we disagreed about the pace of disclosure, where he called my demands punishing, and the therapist asked him to sit with that word, he reaches for my hand and squeezes it like a plea. I pull away. He looks surprised, hurt. That look, hurt as leverage, has haunted the house since the hallway. The therapy room, with its soft chairs and even lighting, does not make it less potent. At the end of another session the therapist recommends a pause, no decisions for 2 weeks. She says we need to monitor if the pattern is interrupted, to see whether the scaffolding holds. Alex nods as if to a plan. I nod as if to a law I might later enforce. We leave the office and the sun has gone down. The corridor is fluorescent and briefcases click past like a mandate. We stand outside the building under the halo of a street lamp. Alex asks me if I want to get dinner. There is a small, old argument inside me about whether going back to the apartment would look like surrender. I decide on neither and walk home alone, the cold turning my palms numb. I go to bed with the therapist's checklist balanced on my chest like a score sheet. The next morning my phone buzzes with routine updates, a calendar reminder for my flight, a message from Liam asking if I'm okay, and then a text I hadn't expected. It's from Maya. Can we talk? It reads, "There's more you should know. M." My ribs tighten. The therapy sessions had promised orderly excavation, a way to map the damage. The text promises a different kind of excavation, one unsanctioned, messy, perhaps necessary. I stand in my kitchen, sunlight thin through the blinds, and realize the clinic's model of slow repair may be subject to an entirely different deadline. The list of questions the therapist couldn't answer sits heavy in my bag. I don't open Maya's message. I turn my phone face down on the counter and think of the therapist's voice saying, "Trust is earned, not bestowed." For the first time in months, anger and curiosity sit together in my chest like two guests who have come to an uneasy truce. I pick up the phone again, thumb hovering, and the apartment feels suddenly very small. The apartment is quieter than it has any right to be at 11 p.m. The radiator hisses like a small animal. The apartment smells faintly of lemon detergent and something Alex cooked for himself hours ago. Garlic, butter, the kind of indulgence he gives himself when he's been doing the work of being contrite. I am on the couch with a folder of contracts on my lap because work is the place where things still fit, the paper edges line up, the font is predictable, the numbers obey. He comes in without announcing, that habitual, practice quiet that used to feel considerate and now feels like an old trick. He has a mug in both hands, steam fogging the glass coffee table. Chamomile. He sets a second mug down beside mine and, before I can say anything, drapes the cardigan I left at his place over my shoulders. It's the blue one with the tiny hole on the cuff. He knows which cuff I turn so the whole face is in. He strokes the back of my neck like he's smoothing a sheet. You looked cold, he says. The words are soft, rehearsed. The heat of the chamomile scent moves up, clean and floral, an attempt to make the evening domestic and safe again. My chest tightens in that small, precise way I used to mistake for being in control. I want to believe him. I want to believe we can be prosaic and kind and I'm sorry, he says the way the therapist taught him, with a flat, even tone that demonstrates accountability without making it permanent. Instead the cardigan feels like a bandage. My hands ball into fists against the paper. All the times I smoothed over his silences, all the small bypasses I agreed to because I preferred the illusion of us intact to the messy truth, come together in a sudden hard knot. You thought chamomile would fix it? I say before I can weigh the consequences. My voice surprises me, loud and thin. It bounces off the lamp, the framed picture on the mantel where we look like a couple from before the long shrinking of everything. He looks up, eyebrows folding in that precise, apologetic way he thinks reads as penitent. I thought you might like it, he says. You said yesterday. You thought, I cut him off. You thought. Always you thought. You thought you could smooth the edges. You thought you could go to therapy, say the right things, hand me a cardigan and call it contrition. His face changes in a single, careful motion, hurt, confusion, the practiced surprise I have seen 100 times in other fights and counted as a measure of his fragility. He must be exhausted, this act of not seeing the things under his hands. He reaches for my wrist. I pull it away. How many times? I say, and the question is cheap and savage in my mouth because I've rehearsed it in a dozen different variations when I didn't have the energy to be furious. How many times, how many months, how many texts, how many theater of errors where he pretended a life with 2 open doors could be walked through without danger. He opens his mouth. The I didn't meant to forms. I know it by the small hitch at the beginning, the sentence that will try to shrink the wound into a confession and then a plea. Don't be that man, I hear myself say, older and clearer than I feel. Don't be the man who apologizes as an exit strategy. Don't be the man who apologizes to be forgiven without changing. I am not an eraser. I am not a reset button. Silence falls heavy, and I taste the metal of it as if I'd bitten my own tongue. The chamomile steams, the cardigan smells faintly of him and laundry detergent. I imagine throwing the mug, it's a small violent fantasy that's more about sound than damage. The thought of the mug shattering underlines every sentence after it. You lied about timing, I say. The words are precise. He taught me that. We've mapped his evasions together in therapy, the half-truths, the omissions. I have hours of proof in my head, not a PI's dossier yet, but enough paper trails, a receipt left in the glove compartment, a door code he said he never used, the way his phone vibrated at odd hours and he told me it was work, the surprising knowledge he had about a film festival he swore he'd missed. I say them like a litany so that each one has weight. You told me one night, like that made it small. You told me she was of a work friend, and that it didn't mean anything. Months of didn't mean anything. Did you think I was a woman who would hold a clock for you and call it love? Did you think my generous, precise heart was just an available service? He stands up then, like a reflex. Claire, No. The word is a blade. Stop. Just stop. Don't say the rehearsed things you've been practicing in the mirror and in front of your therapist. Don't say you're sorry because you found me on the stairs or because I made you feel like your life could fall apart. I say that last part with a kind of feral calm. Say you're sorry because you decided, in quiet rooms, that you wanted to be desired by someone who couldn't share you. Say you're sorry because you took risks with someone's trust and groomed my tolerance until it broke. He blinks. He looks like a man who has had the scaffolding of his best self removed and is trying to remember how to stand. That's not fair, he says, small, stung. I am tired of fair, I say. That's the point. You live by unfair little mercies that accrue to you like small coins, and when they're gone, you apologize with a big bill and expect it to be exchangeable. You want forgiveness to be a one-off. You want to be absolved in a gesture. The apartment feels suddenly too small. The radiator hisses, the television moans with the last credits of something we paused days ago. I start to pace because there is energy in the sound of my own feet, because pacing organizes fury into a shape I can tolerate. You have always been charming in the ways that protected you, I say. Charisma as camouflage. The calls at 2 a.m. that are urgent, the sudden charity purchased in your calendar that looks like compassion, the way you make everyone feel like they're the one person you need. It's been a performance, Alex. The applause matters more than the content. You want adulation, not intimacy. For a moment he laughs, a small, brittle sound that makes my skin crawl. So now you're saying I'm vain? Really? Yes, I say. Vain, secretive, fragile. You are haunted by how small you think you are, so you keep building rooms where people tell you you are larger. My voice rises, it's all of the quiet years pressed into sound. And the worst part, the part one will never forgive myself for, is that I made space for that. I rationalized. I rearranged my life to fit around the soft curve of your denial. I cleaned up your contradictions because I wanted to believe you were worth the effort. You rearranged for me? He says, incredulous. Claire, I sacrificed, too. Sacrificed, I echo, tasting the word like something that does not belong in the same sentence as him. You sacrifice by showing up on the Sunday of the big fight and saying you'll do better. I sacrificed by living on the edge of a schedule, by taking my flights alone, by explaining your silences away at every dinner with friends because I was too afraid to be the woman who breaks things. The memory of all the times I smoothed it over sits on my tongue like a foreign object. There is brutal clarity to it now, the way I kept peace at the cost of my peace. The kind things I did, fixing the seam in his jacket, making his favorite pancake on a Tuesday, they feel like currency I poured into a slot machine that never paid out. You hurt people, I say, softer, and the sentence is both accusation and acknowledgement. Not just me. Maya told me things that made me consider the way you looked at want, as a thing to be acquired, not a thing to be witnessed and protected. His face twists. Don't drag her in. I will drag whoever I need to name, I say. You don't get to make other people's hurt small so yours can be bigger. My hands move, reckless now, not because I want to break things but because breaking is allowed when words become too honed. You think emotional entanglement without responsibility is some kind of achievement. It happened, you say, like that's an explanation. You never said, I was wrong, until the moment it served you. You date your remorses to your discovery. You are a man who apologizes on a timetable that protects his schedule, not your heart. He opens his mouth. The I love you arrives before the thought does. It's a small rope thrown into a storm. I love you, he says. The words are heavy and used and hollow. That's not how love works, I say. Love is not an emergency carpet you roll out when it suits you. Love is being seen even when the view is unflattering. Love is not the thing you politely ask for when you want comfort. Love is missing when you're gone and comes back with receipts and explanations. Love is not what you do to be validated. He looks defeated. For the first time this evening he does not have the rehearsed defense. His hands hover like an apology without purchase. I'm sorry, he says then, quietly, which is the first real apology I've heard in a long time because it is not punctuated by the word but. I laugh. It is an ugly, short sound that has nothing of humor in it. You know what I can't stand? Faux sorrow. The kind worn like a coat. You wrap yourself in remorse and you act like a better man until the temperature drops and then you leave me out in the cold. He slumps into a seat opposite me, the light catching the line of his jaw. For the first time I see how small he looks. He is not the man who stole my vows or my trust. He is a boy who learned to get what he wanted and then built an entitlement to its repeatability. There is compassion in the view, and it does not soften the thing that needs to happen. I am tired enough to be cruel. Perhaps that is the point of rage. It gives permission to speak things that are true and would otherwise be polite. You kept your life in a fold of secrecy and told me I was the neatly ironed part, I say. You assumed I would prefer to tidy myself around you rather than tear you out. I am finished doing your housekeeping. He makes a small sound, something that might be pain. He says, with the strangled currency of a man who wants to be recognized as suffering, I thought we could fix it. I thought therapy would help. I thought. Thoughts were never enough, I say. What you do is what ultimately decides truth. What you do after you're forgiven is the test. You can hand me tea and a cardigan and 1,000 small contrite acts you've practiced, but they are not architecture. Apologies are a kind of cosmetic. I need structure. The flat line of silence that follows is not peace. It is not the quiet of two people measuring the shape of their dawn. It is the quiet of two people who have finally heard each other and realize the translation is impossible. He looks at me as if I have offered him a map of a country he thought he owned. I don't know what to do, he says finally, the voice of a man who never had to decide except to opt for the path of least resistance. Neither do I tell him. But I know something important. Sorry isn't a substitute for change. If all you offer me are words, then you offer me nothing. I have been the only one keeping track of the damage, while you have been keeping track of how sorry you appear. He reaches out then, earnest, like a child asking for permission. It is almost pathetic enough to be moving. My hand flinches away of its own accord. For a long minute we sit across from each other like strangers connected by a habit. The chamomile cools on the table. The cardigan is warm on my back, an odd comfort that smells like his cologne and the detergent he uses when he wants things to look new. I think of all the nights I smoothed his hair when he was anxious, smaller kindnesses that I always hoped would anchor us. I think of the nights he was not there when I needed to be seen. The tally is complicated, not neat. This is what makes the choice so slow to shape itself. Love is messy, and we have invested so much in the grammar of sorrow. Rage leaves me with a hollow echo. I have emptied something out. The sharp, incendiary list of accusations that live in my stomach has been spilled into the room. I feel lighter and also more exposed, like a limb that has been bruised for so long and finally is free to ache. He says, tired and small, do you want me to leave? I laugh again, softer now. It is not a refusal of the question, only an acknowledgement that it is too soon to answer. I don't know, I say. I don't know if I want you to leave or if I want you to learn to stay differently. I don't know if I want you to change for me or if you can change at all. He nods as if that is permission to be human, and that is the most damning thing of all, that his interpretation of our crisis is that I should sign off on his puzzle of redemption. I can feel the shape of my old self in that nod, the part that still believes patience is moral. But patience was misapplied. I was patient for a man practicing dishonesty. We both sit in the quiet that is not peace and not reconciliation. I have burned through the things I was storing up to say like a house on a match. The air smells of chamomile and our old life. The cardigan is a weight on my shoulders that feels like history. The apartment is the same, and nothing has been rearranged by the conversation except my view of what will be required. There is a small, fatal honesty I am not sure I can afford. Apologies are not architecture. They do not keep houses upright. They do not replace foundations. He says, very quietly, I'm sorry. I look at him, really look, the way I used to when I needed to decide whether to trust. He looks back like someone expecting a verdict. My voice is small now, the earlier heat spent. Sorry, I say, slowly, is not the thing I need. Not anymore. The kitchen clock ticks. The radiator sighs. The night outside is a dark, indifferent ocean of windows. I realize, in the coolness after the storm, that something fundamental has shifted. I can no longer pretend a small kindness can stitch a thing that has been torn. When he reaches for my hand, the hopeful, habitual gesture of reconciliation, I let it touch the back of my hand and then withdraw. It is a small refusal, surgical and deliberate. We have to do more than say we'll be better, I tell him. We have to do the work that proves it. He nods, and in the nod I see both relief and fear. The relief is that he will be given a chance, the fear is that the work may be the thing he cannot do. Outside, a siren sweeps by like a question. Inside, the chamomile cools into nothing. I sit back, feeling the cardigan beside me like an emblem. The radiator hisses its tired song. I thought, for a moment, that saying everything would be enough. It isn't. It's only the beginning. Nora's door smelled like lemon peel and cheap incense, the kind of sense you notice only when your chest is already tight and you need a small, neutral anchor in the world. I stood on the threshold, hand damp around the strap of my bag, and watched her, Alex's sister, close the door and tilt her head the way people do when they're trying to arrange sorrow into sentences. She had a sweater on that was too big for her, sleeves rolled to the elbow. Her hands were quick and somehow steady as she poured tea, no sugar, just a slice of lemon in the cup, and set it in front of me. The apartment was small and Spartan. Photographs in thrift store frames leaned on every flat surface, sun-faded snapshots of two children who were almost strangers to me. A boy with a gap-toothed grin on a family picnic, a teenage Alex flinging himself off a pier with elbows tucked, laughing before you could tell if he knew how to swim. "You brought the PI's report," she said. Her voice was light, like a hand pressed over a bruise. I set the folder down on her kitchen table. It was still warm from my hands. I thought seeing you, talking to someone who grew up with him, might make some piece of this make sense. Or worse, I don't know. Maybe I'm collecting witnesses. Nora made a face and sat opposite me, folding her legs under her. She watched me for a long time before she spoke, as if deciding how much geography she would reveal. Around us the city sidewalk hummed, a garbage truck thumped like a distant heart. I tasted copper on my tongue from nerves. "He's complicated," she began. The phrase was a kind professional default, the way people soften terrible things for strangers. We all are. But with Alex, it's this hunger for applause. I don't mean applause literally. She made a small, precise gesture with her fingers. He needed to be noticed. When he was little he would do things, stunts, stupid things, just to make people look. If no one was looking, he'd invent an audience. He'd tell stories that weren't true and then beg you to believe him because he couldn't stand being invisible. I remembered the way Alex would narrate his days like a performance, how his stories would be delivered in punchy beats as if calibrated for effect. The memory made my skin tighten. "Do you remember when he broke his arm at 10? Nora said. He fell off his skateboard in front of the middle school steps. It wasn't an accident. He wanted the crowd, wanted the rescue. He said he tripped. None of us ever asked why he'd do something so dangerous." Her fingers tapped the rim of her mug like somebody counting the cracks. "You were there?" I asked. My voice came out thinner than I felt. "I took him to the ER. He kept saying, 'I'm fine, I'm fine.' I needed it to be heroic. Our dad," she paused. The name of the man who would be a ghost in the room never came out smoothly. He never looked at Alex like he did other people. He compared and dismissed. Alex started timing his worth by how quickly someone would clap or reach for him. Nora's mouth tightened. He'd bring home trophies he didn't earn, tell teachers stories with punchlines that weren't true. He pinned himself together with other people's admiration. Hearing it laid out, the geometry of a child's need for attention built into adult choices, made something ache inside me that was not my own betrayal exactly, but neighborly to it. There was a boy in those frames who might have been loved into a gentler person if the scaffolding had been different. It was almost obscene to feel sympathy for him, given what he'd done to me, and I felt violent for even quietly wanting to. Nora watched my face like she was reading me. "I'm not saying this to get you to forgive him," she said quickly. "I hate what he did. God, I hate it. But angles help. Context doesn't make the broken glass softer to step on, but it tells you how it got there." There was a photograph on the counter, Alex at 16, hair a reckless tumble, an older woman beside him with her arm through his. I hadn't seen that woman in the PI's dossier. I reached out and touched the glossy edge, and my fingers remembered his shoulder, the way he folded himself into me like an old chair. He sought validation in ways that were dangerous, Nora continued. When he was young, he'd climb the roof to hang a flag just because he wanted applause from the block, or race down the river road on his motorbike. In his 20s, it shifted to women and risk and secrecy. He didn't just want to be seen, he wanted proof that he could command desire, that he could make someone choose him even if he didn't give them the full truth of himself. When she said it, proof, it clicked in a way that made my jaw numb. I could map the pattern, a summer of longer flights, the first time he said it was a mistake, the way he'd charm a room and then circle back for the nearest available compliment. The chronology of small betrayals folded into a pattern so clean it looked like intent. "How did none of you stop him?" I asked. It was a brittle, professional question, the sort of thing Claire would file under why and then put in a drawer. I wanted cause and consequence like a scientist. Nora laughed, and the sound broke. "We tried. Mom told him to get therapy at 19, he laughed and said he'd fix himself. I told him once, I said, you don't have to prove it to everyone. You can stay." He looked at me like I had given him a pardon he didn't deserve and leapt further. He always thought of pain as performance currency. If it cost him to be admired, he would pay. She touched the picture beside her elbow accidentally, like a hand finding an old wound. There was the summer he slept on a different couch every week, always with someone who told him he was the center. The pattern isn't new, it's just started to have new victims. Her mouth flattened. "I hate that you are one of them." Maybe that was what drove my anger, beyond the betrayal, the small cruelties of slippage, the gaslighting. I had been a carefully kept ledger, flights logged, calendars aligned, text threads suppressed until they made sense. I was good at being the adult in the room. It hurt to be the one who had been chosen for his performance the way a stage chooses a prop, useful until the curtain fell. Nora leaned forward until she was half resting on the table. Her voice dropped. "Do you remember when he left for Portland for that job he said was for 6 months? He couldn't keep up with anyone there, no one sat still enough. He'd sleep with women who were there for him the way you and I are there for the weather, transactional and sleepy. He promised himself he'd come back better. He told himself he was just experimenting. It was like an itch he couldn't stop scratching because the scratching proved he existed. I wanted to rage at him for being willfully cruel, for failing to see me beyond being a marker of his desirability. But hearing the youngest versions of his behavior, terrified, small, dangerous, thinned the edges of the anger, not into sympathy but into something more complicated, a sorrow that made me consider the cost of being the person who stays and attempts to heal another's brokenness. "You loved him once," Nora said gently. "Sometimes I find I'm trying to protect him by explaining him. That makes me feel like I betrayed people too. Maybe I am. I don't know. But you should know, he learned early that the world only loves the loud version of himself. He made being desired into a moral rule, and when the rule broke he either punished himself or punished others by proving he could still be beloved. It became absurd and ugly." The words lodged in me like a fishbone. I thought of all the times I'd smoothed his hair after a bad call, patched up a resume, told his guests a story that made him look brilliant. I had been his audience as much as his bed partner. Was that complicity? Or was it the day-to-day architecture of a life you build with someone who looks like they're trying but sometimes falls apart? I had been a partner, someone who created safety, and in the weird algebra of loving people, sometimes safety becomes camouflage. Nora's expression shifted. "He tells himself he's doing people favors," she said. "He says, I'm giving them experiences, possibilities. It's not like he's proud of hurting you. He is proud of being able to lure the attention. The more I tell you this, the more I sound like I'm excusing him. I'm not. I'm trying to give you a map so you won't be surprised in other ways. He isn't a monster in the cartoon sense. He is a man built out of small, repeatable survival tactics that only looked like choices. I thought about the therapy sessions Alex had suggested at the end of the week after the hallway scene, the way he'd nodded and said we'll fix this as if the phrase were a bandage. Nora described a man for whom fix had always meant be more desirable. Would therapy redirect that? Did understanding a root reduce the moral weight of the act? My head swam with ifs. So what do you want from me? I asked. It was honest. Maybe I was there to extract absolution, maybe I was there to collect narratives. My hands were cold against the ceramic mug, and I realized I had not drunk my tea. Nora's eyes found mine with a steadiness that made me feel both observed and, perversely, seen. I want you to know he's not incapable of feeling. I also want you to know he can be cruel in ways he thinks are just efficient. And I want you to know you don't owe him anything, no forgiveness, no explanations. You're allowed to protect yourself first. The practical, taut part of me, the Claire who documents and plans and refuses to make decisions on emotion alone, took note somewhere in my skull. Protect. Lock the doors. File the paperwork. Hire the PI. But another voice, quieter and rawer, asked about forgiveness the way you ask about the weather, a forecasting question because you want to know if you will be safe outside tomorrow. If he had been a child who'd been loved differently, would he have done this? I asked, abjectly clinical and devastatingly human in the same breath. Nora looked at me like it was the first time she'd ever been asked a question like that. Maybe, she said. Maybe he'd have wanted attention in another way. Maybe he'd be less theatrical. But people make choices. Sometimes they're influenced by their past, sometimes they are just jerks. Victim story doesn't absolve behavior. It explains it. There it was, explanation without exculpation. A framework that left stones of blame where they'd always been, but lined them in a pattern I could understand. It didn't make him less guilty. It didn't give me the right to forget the things he said to me that minimized what I saw that day in the hallway. It did, however, make me see him in layers again, the small, feral boy beneath the comfortable liar, the man who could laugh with my parents and then make a decision in a different room. I felt a strange, unwanted compassion toward the younger Alex in those photos and then immediately a revulsion at the older Alex's choices. It was like standing between two mirrors and seeing the image split. Does knowing the origin of a burn make the pain less sharp? No. But it sometimes lets you know whether to treat it with cool water or stitches. Can people change? I asked, soft, as if the question itself might be a fragile animal. Nora shrugged. I think some do. For others, it becomes their way to be. He has been to therapy before, started and stopped because he didn't like what it showed him. He is capable of being honest for a while, he's been that man too. Just not consistently. She searched my face, possibly measuring whether I was salvageable as an ally or a victim. You have to decide if you want to be in the business of insisting someone change. That's a big ask. It requires boundaries and a lot of pain. A part of me rose up like a rationalist soldier. I asked him for honesty. He gave me rehearsed apologies and half-truths. He can't keep his hands off the spotlight. Do I owe him time to unlearn that? Nora's laugh was very small. Maybe. Maybe not. That's yours to decide. But I'm telling you, you don't have to make that decision today. You don't have to tell the world if you want him gone. You can hold them both in your head, the person you loved and the person who hurt you. They're not the same, and understanding that difference is enormous. We sat in a silence populated by the hum of traffic and the brittle tick of a clock in the other room. In my head, images unspooled, Sunday mornings, the neat drawer where he'd keep his notebooks, the way he'd listen to me with a boxy attentiveness, the smear of lipstick on a napkin from a lunch he said was with a colleague. I held both images like contradictory photographs and felt how heavy it was to let go of either. Nora stood and reached for the folder I'd left on the table. There are other things I didn't tell you. Letters he wrote to me when he was 20, pages of apology and not quite confession. I kept them in case he got well and needed to remember. You can read them if you want, but maybe don't. Sometimes glimpsing the soft scratch of pen on paper is worse than the actual words. I thought about opt-in risks and the way knowledge can both free and bind you. I wanted to catalog everything, dates, receipts, confessions. That's what I had always done. But I also felt a tiredness that made me lean back in the chair and let the room hold me for a moment. Do you blame me? I asked finally, the question that had no neat morality. Sometimes I suspected that if I could find someone to point a finger at, even if it was myself, I'd feel lighter. It was a childish calculus, but I asked nonetheless. Nora sat down again as if deciding to share her own gravity. No, she said without hesitation. I blame him. You could have been a saint and he still would have looked for applause somewhere. That doesn't make what you did wrong. It doesn't make you weak to have loved him. Her hand found mine over the table, a contact charged with something like permission. Protect your heart. Decide what you can live with. Decide what you deserve. The rest is his work. I left with a paper bag of tea and a handful of photographs Nora insisted I take. Some mementos, she said, should not remain in embassies of memory controlled by someone else. The hallway smelled faintly of the lemon cleaner and something older, like dust and the faint metallic tang of the city. My phone buzzed with a message from Liam checking in. The PI's report lay in my bag, thick and factual. On the bus home I replayed the stories Nora had told me, the roof, the skateboard, the grand gestures, and tried to square them with the man who'd made a life with me. I had the familiar urge to tidy everything into neat boxes, guilty, innocent, repentant, irredeemable. Instead, the images sat like a stack of unfiled letters. The man I loved lived inside that stack as well as the man who had betrayed me. Understanding him didn't make the betrayal smaller. It made it more complicated. It unbuttoned an old garment and showed me raw lining I had not been prepared to see. I felt strangely tired in a way that felt like grief, not for a marriage necessarily, but for an early, elastic version of him that might never change. When I got off the bus, the late afternoon had that flat, honest light that shows everything in high relief. I walked up the stairs to our building, keys cool in my palm, and thought about what Nora had said about choices and the deep scaffolding of behavior. There were two people to reckon with, I realized, the boy who wanted an audience and the man who took it. Which one was entitled to my mercy? Which one did I owe my anger? I put my hand on the doorknob and felt the weight of the answer like an unread page. The door swung open into a quiet apartment that still smelled faintly of Alex's cologne even in his absence. I stood there a long moment, listening to my own breathing, and then I stepped inside with a new kind of question. How do you forgive the child in a man without letting the man off the hook? I remember the exact weight of the envelope when the PI put it on my kitchen table, not heavy at first glance, but dense in a way that suggested a small animal trapped inside, all the movement contained and ready to lunge. It smelled faintly of toner and paper and the cheap coffee he'd been nursing while he waited. Outside, the city washed past the window in a steady drizzle that made the streetlights halo. Inside, the apartment felt too quiet, every surface humming with my breath. I hired him 3 weeks after the hallway. At first it felt like a procedural thing, the kind of box crossing I do at work to make chaos legible. I told myself the dossier would either clear the fog or confirm my panic, either way I would have neat evidence to plan around. Liam helped me find him, practical, relentless, recommended like a mechanic. He had that neutral face people wear when they deal in other people's calamities, the one that doesn't ask for permission to be unmoved. You're sure you want everything? He asked now, folding his hands on the table. He was the kind of man who used the word everything, slowly, like a knife being considered. I nodded. I didn't trust my voice to be steady. He opened the envelope with a precise, almost apologetic flip, like he was revealing a medical chart. There were binders, labeled tabs, printed maps with pins, photos in glossy packets, credit card statements with highlighted lines, a spreadsheet that had columns and columns of dates and times. Then there was the smaller, personal stuff, screenshots of messages, a voicemail transcript, a photo I'd seen before in my mind once, Alex with his head collapsing into someone's shoulder, only this time the timestamp was typed neatly under the image, 02/14, 11:43 p.m. Where did you start? I asked, because walking through the doorway that night still felt like stepping into a dream you couldn't wake from. I needed the map his work had made so I could retrace the cartography of betrayal. He answered like a man reading from his own shorthand. Phone metadata, card receipts, camera footage from the street and a couple of businesses, statements from a bartender, timestamps from a hotel keycard, flight logs. GPS pings from a rental car. He tapped the spreadsheet. Then the messages when they were careless. People are careless when they want to be. The first section was almost laborious in its normalness, dates of my work trips with their airport check-ins, cheeky little blue calendars with squares filled in. Someone had made a second set of marks down the side of the page, the nights Alex wasn't home. Every time my name moved to a different city, there was a corresponding cluster of other marks, nights, sometimes 2 or 3 in a row. I skimmed until my thumb found a photo packet. It was a sequence, 2 bodies in a booth at a restaurant, leaning close, later, the same bodies in a car, a hand on a thigh, later still, a dim hotel corridor, Alex's profile and the light from an exit sign. Each image had a timestamp and the initials of the business where it was taken. There were receipts, a small necklace purchased with Alex's card at a jeweler downtown, an overnight stay at a motel, booked under a different name but paid with a credit card that matched patterns on his statements. My breathing got shallower as I worked through the pages, the way you narrow air when something hot touches you. The pattern was clinical, small at first, a dinner on a Friday in late autumn, a movie, then something that looked like escalation. Text message printouts were the worst because you could watch the tone change on the page. Early messages were careful, logistical, when can we meet? Then they shifted into a different language, I wish it didn't feel so hard, I don't know how to be without you. There was a voice memo from Maya, marked with a time, 10:12 p.m., the night after my arrival home early. She sounded small and jagged, the kind of voice that tries not to be too loud because it knows people are listening. I didn't know it would go like this, she said. I thought it was a mistake. But then it wasn't. I don't know what to do. It landed in my ear like a dropped object. I had imagined different versions of her, apologetic and apologetic only, defensive but honest. This was something else, entangled, unsure, emotionally tethered. It made the word, consent, stretch and warp in my head until it was an interrogative sentence with no answer. The PI placed a sheet in front of me, a timeline he had constructed, 2 neat columns. One was labeled, Claire, work travel. The other was, Alex/Maya encounters. He'd aligned them, the way a good accountant aligns lacking funds. In January, March, April, each trip came up against meetings, dinners, overnight stays for Alex with timestamps that overlapped nights I was supposed to be home or the next airport flights I had thought unconnected. There were exceptions, of course, not every trip had a rendezvous. But the rhythm was there, an initial scatter, then a tempo that matched my pattern of travel like a skipping record. You see a trend, the PI said, and I felt rage flare so fast it surprised me. The anger wasn't loud, it was a clean, hot presence behind my ribcage, precise as a carpenter's plane. I could feel how my body recognized the pattern, the little calculations I had done in my head for years, the permissions I had handed to myself, he works late. I believed him. I kept quiet. Was it constant? I asked, because I had to make the distance between my anger and the facts. Not constant in the sense of every night, he said. But regular enough that avoidance became a structure. They met in public sometimes, hotel twice, nights when your flights were late, timestamps showing calls at 2, 3 in the morning. There are phone calls flagged between his number and hers at times he claimed to be at the office. Also, recorded CCTV of him leaving your building one night at 1:12 a.m. and returning 2 hours later. The image lines up with a receipt at a 24-hour diner 2 streets away. He used an app to schedule rides on nights he didn't want his card tied to addresses. He paid for things you didn't know about. The last sentence was an eruption I felt in my molars. Paid for things I didn't know about. A necklace. A weekend rental billed in part under an alias. A gift sent to an address she gave him, not a mistake, a plan. I turned the page and there it was, a photograph printed on glossy paper, the same image that had been lodged in my head like a splinter since the hallway. Alex on the couch with Maya. But there were multiples, angles captured from the hallway camera, a grainy image of Alex's hand brushing against her hair. The timestamp under it, 11:36 p.m., 3 weeks earlier than the night I walked in on them. He had been with her before. Much before. My hand started to shake and I could hear the sound of it, a soft tremor of disbelief translating into physical movement. The PI slid another print across the table, a map with pins and lines, nights plotted like a constellation. This one, he said quietly, is the kicker. Under the map was a list of nights in November and December, dates, times, locations, and then a final line, offset, like a period at the end of a sentence no one wanted to end. Most recent confirmed meeting, 3 days ago, 10:45 p.m., phone ping, restaurant CCTV, credit card authorization. 3 days ago. The air left my lungs a little, as if someone had siphoned it away. I had been practicing small mercies in my head since the hallway. I had told myself that perhaps it was over, a shred of fidelity left like a thread you could sew back into the fabric. 3 days ago meant not over. It meant ongoing, present, and deliberately concealed. He watched me without pity. These are facts, the PI said. You can corroborate, confront, or use them however you want. Fact. A good word for something that eats at a person until it becomes a structure in their world. I went through the messages again, slower. There was a sequence that made my stomach twist, a flurry of small declarations in the kind of language lovers use when they're too busy to be careful. You make me feel seen, one read. I never wanted to hurt you, another. The betrayals were no longer abstract, they had a texture, a voice, a scent even I could smell in the printed ink, cheap perfume, cigarette smoke, the breath of a restaurant late at night. I thought about Alex's gift for charm, how he could make you feel like the only person in a room and then make your absence a convenient truth. There was always a story, some public anecdote that painted him in light. The report stripped that away and left behind the mechanics of his pattern, a man who sought validation like oxygen, who engineered pockets of intimacy when mine stretched away. It didn't excuse him. It explained the architecture I had been living in. The difference is everything. Between the receipts and the camera stills, there was a bank transfer labeled with a terse note from his account, reimbursement. Next to it, a sushi receipt labeled with a woman's first initial. Beneath it a line in the report noting a small wire transfer late in March to an account that matched an address Maya had once used. The PI had made note of his own professional judgment in a marginal note, patterns of investment in secrecy. Investment. A word with legal connotations. Men who hide their spending become men who hide their choices. There was also a transcript, careful enough that it could be read aloud in court, a message from Alex's number to Maya, time-stamped 2:12 a.m., 3 nights before. I know what I'm doing is terrible, the message read. I don't know how to stop wanting this. We shouldn't talk tomorrow. We should, the printout folded off there, like a cut-off sentence. There was another message printed later that same night from Maya. Why do you keep doing this? Did you pull the messages from both phones? I asked, because there were little things that mattered in the wrong way, ownership, authorization, truth. From hers, yes, he said. From his, just metadata, he wiped frequently, but you leave traces. The backups in the cloud, the card use, the hotel logins, enough to establish a consistent pattern. He reached into his folder and handed me a single, small photo stapled to a sheet. It was a grainy capture from across a restaurant, taken with a lens that made everything feel slightly voyeuristic, Alex's profile and conversation, his hand cupped near Maya's as if to hush her, her mouth half open like she was laughing or about to confess. Tucked into the corner of the sheet, in small font, was a note, date match, 12/6. Location, Bluebird Deli, 9:23 p.m. I read it 3 times and on the third pass I felt something new, not just fury but a precise, mathematical clarity. Where he had built a story that hinged on a single night that was a mistake, the report sketched out a career. It wasn't an accident. It was a series of choices. I thought of all the times I'd smoothed a conversation with a practiced hand, the tiny domestic compromises I'd made for peace. It felt like I was watching a slow-motion unspooling of that effort. Each small concession I'd given had been logged in the ledger of his life as a blank space to be traversed. "Why are you telling me all this?" I asked the PI, and it sounded like a stupid question. "Because if you want to confront him," he said, matter of fact, "you'll need the timeline. If you want to make it public, friends, the landlord, lawyers, will make copies. If you want to leave, you have proof. If you want nothing to change, then you don't need it." He tapped the folder. "My job is to find the story the paper will tell." I felt absurdly, childishly grateful for his bluntness. It made decisions simpler. I had always moved forward by making the worst-case scenario legible, then choosing. This was the worst-case scenario with receipts. There was one last thing in the folder that didn't belong with the clinical rows of data and the glossy prints. Near the back, folded and slightly creased like a page someone had read and reread, was a receipt from our building's laundry room. It listed a keycard purchase under a name that was not ours, the date circled in ink. The PI's pen had made a small note: access, 11:12 p.m., 03/10, swipe logs show entry, camera footage shows him returning at 1:14 a.m. It was intimate because it had been practical. He had used the building's facilities to hide. He had used the banal mechanics of life to thread a lie through the frame of our home. I closed my hands around the folder until the edges dug crescents into my palms. The rage that came then was a physical thing, short, hot, immediate. I wanted to go to his office and tear answer sheets from his walls and throw them into traffic. I wanted to call Alex and read the report aloud and watch the words land in his mouth like fish bones. Instead, I did something more meticulous. I took a pen and a clean notebook from the drawer. I started to transcribe the timeline into my own handwriting, because making it mine made it possible to act. For every date the PI had given, I wrote a note: flight home delayed, he said at the office. Dinner, he said late. Call at 2:12 a.m., work voicemail left. The page filled with little crosshatches and boxes to tick. You're quiet for a long time, the PI said, and in his voice I heard no judgment. Just observation. People come in here with anger. Some want to weaponize it. Some want to process. Some want the quiet, irrefutable things that let them decide. I remembered all the ways I had learned to be quiet, the careful unpicking of arguments, the way I would isolate a problem and work on it like a puzzle. There was a part of me that still wanted to repair, to get to a neat place on the other side of the grief where everything had been accounted for. But the pages in front of me were less like a puzzle and more like a ledger of intentional behavior. That made repairing feel ridiculous. It would be sewing a torn sail with tape. Did you find anything about after this, after the stairs? I asked, because the hallway incident felt like a splinter that had finally been stabbed out, but splinters have roots. Yes, he said, and pushed one more page across. 2 meetings the week after you confronted them. Phone logs. Plus a transfer. He tapped the line. One of the movements is on the day your lease is up. My appetite for metaphor evaporated. The lease had been a ticking clock in my head for months, a bureaucratic countdown I had thought I would use to make tidy choices. The idea of his meetings being timed against that calendar felt obscene, like someone had been writing their story in the margins of mine. I had come to him to make the fog clear. The fog had cleared. In its place was a map that led somewhere I had been trying to avoid, out. I looked up at the PI. Can you give me copies? I asked, because once the facts were in my hand they would be usable. They would be leverage, or they would be a map for leaving, or they would be a base to rebuild from, none of which felt like a betrayal of anything except the life I thought I had. He nodded. I'll have duplicates, certified timestamps, everything you need. If you want, I can present this in a way that doesn't risk it being shredded. He said the practical things with the same cadence he'd used all afternoon. People like to destroy what proves them wrong. I thought of all the proof I would need to break the world we'd built without leaving myself in the wreckage. There would be friends who stayed and ones who left. There would be the landlord and the lease and the quiet question of what name to put on the replacement locks. There would be the months of therapy we had started, the thin attempt at a scaffold. None of it mattered in the face of the pages on the table. At the very back of the folder, under a stack of receipts, there was a single photograph with nothing on the back. The PI hadn't flagged it, he slid it toward me as if by accident. It was a picture of Alex, alone, standing in the kitchen of our apartment with a jacket over his arm. He was looking down at the counter, at a coffee cup with dried rings around the rim. There was a small smear of flour on the counter that belonged to a Sunday morning I had made pancakes. The timestamp in the corner read, 3 days ago. 3 days ago. I had imagined endings and beginning of end moments as dramatic acts. The reality was quieter, an image, a printout, the coldness of an accurate document placed before me. It implied continuity where Alex had promised rupture. I folded the photo back and slipped it with the rest. The PI stacked the folder, paper whispering like something alive. I'll have the copies to you by tomorrow, he said. If you want me to confront. No, I said. The word was short and final. I had always been good at giving people the care they needed to keep breathing. Not tonight. I stood, the chair scraping in a sound that felt too loud. The folder felt enormous in my hands now, a ledger of everything that had been hidden and the axis by which my life had shifted. Anything else? I asked, though there was nowhere left in the world to put more facts. He looked at me like someone reading a prescription. There's something else you should know, he said slowly. We found evidence of meetings continuing into this month, beyond the night with you in the hallway. He met her again last week. A small, panicked laugh escaped me, brittle and surprised. It was not grief. It was recognition. The thing I had been protecting myself from was not a collapse but a continued pattern. I left the table with the folder under my arm, the city rain painting the windows. I locked the door behind me not with the ceremonial click of marriage but with the mechanical thunk of someone beginning a process. I didn't know what the next day would be like. I only knew the clean, surgical fact of the paper in my hands and the way it aligned with the crevice of truth I had been trying to pry open. I slid my key into my palm and felt the familiar metal press. Then I set the folder down on the passenger seat of my car and opened my phone. My thumb hovered over Liam's number. The screen glowed like a small, honest light. I typed 3 words and then erased them twice. Finally I hit call and waited for him to pick up. What's up? His voice was the sound of a steadier shore. I have the report, I said. The folder on the seat was a small, heavy thing that would change everything. My voice was calm but the corner of my mouth quivered. I could feel the shape of a decision forming, not from pity or from anger alone, but from something that was simply refusal. On my way, he said. Tell me where you want to start. I closed my eyes for one breath and then opened them. The dossier was full of dates that would make leaving orderly. The city outside was still gray. My hands were steady now, the way they get when I am about to do something precise. I slid the car into gear. There was one page I hadn't yet read. It sat folded at the very back, a note so small I almost missed it. I smoothed it open with my thumb and saw a single line, typed in a font so impersonal it felt like a verdict, contact logged, call to Claire's number, outbound, 7 a.m. last night. The dossier sat on the kitchen counter like a small, obscene altar. I had given it a single glance the night before, names, dates, photos clipped from doorways and dinners, receipts that mapped time like a second calendar. That was all I needed. I went to bed with the folder closed and my stomach humming in a way that felt less like pain and more like an engine warming up. This is how I leave, not with shouting or a baseball bat or a bent fork. Not with the dramatic cinematic everything comes out at once. I leave like I packed my files for a 2-week conference, methodically, with lists and gentle cruelty. I start in the bedroom. Morning light pools across the bed where a late-night program from months ago left a baseball cap on the floor. Alex's watch sits on the nightstand, face up, like a small, accusing moon. I slide my fingers over it and take it off the stand without thinking. It is his. Tiny things are rarely neutral. There is no point leaving reminders that will make my pillow smell like his after I am gone. The sweater at the chair, I fold it and add it to a pile labeled Give. His books, stacked in a way that used to tell me where his attention was week to week, I stack and mark, return, for the friends who loan them, or donate, if no return is possible. My list grows. Essentials. Papers. Things that smell like me. I make a pile of the rest, the things that, if I see them later, will be able to tell me a story I don't want to hear. I do not pack for vengeance. I pack for survival. The small chipped bowl we used on weeknights for cereal, mine. The terrarium on the window, mine, because I spent 3 years trying to keep it alive and it survived me. A box of file folders with project notes, drafts of talks, receipts for business trips, everything I have ever used to make myself stand in a room and speak with confidence. I work without music. The apartment offers only the steady mechanical sounds of the building, the faint thrum of someone's shower 2 floors down, the neighbor's kettle. When I move, the apartment answers in echoes I had stopped noticing. Cups that used to ring out as a gentle domestic bell now sound like a single verdict when they meet cardboard. Tape peels like skin. Liam arrives with a couple of boxes in the back of his truck and the exact expression he wears when he's decided he will be useful, practical, present. There's no question about whether he will help. He is not here to take sides. He is here because I called him when I opened the dossier and the world felt like an argument I couldn't win. He moves quietly, hauling a box with the same economy as I do, asking the necessary questions. What do you want to take? And, do you want me to call the landlord? When I say nothing for a moment too long, he looks at me in a way that stays my hands. He knows. He knows the difference between the case file on the counter and the life in the drawers. We wrap things in blankets because we do not want them to slide in the truck. The terrarium is the most difficult to carry. I lay it in a box with bubble wrap and tape, and the plant looks at me like it's been let in on a secret. I take the chipped mug with the faint red stain inside. There's a smear of coffee that will always carry the geometry of my thumb when I lifted it, and I tuck it into my bag. Small anchors matter. They will not fix anything, but they will stand at the edge of my days and call them mine. There is a moment when I touch the lamp that used to sit between us and my fingers remember the arc of his hand across the base as if that motion was its own language. I set it down and do not bring it. I have learned that leaving things behind is not surrender, often it's the only honest currency left. The landlord is a man with creased palms and an aversion to sudden changes. I call him before we leave, because part of leaving is eliminating the easy rebounds. He tells me, as landlords do, about leases and notices and the general inconvenience of late sudden needs. You can't just change locks, he says, as if protecting property is the same thing as protecting people. I listen. I tell him I will pay for the service. He advises caution and says he needs to be there for any modifications. I thank him and hang up. We do not wait for permission. I am meticulous and impatient. I have lived a life that required me to hold systems in my hands and turn them until they worked. A locksmith arrives, neatly older, his van smelling of oil and coffee, his hands already familiar with metal. He is efficient, polite, the kind of man whose job is to create immediate, mechanical finality. He fits himself to the door like a surgeon to a table. The click when the new deadbolt sets is clean and fast and small, like a punctuation mark. I watch it, my fingers folded around the box with my terrarium like a rosary. The locksmith counts money and slides it into his wallet with the same authority that the new mechanism has taken from the door. Alex is not here. His absence is a presence in itself, neat, arrogant, as though he had decided to be elsewhere while this happened. He leaves a text an hour after I leave, a small, rehearsed apology and an offer to talk. I do not answer it. There is no conversation to be had tonight that will not require time I do not have, patience I do not trust, and the courage to allow him to speak as if the story were only about regret. I have seen the shape of those apologies before, they are practiced. They are not the same as repair. I do not slam doors. I place the last box into the back of Liam's truck and take inventory with the calm clarity I was born to when the world gets messy. The keys to the building, my keys, go into my pocket. My hands smell faintly of tape adhesive and lemon cleaner, the sense of rehearsed domestication. I stand on the hallway threshold with my hand on the rail, the floor cool under my palm, and I look back at the apartment as if reading the last page of a book I didn't choose to finish. There is grief in the small things, the way light used to hit the mid-century dresser in late afternoon, the nick on the banister where we bumped elbows while reaching for the same oven mitt, the way the couch cushions still carry the memory of conversation as an imprint, like a shoreline. Grief is a form of information. It tells me what I loved and why the absence of that thing will leave a shape even if I fill it. Relief comes like a different kind of knowledge. The sound of the deadbolt turning is a relief, but also the part of me that has been waiting for a chance to be practical again. I measure both of them in the boxes I carry and in the list checked off without drama. We pass through the living room and I pause at the bookshelf. One photograph is still there, sitting at the edge of a frame, us at a friend's wedding, the two of us young and close and pretending not to notice the camera. I take the photo and slide it into my bag. It is mine to sit with. I do not take every memory because some things must be allowed to live in the space they were made. I do, however, take enough to be recognizable to myself when loneliness tries to appear under the guise of nostalgia. Liam drives with the steady hand of someone who has been asked to carry another person's life across town more times than he can count. He won't ask questions about dates or details. He doesn't need to. He knows the outline of me by now, practical, precise, brittle until melted. He says, if you want, we can stop for coffee, and I accept because rituals help. We sit in silence, drinking coffee that is too hot, my bag on my lap like a charmed object. He asks if I want him to come up and help unpack the boxes. I tell him no. He nods and understands the difference between being useful and being intrusive. Back in the apartment, after the locksmith, the place is acoustically different. The deadbolt has a voice now, a mechanical finality that changes reverberation. The spaces feel larger without the presence of his routines, no briefcase in the entryway, no rinsed coffee cup in the sink. The pipes are the same, the radiator hums with the same patient insistence, but the apartment's noise profile shifts as if someone turned a dial. It is not empty in the way it was before we moved in, it is empty in a new language, one that I have to learn all over again. I make a little inventory of these differences, because I am a person who understands systems. I notice the echo of my footsteps against the hardwood, I notice the way the kitchen light hits the counter at noon. Standing in the center of the living room, with the boxes stacked in one corner like a small legal pile, I feel my body recompose itself. Parts of me align like a careful machine returning to tolerance. There is a pocket of grief that hits me unexpectedly when I open the linen closet, a shirt I had kept for the pocket of Kleenexes and the emergency band-aids I carry when I travel. I allow myself one sharp breath. The grief is a quick, bright thing that passes like light. I pack the shirt. There is cleverness here. I know that grief deferred is grief that amplifies. Better that it visit now and not accumulate into a thing that will have to be dismantled later in therapy. I text a handful of people the new address, practical things. I call the bank, not because I'm stubborn about independence, but because accounts and cards and the threads of life need to be rewoven. I leave a message for the landlord confirming the lock change and the payment. He answers with the same short sentences he used in our earlier conversation. Make sure she signs the inventory, he says, and I think of inventory in another sense, the listing of what parts of my life were accounted for. At some point I sit on the edge of the couch and look at the city through the window. It is its usual, indifferent self, buses coughing, people crossing like a tide, a dog barking 2 blocks down. The city does not rearrange itself because my life took a perpendicular turn. It keeps going. That steadiness steadies me. The car is packed. I lift the terrarium last, handle it like an object of prayer. Liam helps me load it, and I place the terrarium on the passenger seat with the careful touch of someone arranging a companion. We watch the apartment once more before he pulls away. The building stairwell smells of old paint, and the landing light is fluorescent and merciless. My hand rests on the banister, the same spot where, months ago, I argued with Alex about the impossibility of small daily compromises. There is a small, hot flash of angry recognition and then something cooler moves in, resolve. I lock the door behind me, a little louder than necessary, so that the sound of the click resonates down the hallway. It is impossible to make a sound that erases the past. The click isn't erasure, it's a punctuation mark. But punctuation matters. Liam drives until we are far enough away that the city feels like a map behind us. He drops me at a small, half-furnished apartment I rented for myself 2 streets over. It is not the carefully curated place I would have chosen if I was planning for romantic privacy. It is functional, like me, with a kettle that curls steam in an agreeable way. The landlord here, a different person, different set of creased palms, hands me the keys and does not ask questions. The first night is measured in small domestic protocols. I hang one of my shirts, I wash the chipped mug and place it on the counter, I put the terrarium on the windowsill. I do not open the dossier. I do not reread the photos. I let the evidence sit in a locked box in my bag because there is, for now, a part of me that needs not to stare at finger-wound facts and instead begin with the ingredient list of a morning. I take a long shower and stand on the tiles while the water runs the same way it always has, hot and steady and indifferent. The apartment smells faintly of bleach and new paint. I am both a stranger and a familiar in this space. Sleep, when it comes, is patchwork. I dream in fragments, calendar entries and receipts and the smell of lemon cleaner, and wake with a tolerance for small surprises. In the morning, the apartment echoes differently again. Compared to the one I left, this place has fewer memories in its walls. The echo comes with clean edges. The sun through the window is less precise in casting the outline of a shared life, it draws one person instead of 2. I stand at the window, my silhouette folding the room into a single, manageable problem. The city is waking in a way I expected it to, no fanfare, only traffic and the relentless permutation of other people's days. There is grief sitting in my chest like a stone and relief in my limbs like new blood. I list things, mentally, like a neat unpacking. I have my work files, my coffee mug, my terrarium, my keys. I have my ID and my passport in a notebook in which I will write the days as they happen, because I have learned that writing the facts keeps the story honest. I think of Alex, of the ways charm had been a costume that fit him well, the pattern of needing validation like an undercurrent. I think of Maya as a person who was never just a single night, as the dossier suggested, and I think, without pathos, of the choices we all make and the economies of attention that let us be strangers to the people who live with us. These thoughts are not drama. They are observations. There is anger, bright and quick, and it visits, leaves traces, then makes room. There will be more to do, legalities, dividing accounts, the awkward social arithmetic of friends choosing sides. There will be therapy appointments and conversations I have postponed until I could say the facts with a steady voice. There will be the months when phone calls make the air in my chest tighten and the ones when silence is the only honest answer. But those reckonings belong to a future set of lists. Today, for now, I stand at the threshold of a small apartment that bears my name on the mailbox and the residue of a life I am still unweaving. I close the door behind me. The deadbolt clicks. For a single breath, the sound stays with me like a punctuation I can hear. I pull my hand from the pocket with the new key warm against my palm, and the morning opens like a choice. The apartment looks smaller the second time I stand in it with boxes stacked like small cardboard buildings. The morning sun finds the scratches on the kitchen table, the place where we'd leaned our elbows while arguing about vacations and the mortgage and, eventually, the shape of a life I thought we shared. Dust lifts when I drag a hand across the top of the bookshelf. Everything picks up a little, becomes visible in a way it wasn't when it belonged to both of us. I have a clipboard on my knee and a pen clipped to my shirt like armor. The list is in neat columns: furniture, linens, electronics, sentimental, each item with a line to check off and a tiny, clinically precise note about who claimed it or who will pay for it. On the apartment's shared calendar I'd penciled our moving slot 3 weeks ago. It feels like a different person did that handwriting. My handwriting now is steadier. The list keeps my hands from shaking. Do you really need that vintage amplifier? Alex asks from the doorway, nervy smile that used to unlace me. He has a duffel bag slung over one shoulder, jeans that still fit like they belong to someone who never had to be practical. He's wearing the same cologne he wore the night I found the messages, familiar, infuriating. He wants the amp because it was one of the first things he bought when he moved in, because it signifies his taste, his history. He wants the amp because taking it feels like keeping a piece of him in this space. Yes, I say. I put the pen down, because I can feel the meter of my voice short-circuiting into something mean if I don't calibrate. You signed for it when you bought it. Receipts are in folder 2. I tap the list. I pointedly keep my hands busy folding a throw blanket to the exact size it was when we bought it in that one shop on the Upper West Side. Folding is a small ritual of ownership. He crosses the room and touches the amplifier like he is checking it for fingerprints. You could keep it and I'll take the couch, he says. That's fair. I stare. He keeps saying, fair, like saying it completes the transaction. The couch is under my name on the lease, I say. And the couch cushion has bleach here. Do you even remember spilling that at New Year's? He frowns. He can't help pretending ignorance excels at making other people look petty. You mean when we both got plastered and you cried into my shoulder about your job? He laughs softly, as if memory is his to weaponize. Liam appears in the doorway like a man who carries inevitability with him. He has a pizza box in one hand and a tape gun in the other, because a pizza and tape are what you bring when a friend unburdens an apartment. He's steady in jeans and a t-shirt, the practical presence I've lived on for years. He doesn't look at Alex, he looks at me, and that's enough. You owe him the amp, Liam says by way of greeting, because of course he's already picked a side. But you should take the lamp. It's more yours. I want to laugh. For a second the absurdity of bargaining over household objects, the way grief reduces to arm's-length quantities of fabric and metal, nearly cracks something open inside me. Instead I point the pen at the lamp like it's an oath. I'll take the lamp. But it has to be documented. You sign here acknowledging I keep it. We turn this into business. Everything becomes business, signatures, timestamps, bank transfers, a spreadsheet I'll send to both of them and to the landlord the minute we leave. I like that. I don't like the quiet when emotion has to sit down in a chair and wait to be processed by Microsoft Excel, but it's also cleaner. The spreadsheet gives the truth a shape. The first real fight is about the green plant on the windowsill. It was Alex's, he says. He bought it from a bodega, an impulse. He names the plant. He is the kind of person who names things to anchor them. I cataloged the plant as susceptible to drought and purchased 2016, photo receipt in folder 4. He says it was his. I say that it sat on the windowsill because I watered it when his job kept him late, because it grew leaves after the winter he went on a medicine that made him quiet, because I took a photo of it when we first moved in together and my hand is on the pot in the photograph. Those small, stupid fingerprints, are how memory wars are fought. You just want it to be yours because it reminds you of being right, Alex says. I watch his patient cruelty, recalibrate the relationship so that my righteousness is a fault he can point to. If it's about right, it's because you lied, I say. That's the thing you keep forgetting. He opens his mouth and then shuts it. Words have been taxed between us. It feels like we've exhausted the good ones. He rubs his thumb over the plant's pot, a small, deliberate caress that makes me imagine him back at the pharmacy after a fight, buying the wrong brand as a penance. Just take it, he says finally. Keep the damn plant. It is the first concession that doesn't look like a trap. I take a picture of the plant, timestamp the image on my phone, and put a post-it on the windowsill with my name on it. It feels ridiculous and important to mark things with my handwriting. It's how I say I existed here on purpose. We move room by room, because to skip a space would be to skip something that belonged to us. The bedroom is the hardest. There's still a depression on one side of the mattress where we slept. Even in the absence of the small things, the redesigned walls, the lamp with the cracked shade, the bed holds a memory of breath and late-night apologies and a middle-of-the-night television show we'd put on to stay together without speaking. There's a duffel with half of my clothes. Alex has packed his shirts in a plastic bin as if he expects to keep them without argument. Can I have the terry cloth robe? He asks. You never wore it. It's part of the linens, I say. It was in the closet when we moved in. My voice is level. Inside, a rusted hinge of anger creaks. Account-wise, we're splitting everything we shared on our spreadsheet. Shared savings, half, you take the 401k check, I take the local IRA. We'll do the accounts at the bank tomorrow. He tilts his head, the gesture that used to make me melt. Now it makes me measure the instability in his jaw. You don't have to be so clinical, he says. It's the only thing that makes it real, I tell him. You wanted this to be messy. I'm making it deliberate. The precision of my lists is salvation. If I don't label, I let him decide. Liam tapes up the last box. He watches us with that calm that says he understands this ritual and also refuses to be part of the drama. When Alex insists on keeping the bookshelf, we pull out the photos, little frames, one at a time. The photo of us at the farmer's market is labeled with the year on the back in my handwriting. He reaches for it, and I don't let go. He sifts through the frames, teeth tight, and takes one where he stands with his arm around me, but I keep the one where we are laughing with friends. You'll take the laugh, he says, bitter, misreading the ownership of memories. We argue about ownership like prize fighters arguing over rounds. He wants the record player, I want the coffee table where both of us spilled wine stains into the grain years ago. There are grudges that come with pieces of wood. We decide to split the records. I choose the albums I used to play while I was packing for trips because they were the soundtrack I needed. He chooses the ones he listened to while pretending to work late. The landlord is due for the walkthrough at noon. He arrives in the middle of a skirmish about the lamp, looking older than the lease paperwork makes him. He smells faintly of pipe tobacco. He pulls a clipboard from under his arm and says, plainly, we do this by checklists. His neutrality is a kindness. There's a stain on the carpet, he says, looking between us. And the wall scuffs in the hallway will be deducted from the security deposit. He doesn't say, we. He says, will. In his voice is the small machinery of a life that continues beyond our private collapse. We let him in, and he moves through the apartment like a man inspecting a business he neither owns nor is invested in emotionally. I hand him a copy of the spreadsheet, because a paper trail makes even landlords behave, and he reads it with a face like a man trying to reconcile two currencies. Security deposit split, he asks. Half. Half, I say. It feels satisfying to give a numeric answer. He makes a notation and asks for my forwarding address. When he says he'll mail the deposit in 30 days less deductions, his tone is final. I ask for an itemized deduction list. He nods. Paperwork again. There are smaller fights, about passwords, about streaming accounts that have been linked for years, about whose name will remain on the electricity account until the service is cut. I change passwords on the apartment router, lock out the shared cloud account, and send an email with a time-stamped inventory to both of them and to the landlord. It is a small act of sovereignty, a digital signature that says I am leaving on my terms. At one point, Alex holds a mug up like a relic. The mug, he says, and for a moment I think he's going to charm me into keeping something sentimental. Which mug? I ask. The one from your last birthday, he says. I used it that one week you were gone. You drank my birthday coffee? The absurdity breaks me and I laugh, sharp. There is an entire lexicon of petty grievances underneath this, absences measured in dishes, infidelities measured in mugs. Liam hands me a box labeled, Claire, books. It feels like a transfer of weight. He doesn't look at Alex when he picks up the heaviest box of records, as if looking would make him complicit in the arithmetic of loss. He loads my things into his car with the efficiency of someone who has carried too many other people's things. The van that will take the last of my furniture is late. The afternoon is warm, someone in a neighboring window watches as we work. We carry the armchair out and for a second it lurks like a body between us. Alex's hands are steady on the armrests. He looks like he's practiced this exit and rehearsed a smile. He pockets a small, absurdly expensive set of cufflinks and tells me he'll drop them off. He says he'll leave a forwarding address. Don't, I say, because I don't want to rehearse the ways we'll keep reopening each other's doors. Mail it. He hesitates, and I see the moment he contemplates staying on my terms, of texting me from some intermediate place where we both pretend this is temporary. Then he nods. He always thinks in terms of angles, about the next move on a board I stopped playing. When the movers come, they take the last of the boxes with economy, careful for the glass. The moving crew is polite in the way men who spend their lives carrying other people's burdens become, chatty, distant, practical. They load the van, and the front door shuts behind them with a thunk that reverberates through my ribs. We stand in the hallway with our bags in our pockets, our names like small stones. Alex asks about the couch again, and the landlady's son appears with a tape measure to confirm the final dimensions for his rental list. The corridor smells of bleach and paint. It smells like endings. I'll send you the bank stuff tomorrow, Alex says, and there is a plea in the bottom of it. Not, I notice, for me to stay but for me to name the process as mutual. He can't live in the limbo of my refusal to be sentimental. He wants my co-authorship in being reasonable. You will send me the bank stuff, I reply, because the future is made out of verbs. I make him promise, and then I promise something back, an agreed date for returning keys, an exchange of signatures. We are bureaucrats of our own demise. As we're about to part ways, the landlord returns with the security deposit form. He lays it on top of a box and points at a number circled in a meager pen. I look down. There is a deduction for wall scratches, and another for a professional cleaning fee, despite a receipt proving we'd hired cleaners last week. My breath tightens. This too becomes a battleground, paper versus paper. You'll need to submit receipts for the cleaning and the painting, the landlord says. I can hold on to the amount until it's sorted. He is doing his job, and my fury folds into method. I take a photo of the form, the paper crisp under my hand. I already can foresee the invoices, the bank calls, the emails. They will be small annoyances that require time I would prefer to spend not proving I was not an abuser of property but a careful tenant. It is the weird injustice of adult heartbreak. It rides in on a broom and a ledger. Liam doesn't let the anger set into me for long. Come on, he says. You need to put the plants in the car. The sun will kill them today. We load the car. The plant goes in the back seat like a passenger I have to promise to water. I strap the bookshelf with a bungee cord. The amplifier sits wrapped in bubble wrap, a shrine of choices. I have the small frames in my lap, our wedding photo from that courthouse thing we did once because we were tired of logistical complications, the ridiculous selfie we took on a rooftop with a kite behind us. I chose the laugh, he took the serious picture. It feels obscene and right. When we shut the trunk, the apartment door closes behind us. For a moment the building stands like a small, watched thing. I put my hand on the steering wheel and the city smells like hot asphalt. Liam takes a breath and asks if I want to go straight to the bank or if I want to eat. I think of the list on my clipboard and the email I have to send with attached photos proving the microwave wasn't broken when we left. I think of the date we must pick to divide the accounts. My phone buzzes in my lap. I pick it up without wanting to, because his numbers still glow on my screen as if belonging to someone who is merely delayed. The message preview is short, the letters low on the screen. Please, it reads. Can we talk? I look up. Liam sees the text, reads my face, and says nothing. His silence is a kind of assent, like a flag at half-mast. I roll the message into a draft and then delete it. The rational person in me files the emotion away. We'll need to document communications, we'll need to be careful. The guarded part of me tucks the sting into a corner for now. I start the engine. The car's radio hums as if unaware of the chronology of this morning, spins light through the windshield. We back out onto the street, the plant in the back seat steaming in the heat. The checklist sits empty on the passenger seat, everything checked but the final box that says, leave. I pull the form of the security deposit back up on my phone and make a note to send the cleaning receipt again. The door of the apartment recedes until it is a square of distance framed by other people's lives, and there is, for a beat, a small, wild freedom in the air that doesn't yet have a name. Then my phone buzzes again. This time it's an unknown number, but the message is not, 2 words and a time. We need to talk, 700. My hands tighten on the wheel. Liam glances at me. I realize, with a strange clarity that feels like a fever breaking, that moving out did not end what happened, it just translated it into calendars and meetings. He wants to press for a conversation, for a last negotiation of dignity. I could answer. I could set a time. I could go back up the stairs and hear him argue. Or I could let the silence keep my inventory intact. I put the car into drive and text back 1 word, timed and controlled. No. The paint hasn't fully cured. When I come in from the stairwell, the first thing that hits me is a cold, chemical ache under my nose. The flat smells like new contracts and second chances, like the cheap optimism of places people rent when they know they're supposed to be starting over. The light is thin and honest against the scuffed laminate. There's a single plant on the sill, a generous gift from Liam, tiny leaves like a question mark, soil packed hard and suspiciously damp. I set the boxes down and for a long time I just breathed through the smell and listened to the city press its palms against the windows. There's no Alex here to make everything look effortless, to charm a neighbor and then slide off into secrets. There's no Maya either, no apologies folded into the cushions. There's only me, unpacking in a smaller space that requires choices, what to keep, what to let go of. My hands do what my head still resists, they lift, they place, they decide. A stack of shirts. The mug I brought when I moved in with him, its rim marked by a hairline chip, goes into a box marked kitchen, then into a donation bag. Tess, the landlord at the old place, texted a week ago about the key return. I left the keys in the box on the stoop like a last unpaid rent. The locks had been changed. They clicked in a way that sounded like finality. At night this quiet is loud in a way I'm not used to. I fill it with careful lists the way I used to fill silence with work emails, what to get at the market, what to call the PI about, which therapist I will see next. There is a dossier folded inside a shoebox under the couch cushions, dates, receipts, screenshots printed and clipped together in the gray light. Holding it is like touching a fossil, familiar only because it is proof of something that never should have been possible in a life I believed was airtight. It is cold and exact, and when I look at it I feel a muscle in my jaw unclench into something that is almost relief and almost ruin. I keep replaying the way I told the story in my head for so long, the story that let me sleep. He works late. He's exhausted. He needs space. He's charming and he worries and he'll tell me eventually. I would smooth a corner and tuck the possibility of infidelity under the mattress like a misplaced receipt. I was practiced at rationalizing, at leaning toward explanations that minimized rupture. It felt like diplomacy. It felt like being the adult in a precarious arrangement. I was good at explaining away other people's edges, an art I mistook for strength. Strength, it turns out, has a different sound. My therapist asked me that once, when I was still trying to make the thing fit, that strength and peacekeeping are not the same. She asked it like a scalpel. What would you do, she said, if you weren't trying to keep the peace? I hemmed and stitched with language. I gave her polished answers about compromise and partnership. I was already practiced at making gentleness sound reasonable. She let the question sit, and then later, when the dossier arrived and when Liam showed up on the hallway landing with burritos and a sideways smile and no judgment, she asked it again and I couldn't smooth it. I begin to unpick the story I told myself. I was the one who traveled more. My job required nights away and my presence in other cities became a buffer for both of us, distance that could be explained by deadlines and client dinners. He told me about late meetings that became excuses and then became habits. Each absence was a small punctuation mark in a sentence about who we were. I learned to read the pauses as normal. I kept the schedule that allowed him to be unreliable. I left his phone unlocked, trusted his stories about colleagues and work trips, because trusting felt like faith and faith was a currency I had spent liberally. It never occurred to me that faith could be counterfeit. The anger comes in waves now, hot and precise, and then it recedes into a clinical assessment. When did I start to tolerate less respect? When did I begin to prioritize the appearance of a partnership over the substance of one? I cataloged the moments: a withheld password, a flippant excuse for a text received in the middle of the night, an inclination toward smoothing, toward explaining. I see the ways I minimized my own discomfort because it interfered with my plans, because I told myself the alternative was chaos. I told myself that holding the line too hard would be cowardly, that the person I loved was fragile, that love sometimes requires accommodation. There are roles people play in a relationship that become comfortable, habitual like a favorite sweater. I was the one who organized the bills, who made the travel itineraries, who called the landlord about the leak. I liked managing. I liked the clarity of checklists. It gave me control in a life where other variables were mercurial. In that clarity I found a story. If I took care of logistics, the emotional stuff would fall into place. I conflated competence with caring. It lulled me into a gentle numbness. When the emotional violences piled up, secrecy, deflection, a pattern of seeking validation outside the home, I found myself explaining them away as eccentricities, as quirks that came with his charm. I can see now how that charm worked like camouflage. He could stand in a room and make people laugh. He could tell a story that folded everyone into the arc he wanted. He was persuasive in the small things. He could get neighbors to water plants, friends to lend an ear, and I translated that to goodness. It's a dangerous equation, charm for honesty. The ledger does not balance that way. One of the hardest reckonings is with the parts of me that prefer peace over friction. I am, by nature, someone who likes tidy lines and problems solved. I rationalized because it kept the relationship from becoming an object lesson in failure, because it kept my professional self intact. I feared that insisting on the truth would make everything messy and irreparable. That fear made me compliant beyond reason. I see that now with a clarity that is somehow duller and sharper at once. It is dull because the argument, but we were building something, no longer comforts me. It is sharp because it cuts through all my old, practiced excuses and leaves raw truth in their place. This is the evening I write the list. I buy a cheap notebook at the corner store because everything else in the apartment is still in transition and a new book feels like commitment. On the first page I write, with a hand that shakes once and then steadies, what I will not accept again. I will not accept secrecy dressed as privacy. I will not accept being gaslit into doubting my own looks of reality. I will not accept unilateral choices about a shared life. I will not accept being the only one to labor for the relationship's survival. I will not accept explanations that minimize my experience. I do not write them like vows to some idealized future lover. I write them like operational directives. They are functional. They are instructions I can implement: passwords, account audits, shared calendars with transparency, boundaries about contact with people who undermine partnership. I underline, I will not accept being gaslit twice, because that one line is a territory I have to reclaim like property. Nurturing back the softer parts of myself feels like a different kind of work. There are things I used to do and set aside because they felt indulgent. I left a guitar in a case behind because there was never time between meetings and chores and the gentle diplomacy of compromise. I find it in the box marked music. Dust flakes off when I open it. The strings smell faintly of the last city I was in for work. I put it on my lap and tune it badly, and the sound that comes out is flawed and honest and immediate. I tune until my hands and the strings match some new patience. I allow myself the small, practical comforts that have nothing to do with performance. I buy new bed sheets with my own credit card and it feels like an act of ownership. I keep Liam's message pinned at the top of my inbox: "You did the right thing. Bring my number to the movers." There are no florid declarations in it, only the steadiness of someone who knows what right looks like. I call him sometimes and say nothing for a long time, and that is permission in its own currency. Therapy continues, and there are pages I tear out and keep under the shoebox as homework, exercises in naming anger, in owning agency, in not collapsing into caretaking as a default. Boundaries are not punishment, my therapist says once, and when she says it she looks at me as if I have been handed a document I can finally read. They are instructions, she adds, patient. I make a post-it for the fridge, boundary equals instructions. I laugh at myself when I do it, because it is silly, and then I feel a small, stern pride. There are nights I am furious for reasons that have nothing to do with him and then everything to do with all the times I negotiated away my discomfort for the sake of a quieter dinner. I rage in the kitchen with a wooden spoon, the sound of it on the pot loud and ridiculous. It helps. Fury can be useful. It clears out the small, stale compromises I had been living in. Sometimes I find myself walking the block to the old apartment building, standing at the door long enough to remember where I learned to keep my mouth shut. A woman once told me that sometimes people stay because the alternative is a story you cannot control. I thought it was beautiful, then, a rationalization. I think of it now as a confession I was telling myself. I allowed narrative to be a cushion for avoiding a harder loneliness, the loneliness of not knowing if a relationship is salvageable, the loneliness of uneven effort. In the old hallway he told me the affair was a mistake. He said the word mistake like it could be sanded down. Later, with the dossier and the receipts, it felt more like a pattern. But patterns are not just his alone, they include my silence about symptoms, the small permissions I gave. I teach myself new rituals. I bring the plant over to the kitchen counter where it gets the morning sun and I speak to it the way Liam taught me, not entirely ridiculous, with the kind of attention that is training. I make coffee at 7 because my body no longer needs to sync to someone else's schedule. I write emails about projects and chuck them into drafts when the words feel too raw to send. I am learning the difference between action and reaction. I plan a weekend trip alone to a town with a river and an inn where the sheets are probably scratchy but honest. I am building a life measured in small returns, a call I make because I want to, not because someone else necessitates it. A dinner I cook and eat at the tiny table I have set for one, a playlist that is only mine. When I think of Alex now there is a complexity to my feelings I didn't have at the start. There is grief because what we had, however compromised, was still part of me. There is anger because of the duplicity. There is curiosity because the unmooring has revealed parts of me I had banked away. The narrative I told myself to keep the partnership afloat, I was the manager, the fixer, the patient one, was a story that made me useful and safe. I loved that identity in a way that kept me from insisting on more than words. Now I know I can be useful and not be sacrificed on the altar of someone else's secrecy. My decisions feel like blueprints, small, practical, real. I file the dossier into the drawer marked papers, not because I am done with it but because I need it to be useful and not ceremonial. I decide I will not be performatively magnanimous in the face of betrayal. Grace will be real, not a stage I set for someone else's redemption. I am not immune to the fear that will come in 3 months when the phone rings from a number I will recognize. I know the cadence of his voice, I know the ways he will try to fold me back into being the comfortable harbor. I don't know how I will answer, I don't even know if I will answer. For now I let that be a lever on which I can practice restraint. I will let future versions of myself decide from a place of coherence rather than a knee-jerk peacekeeping. Outside, the city trades lights for night. Inside, I pull a sweater over my shoulders and stand at the window with my cup of coffee warming my palms. The plant leans a little toward the light, audacious and living. I have a new list written on the first page of the cheap notebook, things to nurture, things to refuse. The first item is clumsy and brave, allow myself to be seen and to hold the line at the same time. There is an itch of possibility under my skin, that bright, annoying thing that means something is starting to move. I tuck the notebook back in the shoebox and close the lid slowly, as if the box were a heart that had to be handled with intention. I turn the key in the lock of the apartment door and the click is both small and absolute. I don't know yet how the next phone call will go, but I do know I will answer differently. I do not know what forgiveness will look like, or if I will give it, but I know the terms will be mine to set. There is a tight, promising silence around that decision. I make tea, and as the kettle hisses I think about the parts of me I'm willing to reclaim first, curiosity, appetite, the ability to ask for what I need and accept the answer without apologizing. I picture a morning I haven't lived yet, sun on the sheets I chose, a book that refuses to be skimmed, a conversation that stays honest, even if awkward. It feels like both a threat and a gift. And I know, before I do anything, there is one ledger that will have to be settled, and one phone call I can already hear in my imagination. When it comes, I will be waiting for myself on the other end. The phone buzzes against the tile like a small, anxious insect, and for a second I think it's Liam checking in about the landlord repair. Sun is a flat rectangle across the kitchen floor, my coffee gone from hot to a gray promise. I have a mug in one hand and a list of things to do on the counter: dentist, dry cleaner, the lease renewal email I keep postponing, when the name slides across the screen and the room tilts. Alex. I can feel my pulse in the knuckle of the thumb that holds the phone. Months later, his name still has a physical weight. I set the mug down carefully, like I might set down a fragile object and the slightest jostle could fracture what I've rebuilt since. There's a rehearsed list of ways to let it go to voicemail: ignore it, leave it to gather dust, but some small ledger of unfinished sentences, makes my thumb swipe to accept. He answers like someone who's learned to speak quietly in the house he no longer shares, small voice, as if sound were a thing that might bruise. He says, "Claire." All the choreography of what came after the hallway, the stairs, Liam's arrival, the couch, the receipts, the dossier, the moving boxes, condenses into a single syllable. "Alex," I say. My voice is steadier than I expect. There is a pause long enough for me to catalog what I might do with this conversation. Say nothing. Say everything. Tell him to disappear. Forgive him. Let him off a hook he did not deserve. Each option unfolds like a map of consequences: friends who chose sides, apartment keys changed and then changed again, a folder of messages I printed and then left untouched on a nightstand for weeks. In the months that followed, I learned to measure myself not by the arc of his explanations but by the bandwidth of my own calm. He inhales. It's a small sound. I don't know why I'm calling. I thought maybe, closure? Or forgiveness? I can't even say which. Everything about him is smaller on the phone. The charisma that once filled rooms has shrunk into a brittle, uncertain thing. There's an edge to it that is not remorse but need. He is asking me for something that would cost me nothing and cost him everything: absolution. He is asking me to rearrange my interior life to accommodate his. To make room for him again, to make myself prove gentleness. The kitchen hums, the refrigerator, a child in the building playing the piano downstairs, the neighbor's radio leaking a song I can't place. I set my free hand on the counter, fingertips worrying the edge of a post-it note where I scrawled "renew lease." Last week. It feels absurdly domestic. It makes me a little ridiculous, less like the woman who walked out the day I found them and more like the woman who hasn't learned the rules of this new life. What do you want me to say? I hear myself ask. The question is clinical, like a therapist's, because I have learned to ask the questions that matter. He shifts words around as if they are coins and he's not sure which will buy him what he needs. Anything, he says, and the hunger in it is visible even through the line. Say you forgive me. Say I'm a good person who made a horrible mistake. Say, I don't know. Say anything that makes this stop. For a while, silence, so thick it feels like a presence. I think of Maya's eyes at that dinner, apologetic, defensive, like a weather pattern that moves in without warning and stays longer than you want. I think of the PI's dossier, neat as a ledger, times, places, receipts, the way truth is easier on paper. I think of Liam on my stairs that afternoon, shoulders braced, phone gripped like a talisman. I think of the nights I walked the city until the seams of myself softened enough to sleep. You want forgiveness as a way to reduce your shame, I say evenly. You want me to put it behind us so you can feel normal again. There is a shakiness in his laugh, not the old easy charm but something like a splinter. Maybe I do. I'm so tired of carrying it. I thought if I had it from you, I could start. You can hear how well rehearsed that is, a script learned in the mirror. The old behaviors are still there, folded into the new posture: name the problem, ask for repair, offer the promise of change. Months ago, I would have been moved by the vulnerability. Months ago, I would have negotiated the terms in a way that would keep the peace at the expense of myself. I remember that woman. She is not the one making coffee in this apartment. I can't fix you, I say. Saying, forgive me, won't do what you think it will. And I don't owe you my absolution like it's some currency you can spend. You're right, he whispers. You don't. But, can we just talk? One time. Not to make it better, maybe, but to understand. To end with something true. This is the part of him that used to win argument rooms. He frames his request as reasonable, as small. A single conversation, he says, as if conversations have shape and you can close them neatly like a drawer. He underestimates how every opening creates a wound that needs tending. He has been the one to cause the wound. I have been 90% of the one to tend it. I find myself counting in the spaces he leaves. 1, 2, 3 reasons to say no, the dossier on a shelf in my closet, the months of therapy that revealed the patterns, the nights my breath hitched in new beds because the old one was gone. 1, 2, 3 reasons to say yes, curiosity, a latent habit of closure I can't unlearn, the truth that sometimes seeing the person who wounded you makes the wound an object you can manage and not a ghost that keeps coming back. If we're honest, there is a fourth ledger item, the power that sits in the decision itself. When the world is ordered, lease signed, mail forwarded, friends sorted into obvious camps, we forget the way choice contains us. He asks, and I remember that the act of answering is also an act of definition. He wants me to fold him back into my story. I can do that now. Or I can let the pages stay turned. What do you want? I ask him instead of granting his request. It's a small pivot, but it lands like a stone. I want to say I'm sorry, he says. I want you to hear me. I don't want to hurt you anymore. I wanted to know if that was possible. You wanted it for you, I say, not unkindly. Not for me. I don't know the difference sometimes, he admits, and in that admission there's a sliver of honesty sharp enough to cut. It's not enough. It's never been enough. I think about safety. So much of the thing we call reconciliation is not about restoring what was but making sure both parties can survive the aftermath. If I say yes to meeting him, I will do it on my terms. He is the one who upended my life. The least he can do is show up where I am comfortable. I find the rules forming in my mouth like a list of demands after a robbery: clear hours, public place, no touching, no attempts to reroute me, no gaslighting reframed as explanations. If we meet, I say slowly, and listen to how my voice shapes each clause, it will be short and public. No speeches. No promises. No, this is all my fault performances so you can feel lighter. You listen. I listen, and then it ends. 30 minutes. Cafe on 3rd. Noon Thursday. I bring a friend for parking surveillance. The part about bringing a friend makes me want to laugh. I'm not 17, and yet there's a part of me that remembers what it felt like to go somewhere alone with him and come home to questions. It's an old fear, and old fears have a squeak in them that makes me sound younger than I am. But his intake of breath suggests the rules land. It's not a trap. He asks. No, I say. It's not a fix. It's not a promise. It's just a time and a place where we exchange words and I keep my limits. He says, I'll do it. I'll be there. Thank you. The gratitude is immediate, almost gratefulness for the chance to organize his sorrow into something neat. You can almost hear him taking a breath as if a bandage were being wrapped around a bruise he never looked at. There is an odd moment where I picture him dialing through the friend list in his phone, looking for someone who will corroborate his version of humility. I wonder if he will tell Maya he's trying, if he'll call his sister and ask how to be small enough to be forgiven. I wonder if he'll write me an email later to memorialize the step. I have already spent hours drafting the ways to say goodbye in my head. I have rehearsed what it feels like to be the final judge of a man who still looks for validation in mirrors. The call continues on the surface with logistics, the cafe's location, the time, but under it something else is building, like weather. He asks what I want him to wear. I tell him nothing matters. He asks if he should tell people he's going. I say, tell whoever you need to tell. This isn't for them. You'll tell me if I'm still a... He trails off. He searches for a word that includes both guilt and absolution. You'll always be someone who hurt me, I say. And you'll always be someone I cared for. Those things can coexist. If you want to change, do it because you are tired of hurting people, not because you want me to tell you it's okay. He is quiet after that. For a second I picture the hallway where I saw them, the light, the way the couch looked wrong, Alex's face blurred in the shock of being caught, and the image is brittle enough to cut me with its edges. The old fury rises, that incandescent heat that took me in those early chaotic days to a place where I could do the sensible thing and walk out and not look back. I feel it now, contained but persistent, like a muscle memory. Why are you being so reasonable? He asks suddenly. It's not accusation, it's a genuine, bewildered note. Because I learned to be, I say. And because this is about boundaries, not about moral theater. There is a tenderness in his voice that I used to lean into, the one that once unspooled me into long arguments and later, apologies. Now it reads to me like a familiarity with the mechanics of persuasion. I have a file of the ways he used to make himself the center of the story. I also have a folder of my own life, of small daily tasks and quiet triumphs and a plant I kept alive through 2 winters. If I bend, it will be because I want something, not to soothe his conscience but to mark a line. I tell him to be there at noon. I tell him the cafe is loud enough that he cannot dominate the space with his voice or his charm. I tell him there will be 2 chairs and a clock and that I will stand up when 30 minutes are up. He says yes like it's a relief, and the sound of him saying yes is both a relinquishment and a demand. He thinks he's been invited back in. When we hang up, the phone feels heavier in my hand. The coffee on the counter is stone cold. For a ridiculous, private second I imagine the scene, a man who once found validation in the reflection of other people's attention worrying about rehearsal notes, and I realize how much power is contained in that single phone call. I could have told him no. I could have let the line go to silence and sealed the chapter. Instead, I made a box with precise edges, 30 minutes, a public place, a friend nearby. There is a curious intimacy in dictating terms. It is a tiny reclamation, I make the rules now. Months of odd, practical recovery, changing locks, forwarding mail, the quiet legalities, accumulated into something less ceremonial and more elemental, the right to decide what I will answer. That right tastes like filtered sunlight and the metal edge of a key. I stand in the kitchen until the room settles back into itself. Outside, a delivery truck grumbles down the street. Inside, my life is still a pedestrian but tidy collection of objects that tell a story of deliberate repair. I look at the calendar app on my phone and feel the small, electric thrill of owning the space in my schedule where this intrusion lives. I made a decision. It is not forgiveness. It is not forgetting. It is a choice to look, for a little while, on my terms. There is a line I have tried to teach myself, like one of those small mantras therapists like to hand out: forgiveness is for the forgiver, not the forgiven. I have not decided whether I will ever say the words. Tonight, maybe. Next Tuesday, maybe. But the call has reminded me of what I am capable of making demands and sticking to them, of holding back the tide of my own regressions. Liam texts 2 emojis, a coffee cup and a thumbs up, as if he knows somehow without knowing. I type back a time and a place and an instruction to come by the cafe 10 minutes before and park down the block. He replies with a single word: got you. I put the phone down, and for a moment the cut-glass clarity of everything I've endured crowds in on me. This little meeting is not a pivot toward reconciliation, it is a test, a check, a ceremonial exchange where I will weigh words like coins and spend only what I intend. The power is not in the call itself but in the silence I might leave afterward. The clock on my wall ticks. Noon is a small demand of time, and yet it feels enormous. I clear the counter of the post-it, fold it and drop it in the bin, the motion oddly ritual. I go to the living room and open the windows because the air feels boxed. A gust lifts the curtains and the room smells faintly of rain and the city and something cleaner, like the promise of a proofread life. I have rehearsed how to stand up if I need to, what to say if he pleads, the exact cadence of my no. When the day comes, it will be a test. For now, all I have is the echo of his small voice asking for something he couldn't call by name. I have chosen a place and a time. I have chosen to keep my limits. Standing in the kitchen, I realize how much of power is simply the ability to decide that you will not be someone else's exit ramp. I breathe in, and for the first time since the hallway, I am not waiting to be persuaded, I am preparing to be present. The phone buzzes on the kitchen counter and for a second I let the vibration wash over me like a foreign pulse. Light comes through the curtains in clean rectangles and the new kettle hums on the stove. I can smell the faint, stubborn trace of lemon from last night's dishes. Alex's name stares up at me in the call log, late night numbers memorized, then deleted, like talismans I refuse to wear. Months ago I would have answered without thinking. Now my thumb hesitates. The habit of dialing him has been replaced by the muscle memory of stepping away. I breathe out, the sound shallow and ridiculous. In the silence my phone chirps again, a new text, not his. Unknown sender. PI dossier? A mistake? My thumb trembles as I tap it open. It's a voicemail link from Maya. No preface. No, I'm sorry. Just the blue button. I should not listen. Rationally, I know the contours of what happened, what I'd learned, what the PI printed in unforgiving black and white, the pages I burned in a small, ceremonial way because seeing his handwriting on paper kept him alive inside my head. But rationality had always been my safe slope. Curiosity, call it empathy, call it weakness, pulls harder. I press play. Her voice comes through thin at first, like a radio someone dialed in a hurry. It is smaller than I remember, frayed, like cotton after too many washes. She begins quietly, then swallows whatever courage she's summoned. Claire, she says. I wanted to tell you in person, but I couldn't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't know how to. I didn't know he'd. The sentence breaks off. There's a long exhale. I feel, absurdly, the smallness of my apartment, the way the couch angles toward the window, how the radiator clicks. I hear her breathing through the phone as if we're in the same room, as if the sound of it could be measured on my skin. Then she starts again, steadier. He didn't just sleep with me, she says. He built a story. He told me I was the only one he'd ever wanted. He said he'd leave, that he was stuck and that we had to keep it quiet for 6 more months. He said he would make it right. I believed him because he made it feel like rescue. I think of the night I'd come home early and found them on the couch, the raw tableau seared into me. 1,000 cheap explanations tried to shape themselves into something manageable. One night, a mistake, a lapse. He'd said those words, too, mistake, wrong time. I had believed him where it suited me because belief is lighter than truth. Maya keeps talking. Her sentences are clipped, but she's methodical. That same quality I have, always parsing, weighing, hums through her voice. She tells me things the PI never did, or at least never in audio, small, clinical facts that add up into a different architecture of culpability. He started telling me how to talk to you, she says. At first it was, we'll say it was a one-off, but then he said don't say it was last April. He said to tell you it had been months. He texted me what to say if you asked about my job. He told me to make up that I was from a different town, like some protection. He wanted me to be a story with edges he could control. The word control lands like ice. In my head a ledger unfurls, his transgression against me, my humiliation, the nights I spent trying to remember who I trusted. Now another column grows, the lines neat and awful. How many of the tiny, ignorable choices I'd lambasted myself for, middle-of-the-night calls, the way I softened my questions in the face of charm, were just the same mechanics used by him on someone else. I had thought the affair was a simple fracture in our life. She's making it into an architecture of design. She tells me that after I found them he kept calling her, not because he wanted to see her, she says, but because he wanted to keep options open. He asked me to say I was the one who kept calling him, that I was the one pushing, Maya says. When I tried to stop, he would show up at my work and say he was checking on me. He told me he'd told my boss I was going through something, and that if I left I'd lose my job. There's a hiccup of laughter, not funny. He paid 1 month of my rent after that. Said it was so I could get on my feet. If I asked about what he told people, he'd say I was dramatic. He'd record conversations. He said recordings made him safe. I go cold all the way to my teeth. Recorded conversations. Threats to my job. Bribes disguised as charity. The mind is an engine that tries to make order. I receive these details like new coordinates. Each one shifts the map. You told me you were older, Maya continues. You told me you were in trouble. You made me do things I shouldn't have. And then when people started asking, he told everyone I'd been pushing, that I was the unstable one who needed to be helped. He spread it like butter so it soaked into everything. He made himself the wounded party. I can see him now in the way he used to tilt his head, almost a confession, but this time the tilt was deliberate, calibrated for sympathy. I remember the way he could make a story about himself sound like a case file in need of rescue. Skill becomes weapon when wielded to control others. For the first time in months, the notion that this was exclusively about betrayal feels insufficient. Not just infidelity, coercion, not just deception, weaponized narrative. I left my job last month, Maya says suddenly, voice raw. I told them I was moving away. I thought if I put distance between me and him, maybe I could stop making excuses. He called and said he'd arranged for someone to cover a premature bill in case I couldn't. It was small money. But then one day he stopped answering. And one night, when I went to his apartment to get what little I'd left, he shut the door in my face and said I threatened him. He laughed it off when I tried to explain. She tries to describe the tangible erasure, the way he withdrew what he'd fed her and then told a different version to anyone who would listen. He is, in essence, the architect of his own public innocence by manufacturing an internal private compliance. He gathered stories, edited them, then distributed the narrative that made him look wronged. It's a pattern I thought I knew, his fragility, the way he was so easily upset, but now I see the contours beyond my private hurt. He had used the language of fragility to manipulate. Why are you telling me this now? I ask aloud even though the voicemail is a recording. My voice sounds foreign in the tidy new kitchen. I imagine for a split second that Maya can hear me and that she is judging the spaces between my breaths. I am aware that I could have asked her in person months ago. Instead I sat with my grief, with the logistics of leaving, with the rituals, legal forms, moving boxes, changing locks. The righteous narrative is clean and mine. He cheated, I left. This is the first time I am forced to see the edges that bled into other lives. She answers her own question before the recording stops. Because you deserve to hear the rest, Maya says. Because I couldn't look at you and tell you and not feel like I'd made you smaller by keeping quiet. He wanted us to be enemies. He wanted it neat. He liked lines between people. I don't want to be his line. The line between us, the line he drew between me and her, looks ludicrous from where I stand now. I recognize in my chest an emboldened tilt away from the personal calculus that dominated my first months of disentanglement. When betrayal is treated as a ledger, credits and debits, there's a temptation to balance grief against excuses. He was lonely, some will say. He's a good person who made bad choices. I have memorized the language. It was how I let us survive for years, explanation in lieu of change. Listening now, I feel my sympathy fracture into something different. It's not only about whether he loved me, he did something worse than not love me. He used love as a lever to hurt other people, to shape their choices, and then to erase their damage as if it were collateral. The voicemail ends with a softer cadence. I'm doing better, Maya says. I have a counselor. But there are things you should know if you talk to him again. He will say whatever will paint him as the wronged man. He will try to make you feel like you owe him pity. He will ask you for forgiveness like it's a currency. Don't give him that without knowing everything. I replay the message once, twice. The second time I listen for the pauses, a name, a date, the detail of his habit of recording, because those small things are the hinge on which accountability swings. There's an ache in my jaw. For weeks I'd been rehearsing my answer to his call, what I would say if he asked for forgiveness, if he begged. I see now what he'd be asking for, absolution from the person he hurt most publicly while continuing to hoard the power to damage privately. My hand goes to the missed call. Alex's name glows like the wrong kind of warmth. I can imagine the practiced softness of his voice when he leaves a message, an apology that starts with "I know I deserve backlash," a pageant of humility. I could answer and tell him I know, that I forgive him, that I want closure. I could also let him think he still possesses that story about me, that I am the woman who can be mollified into silence. But what did I owe Maya? What did I owe myself? For months I had been contained within a single axis of harm, the hurt to my home, my body, my sense of future. That axis is still central, of course. But listening to Maya makes the hurt extend like a stone dropped into a pond. Ripples cross lines I had assumed were mine alone. The affair is not only between Alex and me. It's a network of small violences stitched together with charm and plausible explanations, deployed to keep him intact. Outside my window, a truck hums past, the city indifferent. I realize I have spent too much of the last year calibrating my anger so I could live, measured bursts, controlled exits, rationed words. That strategy kept me presentable, it also kept me small. Maya's message pulls at that seam. She is not asking me for anything, but the effect is the same, questions I cannot unask. I press the contact that saved as Maya and my thumb lingers. I think of the tiny kindnesses I could offer, names of counselors, the PI's findings that corroborate parts of her story, perhaps calling her employer if what she said is true, it could ripen into something useful. I have been taught, long and well, to protect my interests first. Part of me recoils at the idea of pivoting my energy outward, part of me recognizes the shape of moral obligation as it's rarely spoken about, not just restitution to the self, but a reckoning for the harms our intimate lives cause others. There is another truth that is brutal and simple. People will keep choosing him if he is allowed to be the victim. I have a file of receipts, texts, evidence. Evidence does not equal justice, but it is a tool. I could forward the PI notes. I could send Maya the recordings he made, if they exist. Her voice on the message had called him a liar in the way people call weather predictable. They know what patterns look like. She didn't want me to enact revenge, she wanted me to see the outline and decide what to do with it. My thumb swipes to the phone app and I scroll to Alex's name. The call button is a bright, small thing. I can imagine the stage, him, contrite, offering narrative. He would frame his fragility as reason for his choices, and he would expect, because he always did, that I would be the patient gardener who pruned him back to safety. Instead of pressing call, I dial Liam. He answers immediately, the familiarity of his voice an anchor. You okay? There it is, an urgent, practical space. I breathe and the word no comes out before I can tamp it down. I tell him about the voicemail, the recordings, the way Alex used scripts to shape not just our story but other people's lives. Liam listens without the hedging friends sometimes give. He asks precise questions. His steadiness is a relief. Do you want to go public? He asks, as if that will be the summation. I don't want to go public. I want something harder. I want to know how to wield the truth without becoming its caricature. I want to protect Maya. I want to do something that isn't theater. I don't think I want revenge, I say, which is half true. I want accountability. And I want to know what she needs. There is an image that flashes, one I have avoided, of Alex's voicemail box filling with pleas. Of him on the other end calling me Claire like a petition. For the first time the thought of answering him makes me feel like I would be plugging him back into the system that let him hurt people, forgiveness as a softening agent that absolves, not heals. I end the call and open my email. A new message waits from Alex's sister. The subject line is one word, listen. My thumb hovers. My hands are cold. The apartment is suddenly too small for the shape of what I know. I hit play on another file Maya sent, this one labeled long. Her voice is steadier now. She says one sentence that does not ask permission and that changes the arc of the morning. He recorded us because he didn't want the truth to be his only memory of it. I let the word sit. I press delete on Alex's missed call without looking back, and the phone screen goes black. Then I tap the number for the PI and wait for a dial tone that sounds, alarmingly, like a beginning. He chose the cafe on the corner because it's neutral and has thin, green chairs that don't belong to anyone. The place smells like roasted beans and lemon oil from the shopkeeper's wiping rag. It's mid-afternoon, quiet enough that I can hear a teaspoon clink against ceramic, loud enough that we won't be alone. I arrive 5 minutes early because habit has taught me that punctuality is control in small, reliable doses. He's already inside, seated at the window table. He stands when I walk in, an automatic courtesy, but his hand on the back of his chair feels like an actor holding a prop. He's wearing the same jacket he wore when I found him in the hallway, expensive enough to pass as thoughtfulness, not enough to disguise the rehearsed lines in his face. He smells faintly of citrus cologne and something else, nervous sugar, maybe. I notice the way his fingers tap the tabletop before he notices I'm looking. It's a small nervous habit he's had for years. I catalog it without intending to, as if collecting data will inoculate me. Claire, he says, the old warmth attempting to settle into my name like a visitor testing a chair for a long stay. Thanks for meeting me. I nod. My voice is careful already. You asked for neutral. He gestures at the chair across from him, and there's a folded sheet of paper tucked into his palm. He slides it toward me like one of the confessions we used to exchange in the early years, letters with lists of things we promised to do better. The sight of paper between us tightens something in my chest. I force my hands to remain where they are, on my lap, exact and contained. I brought something, he says. Because I know I said things before that didn't, you know. He searches for the right word, catches the old performance reflex, apologize, fix, ask, and lands on didn't mean much. That's the rehearsed phrase I've heard in a dozen variations since the hallway. He's trying to build trust by acknowledging that trust was broken. It's the syllable-by-syllable repair kit he thinks will do the job. He's been doing the visible things, the checklist the PI put into files that I turned into my own brittle consolation. He tells me, without looking like he's reciting, that he's been going to therapy, once a week, a basic attendance card folded into the packet. I committed, he says. I've been doing the work. There's a list of names, therapists, support group meetings, phone calls logged, neat, dated. He points to them like a man showing receipts after a ridiculous purchase. I stopped contacting Maya, he says. I told my sister everything. There's a photograph tucked in the stack. It's Alex at one of his therapy group meetups, smiling the thin smile of someone who's been coached to smile. His hand is around another man's shoulder. He looks lighter in that photo, as if he thinks the absence of me means freedom. My throat thickens. I want to ask why the picture is meant to persuade me. I remember how he photographed everything when he wanted to prove a point, an availability of proof that should have made lies impossible the first time. He speaks in paragraphs. He has a cadence now, contrition, accountability, actions taken, plea. I know I broke you, he says. I know I broke us. He swallows. But I'm trying not to be the man who does that anymore. There's heat in my chest at the word try. It's the same word therapists use when they're trying to highlight effort over result, and it's the safest verb for someone who still wants the world to believe in possibility. It's also a loophole, a soft way to leave the past unexamined. He does not include the timbre of his first messages to Maya, the time frame of what led to the hallway, or the nights when he asked me to believe him because he told me what I wanted to hear. I let the coffee cool between us and watch the steam evaporate. The cafe's ambient playlist is quiet enough to mask any tremor in our conversation but present enough that it keeps the room honest. He leans forward and puts both palms on the table, the old intimate gesture, telling me with body language what his words are trying to say. I don't want to lose you, he murmurs. I would. You want me to stay, I interrupt. The clarity of the sentence surprises me, like clean glass between us. That's different from wanting to be better. He flinches, not from the word but from the truth in it. For months after I left, I told myself he needed to want to be better for himself. I wanted to believe that the man who had been so fragile, so dazzled by approval, could reorient. But his attempts at change read like performances, staged, timed, with a director somewhere in the wings. He's been auditioning for an audience of one, and his audience is the person he believes I was before everything fell apart. You think it's performative, he says, the disbelief in his voice less about the accusation than about the possibility that he could be reduced to that. I know it is, I say, quieter. I don't enjoy being right. I don't like the conviction, it is sharp and lonely. It isn't compassion, it's preservation. He reaches into his jacket and produces a small envelope, like a theatrical reveal. Inside are printed pages, an itinerary of what he's changed, timelines of phone call gaps, the names of new colleagues who can vouch for his altered schedule. He's thought of everything except that sheet of paper can't unring the hallway. It can't pick up the weeks of me pacing our narrow kitchen at 2 a.m., making lists of what I would need to forgive. It cannot replace the taste of the word mistake in his mouth when I asked for truth. I cut my number, he says. I blocked her. I moved my work schedule so I won't be on the road as much. I stopped going to the bar after work. He stops. The gestures trail off like punctuation without meaning. I did all the things. It sounds like a man cleaning a house to show you he deserves to live in it. It sounds like a man who believes that visible actions equal changed character. But the pattern that ruined us was not the events themselves, it was the way he sought validation in a loop, a small hammer he used again and again until he hollowed out the center of what I thought we were. He has done the tasks. He has rearranged his calendar as if discipline would suffice. Discipline, I know, can be a costume. There's a softness in his eyes now that used to be reserved for me alone, the expression he used to have when we'd planned trips or argued about paint. He folds his hands as if in prayer. I can live with less if it means keeping you, he says. I will do anything. A waitress brings another customer's order and the scent of turmeric and coriander bleeds into our space. I think of Liam's face when I called him after the dossier, how blunt he was, how immediate. He didn't parse the poetry of my grief. He said you deserve someone who shows up for you in undone ways, who doesn't rehearse the apology. That bluntness had the same steadiness as the new locks I installed the day I left, functional, immovable. There is a version of me that wants to be the magnanimous ex, to hear him, to know he has been humbled and to give him the healing arc he wants. She is tired, and she misses the rhythm of our lives together. She is meticulous in the way she remembers the small kindnesses, the coffee waiting on snowy mornings, the way he'd pull the blanket up when I woke cold, and she measures them against the betrayals as if either side could cancel the other out. But there's another ledger I keep, the one with dates and receipts and photographs. It is not romantic, it is a truth file. I had been the one to pull the thread on the pattern. I had the PI's report in a folder on my kitchen table for months until the act of looking at the pages became a mechanical prayer. The evidence was not the sting of facts alone but the catalogue of denials that followed. He told me the affair was one night. It was not. He told me he had stopped. He had not. He tried to frame apology as a cure. He cannot live the past into trust. I don't know how to trust you again, I say honestly, not rhetorical. The sentence sits between us like a sealed jar. You can fix your calendar. You can go to every appointment his list has. But trust is not an item you check off. It's not an attendance sheet. He closes his eyes at that, a human reflex. When he opens them, they glisten in a way that makes me ache. I can prove it, he whispers. I can. Prove what? I ask. That you can change behavior? That you can follow rules? Those things are useful. They're not the same as trust. You are asking me to be an audition committee member for the rest of your life, and I won't do that. He swallows and for a moment the old arrogance slips back in, his disbelief that there is a boundary without him on the other side. So you're done, he says, more to himself than to me. I had rehearsed the answer too, in the late notebooks Liam encouraged me to fill with what I deserved. Denial had been my first shelter. Conversation had been my next hostage. The honest part of me had to be coaxed out from under a thick attic of rationalization. I think of the months since, how my new apartment has small windows that let sunlight in but demand maintenance, how sleeping alone taught me that silence can be a seam you stitch for yourself. I'm not doing this for revenge, I say. I'm doing this to stay intact. He looks like someone learning a new language. He says, please. Don't make this the end. It's such a small plea for someone who wanted me to be the entire story of his worth. I know the mechanics of it, charm, ownership of his mistake, promise of labor. It is what he thinks will seduce me back into cohabitation because in his mind, cohabitation equals redemption. He never understood that my leaving wasn't an abandonment, it was a boundary I built to stop bleeding. I fold the packet he left on the table back into itself and hand it to him without meeting his eyes. His fingers brush mine. The touch is brief, unignorable, and it wakes a kind of electric memory that used to make me laugh and also made me hurt it into forgiveness multiple times. I keep my face blank. I have learned, painfully, the difference between wanting and needing someone. You've taught me how to be alone, I say finally. And that's part of why I can't go back. Being here, saying yes, would feel like I'm trading in the lesson for a softer sadness. The cafe is louder now. Two teenagers at the counter laugh too loudly, inadvertently offering comfort. He tries one last tactic, an apology dressed as vulnerability. I don't know how to be the man you deserve, he admits. I know I fucked up. But I love you. Love, in his mouth, is something I once accepted on faith because his confidence made faith easy. Now the syllable is a thing with edges. Love without accountability is a claim, not a gift. I can't live on the possibility that you'll be someone else someday, I say. I need someone whose baseline is not performative. I need someone who has interiorized boundaries and doesn't only practice them when someone's watching. The words are clinical, they are me at my most rational, the part of me that kept a ledger and learned to prefer it over the endless theatrics of pleading. He exhales, a long, almost theatrical sound. Then you're saying never? I watch him for a long time. A small bird lands on the windowsill and tilts its head, unconcerned by human measures. There's a ridiculousness to everything, my attempt to be kind, his attempt to be better, the small economy of a cafe that sells absolution by the cup. I could stay and feel the slashes of regret and forgiveness until we both bled out a softer version of ourselves. I could say yes and become something I don't recognize. I could say yes because it would end the immediate ache of losing him. Instead I feel my answer settle like a seal. It is not a dramatic declaration. I don't shout. I don't make him leave. I hand him back the packet and I say, quietly, irrevocably, no. He blinks, not like a man surprised but like someone reading a text he wished had arrived differently. For a second the old cruelty he never intended surfaces, the realization that we are finite and we spend time on people who will not cherish the smallest rooms of us. He puts the packet back in his jacket and stands. For the first time in months, maybe years, there is no plea in his demeanor. There is only loss. We walk out into the gray that sits outside the cafe, and the city feels sharper, the edges of the buildings are honest. He lets me go first. Standing on the sidewalk, I feel the small, precise muscles of my will, worn, but operative. My throat is raw, but I don't regret the rasp. He says, I'll wait, and I know he means it in the way people mean I'll wait when there is still a tether of hope. I don't tell him that waiting is its own violence, that hope without reciprocity is a slow erosion. I don't want to be the architect of someone's unending penance. It's generous, in a perverse way, but it's not mine to offer. I leave before he can ask for anything else. My phone vibrates. Liam, no doubt, checked on his casual schedule. I want to call him and tell him I did it. I refuse the arc of his return. I want to tell him how his eyes looked when I said no. But I keep walking, folding my answer into the quiet of the afternoon. There's an ache, lateral and stubborn, a bruise that warms in the sun. It will fade, eventually, into a scar that remembers. A month from now I will fold the things I've written into a fire in my new kitchen. For now, I have the small, sharp satisfaction of choosing the harder mercy for myself. As I move down the block, the city seems to make room for me, a little, cars glissade by, and the lemon trees in the square lift their green faces to the thin light. I don't look back. The ache stays with me like a small map, and for the first time in a long time, I can imagine using it to go somewhere I did not know I wanted to be. The paper is thick, the kind I bought because I like the idea of things that last. It smells faintly of cotton and ink when I slide the first sheet out of the pad. I hold it to the light and see the watermark like a tiny promise. I should have sent 40 emails over the last year, proofs, itineraries, lists of receipts, but none of those needed a heart. This one does, if only because I am finally tired of answering for someone else's heart. The lamp on the kitchen table throws a cone of light onto the page. Outside, the city keeps its indifferent murmuring, delivery trucks, a dog that barks at itself, laughter from an open window. Inside, my apartment is as orderly as my head used to be, a place for every book, a small plant that has learned to tolerate me, and the shelf with the file labeled last few months that still smells faintly of interview coffee and photocopier toner. I set the pen down, and for a second I watch the nib glint. Ink is an honest medium, it keeps going even when you want to stop. I start with his name because it is the smallest cruelty to keep. Alex, I write. The word feels thin on the page, like a seam that might tear. I pause. There are accusations I can write that will bruise his charm into something raw and useful, evidence he can't pause into plausibility. There are confessions he refuses to accept, truths I kept for the kind of peace that is usually someone else's. The first sentences come out sharp. You told me it was one night. You told me you didn't love her. You lied. Each accusation is a small animal I release onto the field of the page. They move, mutter, and then settle into bodies I can examine. I cross out one line because it sounds like I am trying to win an argument, which was never the point. Then I write, more honestly, I stayed, too. The sentence sits there with the weight of a small planet. In the steady glow it becomes obvious where I am both victim and architect. Sometimes honesty is like cutting a seam you have been sewing for years so habitually you forgot you were tailoring it yourself. I cataloged the ways I rationalized, work trips that stretched into weeks, the quietness of the apartment that I filled with my own projects, the way I smoothed over his absences because his presence when it happened was like warm water pouring over stubborn oil. I admit that to myself, out loud, on paper, because the truth shakes free when named. I write to Maya, too, because she deserved a sentence that wasn't public gossip or a trembling voicemail. I do not find anger in what I imagine her answers to be. What angers me is the collusion of small, repeated comforts and the permission we gave one another to keep being lesser versions of ourselves. There is blame to assign, yes, but also a quieter recognition. People are messy, and sometimes messy people are very good at making themselves look like the sensible option. This letter is not for evidence. The PI delivered the list of dates and times on a glossy stack of pages a month ago and I slept with them under my pillow for 3 nights, afraid that if I set them down they might evaporate. Evidence is factual and cold, this is something else. I am not trying to make him pay. I'm trying to make sense of the space he took up in me and to remind myself that space is mine to reclaim. There are paragraphs of anger, hot, precise, surgical, how dare you? How dare you be charismatic and fragile at once, asking always for validation and acting surprised when we give it. Lines about the theater of his apologies, the rehearsed closeness of his hands, the way he could make a room light up and a life look possible. I write, and I let the sentences blister with things I never said while we were still deciding what we were. Then I run out of heat. I soften the language deliberately, because I know the worst of what I want to say will burn me if I keep stoking it. I write what I haven't allowed myself to say to anyone, that there were things I liked about being the woman who kept things together, about the way it made me feel useful and necessary. That realization tastes like coin in my mouth. It is hard to be both the injured and the companion in the same paragraph, but I force myself through it. Ownership is a slow, inaccurate work. By the time the last page is a dense block of accusation and gentle admission, my hand is cramping. I write, finally, a line that feels like a hinge: I am choosing myself. It is not theatrical, it does not erase the months or excuse the small complicities. It is a decision, thinnest and truest, about what I will answer to from now on. I fold the pages slowly, with the same care that used to go into packing a suitcase before a trip. The fold smells faintly of ink. I do not address the envelope. I tear the corner of one page out and tear it into smaller squares, and then I place the bundle in the center of a shallow ceramic bowl. The thrifted bowl Liam gave me the first weekend I moved in, a ridiculous color that had seemed like a good idea at midnight. It is oddly comforting to use something that was meant for communal meals as an altar for a private excision. I strike a match. The sulfur strikes, the flame snaps bright and honest. It throws a new, small sun onto my palms and the back of my throat. I bring it to the paper edge and the pages catch, blackening at the tips first, curling like shriveled leaves. The smell is immediate, paper and ink, a little metallic, something like the ends of burnt hair. I didn't think I'd be surprised by how quickly the words surrender to heat. They crackle and sigh, and the sentences I've been rehearsing out loud in my head unspool in smoke. At first I watch them like a scientist measures a reaction, distant, satisfied, methodical. The smoke is thin and blue and it moves with its own agenda. It takes the edges of my anger first, curling them into ribbons that leave soft gray halos where they were. Then it takes the lines where I tried to be kind to myself and wrinkles them into charcoal. There is a small, obscene relief in seeing the insults and the apologies vaporize into something I cannot gather with my hands. I feel the heat on my face and the steadiness in my chest. There is no chorus to this, no dramatic music, no audience, but the absence is part of the point. This is mine. I let the ash fall into the bowl and I let my body let go of each phrase as it goes. The act makes me feel differently about my past. It does not alter it, but it changes how I hold it. The scent of smoke lingers in the room like a stubborn memory. I open the window and the city's air pushes inside, cool and indifferent, and the smoke unhooks itself from the lamplight and goes east. I watch the last of the paper turn to a tiny living coal, and when it stops glowing, I press the corner of a wet dishcloth to it and it hisses and dies. There is a small burst of steam and a smell of singed cotton that is somehow clean. I scoop the ash into my palm. It is like powdered night, fine and fragile, like the leftover film on the top of a settled coffee. I hold it for a moment and then let it fall into the dustpan. The motion is absurdly intimate: gather, sweep, contain. The broom bristles whisper against the wood floor. I sweep carefully, because this tiny ritual of removal, feels like an apprenticeship in self-respect. I sweep the ash as if I am sweeping away habits, as if the dust has the memory of the months embedded in it and I can erase them with patient strokes. Once the bowl is empty, I wash it. Warm water, soap, the same methodical attention to detail that served me in my old life and will serve me now in a new one. The water rinses off the dark, and for a long, reflective moment the bowl looks the same as it always did, blue, chipped at the edge, perfectly mundane. I dry it, and when my fingers brush the rim I feel a tiny prickle of something I haven't acknowledged before, not quite peace, but less of the pull. This ritual did not absolve him. The PI's dossier still sits in the locked file drawer, and there are things that need practical resolution: the shared account, the lease termination, the patterns of friends I will have to rewalk. The letter in the flame was not a purge of consequences. It was, simply, one choice among many I have already made and will continue to make. Closure is not the dramatic clap of a curtain. It is a series of small, deliberate actions. The Wednesday I stayed out walking until my shoes hurt. The Saturday I called Liam and let him stay on the line while I packed boxes. The therapist appointment where I named my compromises and heard them repeated back to me without censure. It is hiring a stranger to map a timeline of betrayal and then sleeping despite the details he gave me. It is moving out and handing keys over, and watching the lock click behind me. It is doing taxes alone and getting through the paperwork and keeping my address the way you keep a promise to yourself. I think of the moments that came before, and of the ones that will follow. Each is a choice. Sometimes the choices will be simple: turn my phone off at night, make a list and keep one thing on it that is for me, say no without explaining. Sometimes they will be like pulling a splinter, precise, painful, messy. I accept that I will have to choose again, and that sometimes choosing myself will look small and insignificant and sometimes it will be huge and loud. There is a hollow in my chest that is not emptiness so much as a newly cleared space. I do not know what I will fill it with. Maybe a plant that requires gentler care, maybe courses I have wanted to take, maybe a small habit of making my coffee the way I like it even if I am late. For now the space is an honest gap, and that itself is relief. I run my fingers over the line I wrote, I am choosing myself, and there is the faint smear where my hand brushed wet ink. It looks like an imperfection but I do not fix it. The imperfection is proof, I wrote it, I stained the page, I burned the page, and I am still here. That sequence matters. It is evidence of an unfolding decision, not a single magical closure. On the sill the city slants gold as the sun prepares to go. There is a certain theater to sunsets that I used to enjoy from Alex's couch because he had a better view. I watched this one without comment, and the act of watching feels for once like the only necessary thing. The smoke from the bowl is gone. The ash is in the trash. The bowl is dry on the shelf, a blue ring to remind me of a small completion. I fold the unsent envelope and slide it into the bottom of the file drawer. Maybe someday I will read some of these sentences again. Maybe I won't. The choice to keep them private is also a choice to control a narrative that is easily made spectacle. I close the drawer with a soft click, the same sound a lock makes when it finds its fit. I make tea. The kettle hisses softly and the sound grounds me in the immediate. I pour and hold the mug with both hands like a talisman. Steam curls against my face and for a moment I let myself think about nothing at all, only the warmth, the slight bitterness in the first sip, the way the day is wearing new clothes. Outside the apartment a woman laughs and drops the cadence of the sound like a stone on water. I imagine, because I am allowed to imagine now, that she is laughing at something ordinary and small and real. I want that for myself, ordinary and real, more than I want rhetorical annihilation. Rage is a clean and useful heat, but it is not everything. I have learned that. There will be a call in the next few weeks. There will be messages from people who want to know which side I took. There will be moments when I will test the boundaries I have set, to make sure they hold. There will also be mornings like this one, when a decision is made and then reaffirmed by tiny, domestic acts, sweeping ash, washing bowls, drinking tea. These are not lesser moments. They are the scaffold. I set the mug down and slide my fingers across the cool wood of the table. My hands remember the pattern of this apartment now, where the light falls, where the lamp switch lives, the way the floorboard creaks on the third step by the door. Each memory is a tile in the new floor I am walking on. The old house and the old life are not erased, they are parts of a mosaic I can look at without being swallowed by it. When I stand to go to the window one more time, the page of ash in the trash whispers low. I pull the drawer closed again as if to make sure the past has a place to live that does not open into my present like a wound. It will still be there if I need to examine it. It will not dictate how I wake up tomorrow. The sun slips and the gold becomes thinner, more honest. I take the kettle off the burner and turn the stove down like lowering a curtain. The apartment smells faintly of ink and lemon dish soap and, underneath everything, the clean feel of a new contract. The ritual is finished. The bowl is clean. The file drawer is shut. The city's laughter keeps happening whether I answer it or not. Tomorrow there will be a call. I won't answer. The light wakes me before my phone does, which is something new. It slides across the ceiling in a pale, unapologetic band, lays down over the edge of the dresser and the forgotten pile of receipts, finds the small, stubborn plant on the windowsill and makes the dust on its leaves sparkle. For a long time, months, a year, who knows, I lived in rooms that felt curated for other people's comfort. Sunlight used to arrive like an accusation, a reminder that I had chosen to be blind to the seams running through my life. This morning it settles like invitation. My sheets are cool because I forgot to shut the window against the night chill. I like that. I like, too, the sound of the radiator clicking off and on and the faraway rhythm of the city doing what it does without me supervising it. My feet find the floorboards without thinking about them, and for a moment I'm a map of small satisfactions, the softness of an old sweater draped over my bedroom chair, the way my favorite mug fits the curve of my palm, the slight give of the rug in front of the sink. These are not dramatic things. They are the margins I stopped looking at when the center of my life was defined by someone else's choices. I stand at the kitchen counter, barefoot, and make coffee the way I used to before our life bent around meetings and apologies. There is a ritual precision to it: measure, water, hiss. I spend years prioritizing puncture wounds, his excuses, the hush of late texts, the way he would call some hours my own, and I learned to make decisions by committee. Today I grind beans with a patience I haven't had since before trust turned brittle. Steam rises, warm and honest, and I let it close a small fist of worry in my chest. In the corner, the plant I rescued from a clearance rack keeps Milagro green with a stubbornness that makes me laugh. I watered it yesterday and checked the soil with a finger. It's not poetry, it's logistics, but I like that too. I am practicing being the person who remembers to water living things. I put a patchwork coaster under my mug so the table doesn't get ringed. I note, with the clinical interest of someone cataloging evidence, that the coaster matches the coaster Liam gave me after he'd helped me carry boxes up 3 flights. He would roll his eyes if he knew I referred to it as evidence. He has been steady in a way that feels almost rude, like a constant that refuses to warrant drama. There is work to do, of course. There are bills with familiar names, accounts to update, and the landlord's recent text about the building repainting the stairwell next week. Practicalities are comforting. They are things I can solve. It's the other things, the internal grammar of me, that are slippery. Sometimes, still, I reach for the phone thinking I'll write him a sentence that will change everything, a cold, measured sentence that names the sum of his betrayals and reduces the past months to a ledger with debit and credit column neatly balanced. I never do. The muscle remembers the habit of composing messages in his direction, but the mind has new commands. I remember to lock the deadbolt instead. The mirror in the bathroom is the same one I had in the old place, but the face in it has recalibrated. There are small lines at the corners of my eyes that belong less to sleepless nights and more to the portion of living that involves laughing, squinting against sunlight, frowning at transit apps. My hair is a little shorter than it was when he liked it longer. I pin it back with a clip I bought because it made me feel slightly rebellious, bright brass in a drawer of practical things. I smile at my reflection and the smile doesn't feel like bargaining. It feels like assembly. I could catalog the milestones and make them into a neat arc: PI report, therapy, the night I burned the unsent letter and watched the flame make tidy, black commas of words I had meant to say, but that would be a different kind of chest thumping. The letter burned because it had to and because I needed the ritual of destroying an argument I had rehearsed too many times. Watching ash collect in the metal tray felt like tallying triumphs I wasn't yet ready to own. After, I folded my hands like someone who had correctly navigated a crossing and waited to see if the traffic changed. It did, eventually, but not in a dramatic swoop. The change was the day I packed the last box and closed the door with new keys in my pocket. It was the months when receipts, texts, and explanations were examined and then filed away as data, not as verdicts on me. The building hums with other people being small and complicated. A child in the unit across the hall practices a piano piece with commendable disregard for tempo. A dog barks in the stairwell and then stops when its owner remembers the muzzles we all accept. I notice all of this because my head is no longer occupied with parsing tone of voice, reading the pauses between words for hidden meanings. Instead, there's a spaciousness that makes room for ordinary noise. It doesn't feel like loss. It feels like permission. Outside, the world is indifferent and therefore generous. A woman with a bicycle hands me a smile that is not for anyone and is, therefore, for me. The barista at my corner cafe prints my name correctly on the cup, for once, and the little satisfaction of it is disproportionate, as if accuracy were a kindness. I sip coffee so hot the cup burns my fingers and I'm grateful for that small physical sting. I walk down a street whose corners I never bothered mapping when I timed my departures to Alex's flights. Now, I cross when the light tells me to cross, and I pay attention to the angle of sun on the awning and the smell of baking bread that drifts from a shop open early for a single man who likes to knead dough while the neighborhood sleeps. These are the sorts of things that make me realize how much I'd let the axis of my life be defined by someone else's gravity. I had arranged furniture around possible secrets, planned errands to align with another person's whims, rationed jokes, and housed my best plans inside the tiny space left after accommodating excuses. I am not absolving myself. I catalog where I accommodated. I also catalog where I chose. There is agency in listing both. Sometimes the old voice returns like a radio station fading in and out. The voice that would whisper the names of our better days in a soft litany, that would make the past soft and inviting. When that happens, I breathe and do the ridiculous, practical thing I used to mock. I make a list. Today's list is short: wash sheets, call landlord about the stair paint, plant the basil cutting I brought home from the farmer's market, change my email password because it feels like a small guardrail. The list is mundane and it is mine. People look at you differently when the lines of your life reconfigure. Friends who chose sides have been a lesson in the petty, the principled, and the unpredictable. Some leaned in with a furious clarity that made me cry with gratitude, others receded with polite condolences that contain no substance. It hurt taxonomies of loyalty made by strangers, and it hurt loud, practical truths told by people like Liam who would not let me translate my fragility into an excuse for inaction. I learned which friendships were durable and which were decorative, and I learned to be honest about which ones I wanted to keep. Honesty is not cruelty, it is preservation. I taught myself small acts of defiance. I bought a rug the color Alex never liked and put it by the couch anyway. I cook for one and savor the Cullen leftovers. I rearranged books not by the categories he inherited from me but by how their spines pleased my eye. I practice saying, I, without feeling like a thief. That last one is hard. Sometimes I catch myself describing a plan and then adding a parenthetical phrase, if Alex is okay with it, old syntax that betrays decades of partnership reflex. Then I stop, edit myself aloud, and keep going. The muscle memory of partnership is persistent. The new muscle of autonomy is being built. There is anger, of course. It shows up sharp and immediate when something inevitable triggers it, a news story about casual betrayal, a song he used to like, a mutual friend's innocuous question. The anger is a purifying fire in small quantities. It clarifies. It also stings the people around me if I'm not careful, so I learn to transmute it. I run 5 miles and listen to nothing, or I call Liam and make him listen to the list of ridiculous things I still keep imagining he'll do, just so they can exist in a safe, absurd place instead of being private preoccupations. He is steady. His steadiness is not about fixing me, it's about refusing to let me settle for pretenses that suit neither of us. It is not all reclamation and serenity. There are nights when the old grief returns, less like a tidal wave than like a tide pooling in a new shape, and I let it sit. I have learned the difference between wallowing and honoring. I am no saint. I have not forgiven without remembering. I have not erased the narrative that gave me aches and a better knowledge of myself. I keep a small, private ledger of growth that looks like lists and receipts and odd daily triumphs rather than triumphant proclamations. Months later, on a day like this, the question pulses in the way a song lyric lingers after the radio switches off. Who will I be now? It is less a demand than a patient, insistent possibility. I am unused to being asked by the world what I will do with my mornings, my money, and my capacity for trust. That used to be a rhetorical question with someone else's answer penciled in. Now, the paper is clean. Outside my door I find something I haven't done in a long time. I lock it and wait the extra 2 beats before I walk away. I do it because I can. The simplicity of it makes me unexpectedly giddy. It's a small, private victory unaccompanied by commentary. The sun has angled so that the buildings throw elongated shadows and my own shadow looks like a person who is standing up straighter than she used to. Maybe that's just optics. Maybe it's posture. Maybe it's both. I take the long way to the bus, because I can and because the route offers a bench under a maple where the light filters like stained glass. I sit and watch. A pair of teenagers share earbuds and laugh at something on a phone screen. An elderly man feeds pigeons with the slow, majestic attention of someone who has practiced small kindnesses for decades. The city performs its usual indifferent generosity, and I am grateful for its ordinary cruelty and ordinary kindness, all at once. On the bench I open my notebook, the cheap spiral one I keep for lists and bad poetry, and I write the question in a margin because I like to see it in my own cramped handwriting. Who will I be now? The letters look the same as they always did. Each loop and line is a small, stubborn promise of continuity. I don't have a declaration of self to offer the world. I have a trajectory that is messy, cautious, and real. So I fold the page back, tuck the notebook into my bag, and stand. The bus comes, and I board with the practiced calm of someone who has learned how to navigate public spaces without looking over her shoulder for permission. The driver asks for my fare, I hand it over, and the routine exchange feels like a tiny democratic act. I am here. I am present. I am participating. At my stop I step off into sun that no longer blames me for what happened. It simply is. The day does not owe me epiphanies. It offers windows and crosswalks and the possibility of a conversation at a cafe that might stay shallow and comfortable or, maybe, go somewhere surprising. I entertain the idea of new things and safer ones, of dates that are simply dates and not additions for worthiness. I think about the kindness of keeping my phone on silent on purpose, and I think about the future in increments that feel manageable. I lock my apartment behind me, and the click of the deadbolt sounds like a punctuation mark. It's not an end, it's a clause. The sentence of my life remains incomplete, and that fact is not frightening so much as full of potential. Who I will be is a question asked into a room with the lights on and the curtains open. Tomorrow, I decide, I'll see which of the lights I choose to flick on.